another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. The seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching, it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall you came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Each time of year carries memories, like a never fading whisper in the breeze. Oh, we will keep on changing all over again. Yeah, we will keep on changing, just like another season. Don't want another day without you by my side. Oh, this season. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Just like another season.
Is it okay if I'm to say I'm catching feelings from all the dealings? Am I astray? What do you say? How are you feeling? Is it the same? I hope you're not planning to waste my time. To my surprise, that was her reply. Now we vibe. It's been a while and such a ride, the stars align. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She my do or die, my bona fide. My up when I'm down, she's always beside me. She makes me feel alive, I won't deny. Her love for me is real and kinda suicide-y. She's not the same, she's such a rare type. She's far from plain, at least in my eyes. She said if I cross her, I'll be in the grave or under her type, but yeah, that's still my babe. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. Getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role.
I'm cutting dice, look at these eyes. They're not here to please you. There was a time you could be mine. Before all that you put me through, I knew that you were trouble, but I let that you were bad. I'm living in this bubble and it makes you so mad. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me.
When you dream, do you see beautiful rays of light shimmering, guiding you through the night? I know it feels like the night's getting longer and light is harder to find. I promise I'll always be there, I'll remind you when you close your eyes. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. Of miles away, I can see you and me like it was yesterday. I know it's not the same, but I'm still behind you every step of the way. Look in yourself and I'll be there, I can guide you. All the love is the same. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out.
I need a second to take a breath, to keep me guessing with what you said. You're in my head. We're under pressure, we're sinking deep like stormy weather. Can't seem to breathe when you're with me. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna lose me too.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Week 5 here at the NECC. I'm Grapes, joined by DJ. We got a bunch of really fun series to kick off here throughout the 5th week of competition. DJ, I know this matchup that we have set up here, Hood College versus Randolph-Macon, is going to be an exciting one. Both of these teams sitting at the same record at 1-2, going to try to even up their record here as we head towards the later half of the season.
Yeah, it's same record, but a tale of two ways to get there, Grapes. We've got Hood College, who has gone through 3 best of 3s the entire distance. They have yet to decide a series in 2-0 fashion or 0-2 fashion. On the other side of things, that's exactly what has been the case for Randolph Macron College here. All 2-0s in one way or another. I guess like them, they must have some the joke will be made several times tonight, so just prepare yourselves now. But
yeah,
I got some macarons in the background here. I'm sure they've got some macaroons that they're trying to snack on as well. So just be aware that this will be a recurring theme tonight.
Yeah, When you have a name as good as this, there's just so many different angles that you can take. It's like Randolph Macon, Randolph Macaron, and also like Randolph Macon College, which is RMC, which is the name of one of the other casters that we have here at the NECC, Random Minion Caster, just like the same abbreviation. So that's exciting.
I heard he was a professor there, Grapes.
Well, if that's true, then I think any team has to be fearing this school. As you take a look at the starting lineups for both of these teams, Hood College got a lot of interesting players here. One player that I particularly want to highlight here is Bubbles, their support. She plays a lot of really cool enchanters down in the bottom lane, and so it'll be interesting to see how that one works out.
Will be pretty interesting to see how this does work out. And of course, as we kind of alluded to, right, it's been a little bit of a rocky start to the season in the first 3 games for these two schools, Grapes. And we've got players of pretty similar skill level. So it should be pretty close in either direction. It'll be fascinating to see where these teams want to play around. As you can see the mascot there for Randolph Macon Esports, Deathless top lane, James Blade in the jungle, Snow Tiger mid lane, Hello Jin in the bottom lane, and ROSRLXT. I'm going to guess it's Roserlicht? I'm going to say ROS. Sorry. There you go. The little shrug there, Grace. You're the play-by-play, so I hope you're ready for that one.
It'll be my decision. I think also both of these teams have multiple people like in their lineup, so not sure who exactly we'll be seeing to start off this game in the series, so to speak. But we are about to get underway with the draft for game number 1. Again, this is a best of 3 as we have 3 amazing series to get through for the day. DJ, there's just I feel like there's a lot to talk about here before we get into the game. First being, of course, the new patch that just came out, 12.5b. Is there anything that you really like are expecting to see different just based off of that?
We could see some different things, Grapes. However, I don't know how much patch 12.5b is truly going to affect us here in this game, right? Usually patch notes to most degree are kind of touching up on some pro meta. Higher elo usually takes effect a little bit quicker. When you are playing here kind of bronze, silver, gold-ish level, comfort's always going to be king. So whether your champion got nerfed or not, Grapes, particularly when the nerf would have just been a day ago, right? I don't expect actually there'd be a whole lot of movement in terms of what these two teams are prioritizing and or drafting. I would expect to see much more of that next week.
That's definitely an interesting point that you bring up there, and we'll see if that ends up being the case. Of course, there's I would say like the patch of obviously like it's like a B there, which means it's not like as super crucial to the meta, so to speak. But bot lane, I think definitely did get a lot of touches. I think Ashe and Varus both are champions that could see a bit of a resurgence back into the meta. But obviously, as you said, with some of the comfort levels of these teams being being a priority, I would say that probably would take that priority throughout the series. Yeah, for the most part, we have just a little more time before we get underway into the draft. Of course, I mean both of these teams, as you said, DJ, coming through with different paths to get over here. Of course, Hood College only playing 3-game series, which would be exciting to see. On the other side, RMC only going through sweeps. RMC also had a bye last week, so maybe had some adjustments and had some time to kind of go through everything as we finally have entered the draft.
Yeah, we can see pretty quick here. Bans on the bottom side for Hood. We got Leona, Zeri, and LeBlanc taken away on the other side. It's Karma, Jinx, and Lux. So still very afraid of what are pretty meta picks. So you can see they bother everybody, which is what I would expect out of Karma and Jinx. They're pretty straightforward champions to play. I like them in solo queue as well. So that makes a lot of sense, right? And then we do see the picks coming in. Solo laners and junglers seem to be the focus with Camille, Jin Zhao, and Lissandra picked into Ari, Fiora, and Rammus. And now, well, of course, we're not seeing the exact order here. We're just seeing them in pick order. What I will say from what I see thus far, Grapes, is pretty fascinating to see Lissandra picked what I would imagine as a counter to Ari. We don't really see Lissandra blind picked all that much because it's really easy to just pick like a hard scaling champion into Lissandra. The lockdown's usually not enough damage. So something like Kassadin Rise can easily be selected into it. It's usually a lockdown for slippery members. I don't know how well that'll work against Ari with multiple dashes. You're really going to have to get into range, and the charm does come at range. So I think it's still kind of a tricky proposition for Rainbow Madness in this matchup against Snow Tiger.
Yeah, I did just get a chance to take a look at the pro draft as the team compositions have been finalized out. Rainbow Madness actually did blind pick this Lissandra. That Ari was on the R5, so seems like maybe Comfort again taking priority here for Rainbow Madness in the side of Hood College. What I do want to talk about though, DJ, is this Camille Gallio combo that was unlocked here for Hood. Slink and Bubbles might have a decent amount of synergy going their way in terms of just lockdown potential on some of these squishier targets in the back line. These were champions that they picked up really early on in the draft, so it seems like that is certainly a direction that they wanted to go very early on.
Yeah, very clear focus from Hood. They started with the Galio at B1, then was picked the Caitlyn Lulu. So the whole bottom lane of RMC was locked in, and then they got the Camille Jinzhao. And I think, as you mentioned, Grapes, really big thing to highlight about Hood is that start to the comp has just kind of guided everything that they've done. This is a full on pick composition. I mean, like hardcore. Like nobody is allowed to walk away from the rest of the team. Like you walk out in the woods, this is like a horror movie, right? Like it's instantaneous. There's like Galio on top of you. There's Camille following up. There's Jin from long range. Just gonna get like swept into the woods, like beaten up, and they're gonna come from the next member. That's what you're looking at with the Hood composition, or Hood College composition here. Excuse me, because that is really what every single champion they have does, except for maybe Jin Zhao. And that makes sense when you look at the other side, where you see a Caitlyn that wants to push lanes, you see a Fiora that wants to split push and be away from the team, and Ari can do that as well.
Yeah, the side for Randolph Macon definitely a little bit more, focused in terms of just getting leads in the bot lane, and then not really as much in the team fighting with that Fiora up in the top side. I think the Fiora is just like a counter matchup into the Camille. You can riposte that hook shot rather easily to get a decent advantage there if you end up playing it right. So it is rather skill expressive, but definitely Fiora can get advantage of the situation if it is there put in the right spot. So that is something that we're going to have to keep our eyes on, especially there up in the top side. Also, Rammus is an interesting pickup here, again, for Randolph Macon. We don't see that every day, DJ.
No, don't see Aramis all that often, Grapes. It should be pretty exciting to see, right? Of course, with the changes, it's maybe less of, it's still pretty linear, but it's a little bit less of a linear champion than it used to be. Now it gets that little bounce to engage and can be a big bother for Hood College. When you look at this composition, we talked about the pick, right? They're not going to be great at taking down Aramis in any sort of team fight. I mean, you got 3 auto attack based champions, and your magic damage champions are not very damage heavy. So this looks like a very good Rammus game to me, and could be one in which the jungler here for RMC, I believe it is James Blade, if I'm not mistaken, should be able to feast a little bit.
Yeah, I believe actually Bernie Sanders will be, which is
nice.
By the way, a fantastic name. Going to be in the jungle here for RMC to start things off on the Rammus. I'm excited to see how that one ends up working out. Does have a decent amount of Rammus in the solo queue, so definitely not super surprising there. As we just continue to go through the runes, this is a little interesting. It's an interesting setup here just to see the different like rune choices that these players have gone for. Start off both of them going for Ultimate Hunter, which is also an interesting choice, I would say.
Ultimate Hunter, yeah. I guess it kind of makes sense. You want to lock down Ari as quickly as possible. Obviously, the Spirit Rush is a big part of Ari's kit at level 6. No longer kind of the only part, especially with the enhancements to the W in recent patches, but will be a nice touch for them if that ultimate does reset very quickly. Nothing too surprising here, I would say, from the AD carries. I'm a Jin player that looks about the rune page I normally go, Grapes, so not too surprising. Lethal Tempo for Caitlyn is just fine. Will probably be necessary against something like Lissandra Galio if you actually want to kite out in fights. A little bit better than something like Fleet Footwork would do in this lane.
Yep, it is going to be that Jin Galio bot lane here for Hood. Up against this Caitlyn Lulu here for RMC, which will again have that immense pushing power. But I think for Hood College, I think the goal probably in the bottom side is to maybe catch Randolph Macon in a bad spot. Try to punish them on a all in sort of, because I do think that Jin Galio, they have enough damage to probably win an all in if they end up getting in a fair spot to start things off. So that's probably the goal for them. Of course, also with that Jin Zhao in the jungle, could potentially make some impact down in the bottom lane as well.
Yeah, I think the Xin Zhao is the biggest thing to highlight. I think the jungler for Hood College will have a bit of agency in this early game to get things done because Rammus can gank, but he really likes level 3. He wants the full kit to have, right? You kind of need the taunt and the armor. Otherwise, you're an unsquishy Rammus taunting someone into you without, defenses. It's usually not what you're looking for. And Xin Zhao can definitely gank at level 2. Does not require the same build up time that a Rammus does. Has better clear speed as well. So won't lose as much if he does give up a camp for a gank. I would definitely kind of give the edge over in terms of early game agency to It's Your Uncle. And that bottom lane would be a juicy one because you know that Lulu lane will push into this Jin Galio.
Yeah, we'll see if the bot lanes become that focal point in the early game as we have loaded onto the Rift for game 1 of this best of 3. Hood College on your blue side. Right off Macon on the red. Again, in this series, getting later on into the season here, DJ. Both of these teams want to get this victory, stay ahead of the curve. Looking forward for the rest of the NECC season. Going to be bot side starts for both of these junglers, so they will be paddling both towards that top side of the map. Another volatile matchup up the top side, as we mentioned before.
Yeah, that one's a very volatile. And it does kind of leave a lot for Verdi Sanders to do here, right? Whether he wants to focus top side or focus bot side, where you typically do path bot to support a Caitlyn pushing, because you know that lane will push, but it does look like he's pathing top. And it can be, again, because that matchup, it is so volatile. It really relies on the timing of the loss versus the hook shot, of course. Really a game of chicken. Whenever the Camille does initiate, usually on the hook shot Grapes. So can just really swing one way or another and will be very important to the side lane later on. Because, imagine we talked about Camille Galio combo, for example, right? But usually it's Camille and Galio solo laners. Like, imagine a support Galio showing up against a Fed Fiora. That sounds like a 1v2 to me.
Yeah, it's that does not sound very fun for the Galio just getting eaten up by that grand challenge. All the vitals just coming out immediately. That could be a bit concerning, I could say, if they don't end up getting into the right spot as we have gotten back here in the game. Get nice little cinematic views of all of Summoner's Rift. We do see It's Your Uncle going for a more full clear, which we might not have expected to start off. The level 2 has been hit first by Hood College bottom side. There's a Deadly Flourish already forcing Twig to flash, and the flash forward to follow. Starting off with a bang here, Hood getting first blood over to Slammin'.
Ah, yes, the chef's kiss of a bot lane for Jin. Get level 2 first, have your friend lock them down with CC, follow up with a Deadly Flourish, and then flash fourth shot for first blood Grapes. It couldn't be any better if you weren't going to die here to this Rammus gank.
We'll see if they do. The taunt will actually cancel the power ball, so not enough crowd control on to Slammin' just yet. Bubbles going to use that Justice Punch just to escape. Built over Peacemaker, not enough to take anybody down. So, Hood College starting off well here in the bottom lane. Remember, DJ, this Caitlyn Lulu is a bot lane that wants to get ahead early, wants to shove, take these plates. So, losing that first blood in the early priority, not the best thing for them.
Nope, not stupendous. They do get the base out thanks to the help from Bernie Sanders, but it did cost him flash, as we saw. And nicely played there by Bubbles to cancel the engage. I still thought one of them would go down. Didn't even have to use flash, did Bubbles. That's really good disengage and nice start from the bottom lane of Hood College.
They need that momentum. Yeah, the all-in, as we said before, by this bottom lane still is potent. So we'll see if they need to go aggressive here, as they now have a significant item advantage down in the bottom side. Slamming with a double longsword off of the base, which is gonna feel really nice to have down in this laning phase. You still see the push going forward for Randolph Macon just due to the nature of the champions. James Blade up about a wave of CS because of the back timers. So not all doom and gloom here so far for RMC, but still it is a Hood College with that gold lead to start things off.
Yeah, what we have to hope, Grapes, is that it doesn't get worse. In my eyes, we'll be very much on Bernie Sanders, right? Because this is a bottom lane with 2 flashes down, one onto the AD carry of Slammin', and this lane is going to continue to push, right? James Blade and Twig will push this, and it can lead to situations like this. This is a good disengage. But as this lane gets shoved in, it's going to give opportunities for It's Your Uncle to come in. Meanwhile, though, this volatile top lane.
Yep, going to land here onto Slink. It's Your Uncle is on the way. Hook shot will not be used to re-engage, but we'll see what the Hood topside duo can do. It's your uncle gonna land that one, becomes lightning in onto Deathless, forcing the flash, but the 3 talent strike afterwards. The riposte was just a bit too early, and so the kill will go in onto Jin Zhao. Bernie Sanders does taunt It's Your Uncle under the turret to make it a 1-for-1, with the wave crashing in and Deathless losing a lot of that CS. Could be a decent trade again here for Hood.
This is still largely fine for Hood. It is going to force the TP out of Deathless. Slink still has his, so Deathless won't miss too much, but it's better to lose that flash and TP on the top laner than It's Your Uncle. Yes, he goes down, but you can see he's already 2 camps up. He's going to get kill credit there as well, so he'll be feeling good, and so should Slink, as he'll get a free base timer, won't have to expend the TP.
Yeah, actually did not end up getting even an assist on that kill, so in terms of gold, things are still rather even. Crucial to note that Slink was able to pick up a Sheen, which is always a welcome sight if you are Camille. Getting that extra damage here on all of the Qs. Instead, Deathless instead looks like did not have enough gold for that purchase, or is instead going for a different sort of itemization. So going for the longsword boots, maybe a little bit more mobility. In the mid lane though, Rainbow Madness just falls. Spirit Rush from Snow Tiger was enough to take him down.
Yeah, welcome to Ari, level 6. Welcome to Spirit Rush, ladies and gentlemen. And I think right there, we'll have question marks asked of what happened there with the ulti not being popped by Rainbow Madness. I think he probably ticked 6 late. Grapes was probably already in a lot of trouble by the time that spell came up. Just a nice play from Snow Tiger, using that all-in pressure from the Ari, and now giving RMC really their kind of first avenue into this game. A strong mid lane will have a good lead, already up 15 CS and that kill.
Pretty sure RMC, the caster, is a mid lane main, so it would make a decent amount of sense that Snow Tiger, learning from his professor, so to speak, as trades on the top side as well happening. But we're at an even game state at this point. DJ 2-2, gold essentially even. Down on the bottom side, might see a little bit more engaged. Nice taunt. Deadly Flourish will be flashed away from James Blade. Will be all right, but Crucial Summoners burned down here. It's Your Uncle with that priority, and with Rainbow Madness on the way as well. Likely signals this Cloud Drake could go down.
Yep, I was just going to say they should definitely be headed to this Drake right now. I think they missed the flash timer just a little bit from James Blade, but it is largely irrelevant. They were just trying to get a bonus. They knew that Snow Tiger did not have ulti. They knew their bot lane was stronger with the extra item, so this dragon should have been free. A fight from RMC at this point likely would have ended in disaster, so I like the Bernie Sanders. He goes to the other side of the map. He gets to shove in for Deathless, and now the lead in that top lane has largely been nullified, as Deathless will get his base off, will go back and pick up a component to match the Sheen. It's just good trading across the map, but it is the slight bit of early pressure I think that Hood had paying off.
Yep, Hood was also able to go into the top side jungle, bottom side jungle, sorry, for Randolph Macon. Steal away that blue buff, so Bernie Sanders is going to be in for a bit of an unfortunate surprise. He rolls his way down over into the blue buff pit. So slight advantage there. Of course, Bernie Sanders does have the ultimate advantage in the XP lead over It's Your Uncle at the moment. Just now hitting that crescent guard, but tempo still, I would say, is really in favor of the Hood College jungler. Has been more, in time with going for these plays and making impacts across the map.
Yep, just been a little more active in general. Has the CS lead, has made a couple of plays, one in top, one in bot lane. His timer is just a little bit better, and I do think Bernie Sanders has been kind of called and dragged to a couple places, but he will need to try to keep up. Of course, Rammus a little bit of a lower econ champion than I think Jin Zhao is. Right. Grapes, nevertheless, still not something you want to see, mostly because if Jin Zhao is ahead and taking your camps, well, now he is very strong.
Yeah, that's not anything that you want to see. More action down to the bottom side, though, as Bernie Sanders is going to jump forward here with the ultimate, land the taunt immediately onto Slammin'. Use that exhaust to get away. Curtain Call will open up as Rainbow Madness has tried to join the fight with the teleport. Doesn't look like enough space will be garnered by Hood to make any sort of re-engage. Snow Tiger now on the way down to the bottom side. Bubbles is in a bad spot. Will taunt up too, but don't think it's going to matter all too much. The ace in the hole signals the first kill to James Blade.
Yeah, just a little bit of a missed comms here, I think, from Hood College. They will trade this back with the Rift Herald that was taken. A lot of plates going to go down to mid lane. Slink is all the way down here, but no comms really on the roaming mid laner. As soon as that fight broke down, Bubbles, a little greedy, trying to clear a ward. Whether, oh boy, yes, Slammin'.
Oh? Okay.
He's still dead.
It's like
there's no way out of there.
Vernie just, like,
Jin's a
did the
slippery
fadeaway.
customer, right? He's been running away from Zed for quite a long time, Graves.
Right,
But you
right.
you can't get out of that one.
Hey, it's 2 kills onto James Blade. After what was a rather unfortunate first blood, definitely a decent spot for the RMC bot lane to be in, as that's an ultimate traded onto Snow Tiger. Again, Lissandra doesn't do a whole lot of damage so far early on in the game, so really needs the help of another player to really get a target down 100 to 0. Will be nice to at least chunk out the mid laner, but it seems like the action for Hood is headed for this top side with the wave pushing in for Sin.
Are they diving this? There's no way, right? Yeah, no,
Nah.
there's no way. Okay. They're just gonna walk away. There's a little bit of help pushing the wave in. I was gonna say, Graves, I think that drop of the Glacial Prison gonna highlight my concern about these sort of ultimate trades in this lane during the draft, right? I think the Spirit Rush just quite a bit more valuable in terms of general usefulness and kind of usability. What's that? Utility across the course of the game. So gonna need a little bit of help. Will Rainbow Madness, of course, can provide that lockdown onto Snow Tiger if and when we do see our first fight of the game. Really waiting for that first scrap, is still pretty much dead even here at 16.5k gold. 11 minutes in. 1 Drake, the only one taken. Next one spawning in 1:12 though, Graves.
And right now it is just the 1 dragon in favor of Hood, with the Cloud going over just a couple of minutes ago. In terms of the game state, we are still rather even at this point, DJ. Gold literally separated by about 100, which is essentially nothing at this point. Mythic items will start to come through for some of the players here. The junglers both have theirs. Snow Tiger also picking up the Everfrost as well. So in terms of income, that's where we're looking at right now. So maybe be a bit more explosive around this next dragon, although it's not really important for anybody to fight for this if they don't want to. So we'll see where the priorities lie for both of these teams.
Yeah, big winners on either side. Right now, It's Your Uncle has that Gore Trigger completed. He's pretty far ahead of Vernie. And speaking of...
Yep, James Blade has the flash again, but a nice taunt as well. The curtain call will come out. It's Your Uncle going straight forward with the audacious charge. The 4th shot will chunk him down. It's Your Uncle finishing it off. Kill in the bottom lane secured for Hood College right around the time the dragon spawns.
No, Brother Grapes. No, the flash. Why the flash?
Yeah.
You're never getting away from that one.
Doomed.
This is kind of what happens sometimes with Caitlyn lanes, right? You're constantly pushing. You want to apply pressure, but just haven't seen the timer. We've seen it a couple times. Bernie Sanders been there to gank or to shadow, but it has not been perfectly timed the entirety of this game. And that's really what happens. You push in the lane. If your jungler's not there to shadow on the right timer or to give you a gank, you can just get blown up. Another nice engage from Bubbles sets it up, and It's Your Uncle dunks it down for his 2nd kill of the game.
Yep. And again, the productivity coming out of the Shin's out is huge. Also up about 30 CS. Snow Tiger in a bad spot. Slink's going to go forward with the flash, but it's just going to be that shard from Rainbow Madness. Get a bit of revenge here in the mid lane.
There we go. This time he's got friends. Bubbles doesn't.
Yep.
But he's fine.
Yeah. Don't need friends to escape. All you need is that Justice Punch, apparently. Your little statue. Statues don't have friends.
This man's got his own escape. He blows bubbles, right? He's a bubble rider. SpongeBob style. He's floating away.
Uh-oh. We might see another dive coming out. Slink coming in with the teleport. Bubbles still alive at the end of the day. Now Bernie Sanders is stuck underneath the tower. The precision protocol will be enough to lock down the Rammus and take him down. Here comes the ultimatum in onto Twig. Justice Punch from Bubbles as well. Slam it. Gonna finish that one off with the 4th shot. Nice punish coming out from Hood College to get a bit of revenge over the dive there, allowing for Bubbles to maybe laugh a little bit as the rest of her opponents really just end up going down one by one.
Yep, Bubbles absolutely going to be giggling with hilarity. You remember, of course, the Powerpuff Girls giggle. That one,
right?
That's a good one. I think it's not as painful as Lux. I still give that title to Lux, but will be a fun giggle to laugh down nonetheless. And of course, the state of Vermont absolutely busted right now, just in shambles. Grapes as Bernie Sanders does die in game.
There's some joke about like the top 1% of like income for junglers is not where Bernie Sanders is right now at 62 CS. Really just been trying to run around and help out his team. We'll get there. We'll get there at some point. Yeah, look at the gold. Lowest out of anybody not a support at this point. Another Glacial Prison. Gonna be used onto Rainbow Madness here, but Bubbles is here to try and re-engage, landing the taunt and the exhaust in onto Snow Tiger. Charm will land in onto Galio. Twig is here as well, making this a 2v2. Here comes Bernie Sanders with that power ball. Not enough range to get in under the tower. So it looks like Hood mid laner will be able to survive Rainbow Madness. Is going to be able to get this recall off as Wave crashes in.
There's a lot of pressure. You see, It's Your Uncle actually has to cover this, make sure this mid lane turret does not fall down that early into the game. They're actually getting another TP.
Oh yeah,
this
here
is
comes
very
Rainbow
outnumbered,
Madness.
Grapes.
Here comes the ultimates as well. Slink going forward with the hook shot. Snow Tiger, again, doesn't have that Spirit Rush. Nice Everfrost to lock down too, but Bernie Sanders is doing a whole lot of work in this front line. Not taking any sort of damage. Slink gonna come forward in the 1v4. Here's a Hero's entrance as well. Bubbles just is punching forward in onto Vernie, and Slammin coming forward with the Jhin flank. Gale Force away, but the Deadly Flourish does land in on the James Blade, and that's the first shot, taking down the Caitlyn for the first kill of this fight. Snow Tiger and Twig still have to run for the hills as Hood picks another kill in the mid lane. Slink gonna pick up a second as Vernie will go down for the second time this game.
And for the second time, the election does not quite come up in Bernie Sanders' favor, just like real life.
Like,
we
have to make as many puns as possible. Is that a
We're
goal?
having some fun here, Grapes. Yeah, I'm following up. You had a really good one. That was a very clever joke you made on the last one. I had to follow it up with something good, right? I feel like yours was still slightly more clever. I'd give that like a 9, mine like a 7, but you know, we're working on it.
I think we need like a third like independent judger of the puns that we have on there. Maybe production can just link them in the chat for us as we keep going for them, but either way, it's actually Hood College opening up a bit of a lead after that one fight. Gold lead expanding to about 3K as the Rift Herald was picked up by It's Your Uncle as well off of that one fight. So things looking pretty good for Hood right now. But again, this is just not your standard team composition that Randolph-Macon has set up. You still have Deathless up the top side, who's farming really nicely. We'll be able to have some impacts here in the side lanes as the game continues to progress. Power taken down in the mid lane, but nice two-man crowd control coming out from the side of Snow Tiger. It's Your Uncle is not going to be alive for much longer. Kill going in onto Bernie Sanders. We'll get a second proc, but that's not going to matter all too much for the side of RMC. They get a kill off of the punish there.
Yep, that is a nice kill. It's a shutdown as well, I believe, onto It's Your Uncle. And what it will most importantly give them is a window here. 7 seconds until the Ocean Drake spawns. The jungler not alive, about to come up in 10 seconds. And that means dragon stacking is gone. And you can see the frustration, the absolute rage from It's Your Uncle. He just can't, he can't accept that one of his precious dragons has been taken away, Grapes.
I don't want to, assume anything at that point. It looks like the pause came out right after you reconnected to the game. Hopefully just some internet issues and no mentals have been boomed off of just that one play. As it will probably just be the dragon going over to Randolph-Macon as soon as we exit this pause. But yeah, it's been a game to say the least, DJ. There's been plays across the map for both of the teams. Both of them have had their strengths in different areas of the map. Bot lane here for Hood has been looking good. Over in the mid lane, it has been Snow Tiger on the Ahri that has had a pretty solid performance so far. So different places to look at as we look to go forward in this game.
Yeah, there are some different places. The big place to look, I think, if you are RMC, is of course on Snow Tiger. He's the strongest member you have at this point in the game, and kind of the big concern I have remaining for their composition is where is this game going to be won? We kind of saw it play out in the last team fight, Grapes. Right, I mentioned that this could be a very good Rammus game, but if he doesn't have the support right away or the damage to back him up, it's not really going to matter, right? He's just going to kind of get pedaled down over time by all the chase down and lockdown we talked about in this pick composition for Hood College. And they did just run down the members of RMC. So I'm a little concerned, even as the straight goes down, with their ability to knock members of Hood College down in some of these extended skirmishes, particularly with how strong It's Your Uncle is at the moment. Chance here for Vernie, but he's not going to go for it. And this is particularly exacerbated, Grapes, by the fact that you can see there on the gold graph, the Caitlyn, someone you usually want to invest in James Blade, right. 6,200 gold, now nearly a K on her laning counterpart. And usually when you are down gold as a Caitlyn, it means you're not putting out a lot of damage because you cannot cut through armor, cannot cut through the resistances, the extra stats. You really want to be accelerated in the game, and James Blade is not finding himself in an ideal situation to do so.
Yeah, for Hood, they have like at this point the more standard winning 5v5 team composition, I would say. And if you are RMC with James Blade not getting off to the as good of a start as you might have wanted, probably gonna have to be a bit more creative with how you play this later game. Of course, getting that dragon to delay the soul going down for Hood is always nice, but just in terms of playing standard 5v5, probably don't win that, especially just with the Camille Galio. Rainbow Madness locking down a primary target as well could definitely be very important. Of course, stuff to keep an eye on Bernie Sanders, who probably will be stacking up this armor, but down to the bottom side, James Blade getting taunted up with the exhaust, teleport in as well from Slink. The hook shot will come forward in onto Twig, ultimatum onto Blade, and that's the combo, not even going to be needed, as Bubbles just comes in to say hello as the bot lane falls here for Randolph Macon College. Re-engage potentially happening here for Snow Tiger. Is a rather strong Ari. Will get taunted up by Bubbles, but Bernie Sanders is very tanky on this front line as well. Snow Tiger picking up the first kill, and will try to look to make it more with the resets coming out from the ultimate. That's the charm landing in onto Slink, but it's not enough to take him down. Here comes It's Your Uncle onto the backside. Landing the wind becomes lightning in onto the Ari, locking him down with the deadly flourish, and Slam It is now on a rampage, maybe looking for more. Gale Force in on to Bernie Sanders, but he's going to have enough speed to zoom on out of there.
Yep, and there you can see the chase down, right? The extended fighting is just so favorable for Hood. Even if Snow Tiger gets a kill back on the end of it, just kite out. Slink bides his time, waits for It's Your Jungle to show up, and it's really hard for the rest of RMC to dish out the damage. Deathless in that side lane split pushing. There is a tower trade there in the last couple of minutes, but you see Rainbow Madness has some armor stacking now on the Seekers. And will be able to try to match as best as possible to slow down that push. It's just a nice win. Now 4K gold lead for Hood College.
Yep, gold lead just continuing to snowball forward and forward as we have crested the 20-minute mark of this game. And for Hood, you know, if they continue to just play standard and not make any simple mistakes, it should be a easier win for them than the side of Randolph Macon as we continue to go forward in this first game of best of 3. Is due to the composition that they have, the lead that they've set up for themselves. Slink now sitting very, very comfortably alongside Slammin in terms of the gold and the kill department right now, both having very, very good games. So it's definitely easier for them at this point.
Speaking of easy, trying to engage here. Nice dash away from Deathless. Didn't look like Galio was in range just yet for the combo to come through, so they'll hold off Grapes. But that threat always going to be there on a side lane. It's super effective at dealing with someone like Deathless, who kind of is becoming a win condition for RMC as fighting gets harder and harder for them. You're going to need that side lane, and boy, oh boy, is Hood set up well to punish an isolated side lane.
Yeah, definitely so. That's why you pick this Hood College comp, not just for, you know, the ability to 5v5 team fight, as we might see here, as James Blade getting locked in by the Hextech ultimatum, knows that he's very, very, very dead, and will end up going down. It's another kill, the 6th onto Slammin, as now with the numbers advantage. Eyes could be around the Baron here for Hood. Would be a bit risky here in the 4v5, but probably have the strength to take it down.
Okay, Rainbow Madness does not have TP, so they would be a member light regardless. This is a little weird in terms of placement, and it is going to be a slow Baron because you have a Jhin who has this reload mechanic, so it is risky. It is very risky, Grapes. Snow Tiger is coming over. James Blade about to come back up, but it looks like they should secure it regardless. Bernie Sanders going to go for the steal.
Deathless does have the TP. There's the flash. Oh, it's not enough. It's a bit mistimed there, and now Bernie Sanders a bit stuck in the Baron pit. Deathless has come in with the TP and will end up getting the kill, likely onto It's Your Uncle with the Grand Challenge. So one trade to go down, but it is very worth it for Hood as they pick the Baron as well.
Okay, they will trade the Drake back here without the jungler. They cannot smite this away, so we're now 2-2 in Drake's score, Grapes, but I do agree the Baron is a big, big prize because the map's already pretty open for the side of Hood. They got 3 turrets down, all those tier 1s, and cracking tier 2s is not an easy feat. It is much harder than the tier 1s. Baron's certainly going to help with that. They can just deploy here, ignore the Drake. They've already got top lane pushed up. They can just match mid lane with it and let Slink split push in that side lane. Should be able to take down a couple of turrets, and if they win a fight, even the base is in their reach.
Yep, and as you said, Dragon will be getting over to Randolph Macon. Nice little objective bounty as well, but it is still very much Hood College in control at this point. Gold lead actually still sitting at about 4,000 at this stage, just probably due to the structures not just going down as we say that. The top side will fall. Slink going to be a monster here in the side lane, as the rest of the team will try to push in the other areas. Does seem like Hood is going for that 1-3-1 with Rainbow Madness down bottom as well. So always have the ability to re-collapse down into the mid lane with both of them having those TPs.
Yeah, I actually really like what Slink did there. I don't know if we caught it on camera, Grapes, but this is fine for Rainbow. He actually just kind of sat back and buffed the minions, but allowed the wave to push out, and then just waited a couple of extra seconds to make sure this wave was synced up. You can see top lane is crashing at the same time as mid. Bot is a little behind, but that's because there's a turret still there. This is actually really well synchronized, and thank you, observers, for highlighting this from the side of Hood College. Very impressive for a team at this elo, Grapes.
Yeah, and it seems like that's kind of the team coordination that Hood maybe need to take control of this game and finish it off here. Waves will just continue to push in all three lanes. The 1-3-1 standard as stone here for Hood. Hook shot away here for Slink.
Rainbow Madness should just regroup at this point. That's not really a wave anymore, Graves.
Yeah, he's going to use the claw to get away here. And for Randolph Macon, there's really no avenues to try and engage at this point. You're looking for an ultimate here from Bernie Sanders. But other than that, unless you find some sort of miracle charm from Snow Tiger, the agency still really relies on Hood to make a play and go for a fight.
Wave's a little desynced now. You can see the side waves are crashing before mid, so good rotations coming through from RMC, but still Slink applying a lot of pressure.
Oh man, debates. And this is fine here for Hood, as they're just gonna continue to chunk down these turrets as Rainbow Madness gets chunked about half HP. Vernie going to land the Powerball in, so might be an avenue for engage. That's It's Your Uncle popping the Crescent Guard, staying alive for a very long time. Locket comes through as well, and the Jin Zhao is still alive despite the ulti coming through. Snow Tiger now in a bad spot, is exhausted. The health bars are low for multiple members, but take a look at the top side. Slink is here, but Deathless is trying to make a comeback here, going forward with the Grand Challenge and picking up the shutdown. And here comes Bernie Sanders again, a double kill onto the Fiora, and Slammin is now taunted up. Might not be long for this world, still has a lot of extra movement speed, but you can't outrun the Rammus. Here comes the Powerball, straight under the tower they go, and Randolph Macon have turned this fight all the way back around, punishing the overextension from Hood on the Baron.
Yeah, it looked like a bridge too far when Rainbow Madness stuffed the initial engage. It's Your Uncle barely staying alive, but the critical part of this fight, Graves, is that top side, the two top laners that both want to join. Deathless comes in much more healthy, winning the 1v1 against Slink, meaning there's no follow-up secondary engage that we've seen throughout this game for Hood. So with their top laner chunked, with their secondary engage gone, they've got to turn and head for the hills. And like you said, with the lanes this extended, you're not getting away from Rammus at that point if you are a squishy member.
Yeah, and could be, the potential for things to reopen up for Randolph Macon. Remember that they've gotten these last two Drakes, and so really not in danger of losing out on the soul, maybe even in a position to try and get one back, as that next Ocean is spawning in about 75 seconds. But again, I think the 5v5 still will work in favor of Hood if they are able to play them correctly. Have to keep an eye on Deathless now in the side lane. How much work can the Fiora do? Try and disrupt as much as possible away from Hood, as they have now officially postured around this Drake.
Yeah, Hood just saying here, okay, we're fine. The waves are pushed. We're going to give Deathless all the time in the world that he wants out in this top lane. Not a lot for him to take, just the tier 2. We're going to make sure we get this third Drake and put ourselves on soul point. I think it's not a bad idea with the Baron going down with these two powerful split pushers on either composition. You want to be able to use the soul as a magnet at some point, although looks like they're a little afraid. They're actually sending two to deal with Deathless. Grapes, this feels like a very late commit, and they might get punished.
They know the numbers advantage is in favor of them, so Randolph Macon are going forward. It's Your Uncle is now dead. Snow Tiger going forward with the Spirit Rush. Slammin gonna get taunted up as well. The top side, they do end up punishing Deathless in the 2v1, but at what cost, DJ? That dragon is about to spawn, and the jungler is dead for Hood.
Yeah, this one feels a little baffling to me. Deathless did have TP, but Fiora is never the member you want TPing into a fight, and it felt like the sacrifice of the tier 2, which would have in the long run been a trade, Grapes, because you'd already taken the tier 2 on the side of Hood College, or the third Drake would have allowed you to use that soul point as a magnet to allow Slink head to the top lane, and now do what Deathless is gonna do: apply pressure on the side. This is fine.
Oh,
well,
he missed the hook shot.
He's fine. Yes.
Oh, gets taunted.
No.
Oh, blast code.
Okay, still fine. Still fine. Yep.
He's still gone. Bernie's an angry little armadillo here, continuing to push the tempo, push the aggression. Now as Randolph Macon look like they might have started to regain control in this game. Gold lead cut in half essentially from when the Baron was taken. Now only 2k in favor of Hood. So still have a slight economic advantage, but at this point in terms of pure 5v5, well, the composition for Hood might be there. If Randolph Macon can play it right, definitely have a way to get back into this game.
Oh, they're right back in the game. I mean, 1.2k gold at this point is meaningless, Grapes, 30 minutes in, and they have the sole point, right? I was just talking about kind of the decision to trade that for the tier 2, which is essentially just evening out the top lane, now gives what I think is a pretty big advantage over to RMC. Both top laners have their TP. Well, Deathless can just head into the side lane, start pushing this down, take these extra turrets, and if that Drake does come up, you have no fear about rejoining the fight with that champion or just going for a split push win.
Yeah, again, the soul laners here for Hood are trying to collapse in onto Deathless, but Slink's actually taken rather low. It's enough crowd control from Rainbow to finish off the kill onto the Fiora, but again, it is Randolph Macon punishing the over-aggression from Hood while they are at that numbers disadvantage. A double kill going over to Snow Tiger, and now it's a 4v3 in favor of RMC. They're headed to the Baron.
Yeah, and it doesn't even have to wait for the Drake. Grapes, the pressure has been applied. Deathless does everything he needs to do, goes 1 for 1. Or excuse me, gets killed, but buys all the time required. And props to RMC. They pull the trigger really quickly with their options. As soon as they see the 2v1, they get another 2 kills, and they're going to get the Baron for not much. They're just going to lose this inhibitor turret in the mid lane, and that is all.
Yeah, we'll see if the inhib ends up going down. It does seem like Hood thought about it for a second and then decided to back away. This is not the best, in terms of macro play from Hood at this point. Second time in a row where they did send their soul laners to, at this point, are 2 of the stronger members that they have on their team over to the opposite side of the map and left the rest of the team kind of out to dry. And at that point, in that situation, if you are Hood, you have to acknowledge that you're at that numbers disadvantage. You have to back away at some point. But Randolph Macon saw that they weren't doing that, and they punished both times, getting 2 very, very big major objectives.
Yeah, those are 2 huge objectives. And again, so much of it comes off the pressure from Deathless, right, in this side lane. Now at level 17, about to Flame Horizon, getting towards Flame Horizon on Slink. And I think that is really what is kind of calling some of these efforts that feel a little desperate from Hood, sending 2 members to kill Deathless. They feel like they cannot deal with this Fiora anymore, and it's creating situations like this.
Oh man, Rainbow Madness in trouble. Shutdown going over right onto Twig. And not the best place to have it, but you'll take the kill regardless. Big shutdown down in the inner for Hood as the Baron buff still in the hands here of RMC. Nice crescent guard by Chironka, but he's stuck in a 1v3 under the turret. Don't know if he's going to be able to survive this one. James Blade now on a killing spree. 2 straight kills in the bottom side for RMC. They're going to continue to push down bottom, and there's no reason to stop at this point. For the side of Hood, they're still 3v3. They're going to try to get here at this point, but the inhibitor tower has gone down. What can they do off of the flank? Not a lot of front line here for this Hood College squad, and Deathless and Twig are on the way as well. Attacking Sweep to slow down Bernie for just a little longer. Powerball not going to connect just yet, but the inhibitor has gone down in the bottom side all the way from that outer turret. The siege really working for RMC right now.
Yep, and they are only recalling at this point because the big prize in their eyes is that Drake coming up in 45 seconds, Grapes, for the Ocean Soul, which would make it very, very hard for any of these members to die. If we look across the board, we do not see a whole lot of heal cut at this point. I'm looking at 1 component, Grapes, for heal cut. You already have a Fiora to deal with. Now you're going to have Ocean Soul in a composition that relies on pick and burst. Mountain Soul would have been slightly better for that kind of situation, but you'll take Ocean Soul as well if you're trying to survive kind of the all-in engage from a couple of these members.
15 seconds till that Drake spawns, but Randolph Macon, they have gotten there a little bit earlier. You see the vision that they set up. They know exactly where Hood is and when. Could make the attempt to add a collapse right now. Here comes the charm in onto Rainbow Madness. Ultimate over, and Vernie Sanders will punish the side of the Lissandra. Bubbles now forced to flash away, but she will go down as well. James Blade now on a rampage, and Randolph Macon, they might not even need the soul to end the game. Looks like they will take their eyes back to the Dragon to finish it off. But what a turnaround this has been. And by the way, Deathless pushing to the top side as well.
Of course he is. Level 18. Can't be stopped. Going in. Flashing.
Going 1v3. Ultimatum comes through, but it gets canceled by the parry. Deathless now trying to run away, try to get something done. It was a little bit over aggressive potentially, but the Ocean Soul was picked up as a prize for Randolph Macon College. The inhibitor will go down as well. Deathless, a worthy sacrifice in this regard, but what can Hood do on the backside? Remember, no ultimate available here on the Slink, so not enough to try and collapse here onto the Randolph Macon members. Just be having to use that hook shot again to escape defensively, but it might have just been a little bit too late. Snow Tiger gonna go forward with the Spirit Rush now unstoppable on the Ahri, as it is now a 4v4 here. Vinny is still shoving in for Randolph Macon, who have picked up that Ocean Soul for themselves. So much healing on this team at this point as they're going to continue to crack open the Hood base.
Yeah, really tough defense about to be mounted by Hood. Could just be the game. They are without a big damage member in Slink. Slamming only level 15. Rainbow Madness does not really have damage items at all.
Wave has crashed in. Deathless does have TP upon respawning in about 2 seconds. We'll see if they end up trying to use it to end the game. Here comes the Summoner Spell, and that's enough to take down the final turret here for Hood. Hero's Entrance going to be enough to potentially buy some time. Big taunt landing onto the Galio as well, but the damage is just too much for Randolph Macon College, going all the way back in this game as they will pick up the win over Hood to start up this best of 3.
Yeah, what a turnaround from RMC. Right at one point, their base is being broken, but they find the critical fight to turn that Baron play around, Grapes. And we mentioned in that fight that the highlight of it was really the 1v1 from the top side that stopped the secondary engage. Deathless doing such a good job. And from that point on, this game was all about Deathless. Doesn't matter what the damage says, right? A ton of damage put out by the mid laner there and Snow Tiger. But that late stage of the game was all about the pressure that Deathless was applying in the side lane, just practically unkillable outside of a flashing into a 1v3. Really not an answer from Hood College, and the answers that they tried to send RMC's way cost them all of the critical objectives that ended up resulting in this opening defeat in this best of 3.
Yeah, what a game. It really looked like Hood were just going to run away with that one early on, but Randolph Macon, they stood strong. They came back. They took the small victories when possible at that point, and it seems like they were able to use their rather unorthodox team composition to really just take a firm grasp over this game. You don't normally see, teams at this level of play utilizing that split pushing strategy to the extent that Randolph Macon ended up doing, and of course Deathless was a crucial factor in that win in the turnaround, and we'll see if they will be a crucial factor in the next game as they will look to close it off early against Hood College. But remember, this is Hood's comfort zone. Remember, all of their series have been 2-1. So if history is, to repeat itself a little bit, their Hood's going to be in a very decent spot. So we'll see if the comeback will be there. We're going to take a short break. Yep, DJ, you want to say something?
Yeah, before we go, it must be said, Vernie Sanders real happy about those objective bounties that helped them get back in the game too.
that's the American dream.
Just say it.
Oh man. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens in game 2. We're gonna take a short break. We'll see you then.
The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea, into the blue. They change but in a cycle. that I can lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. The seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching, it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Each time of year carries memories, like a never fading whisper in the breeze. Oh, we will keep on changing all over again. Yeah, we will keep on changing, just like another season. Don't want another day without you by my side. Oh, this season. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Just like another season.
Is it okay if I'm to say I'm catching feelings from all the dealings? Am I astray? What do you say? How are you feeling? Is it the same? I hope you're not planning to waste my time. To my surprise, that was her reply. Now we vibe. It's been a while and such a ride, the stars align. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different different role. She my do or die, my bona fide. My up when I'm down, she's always beside me. She makes me feel alive, I won't deny. Her love for me is real and kinda suicide-y. She's not the same, she's such a rare type. She's far from plain, at least in my eyes. She said if I cross her, I'll be in the grave or under her type, but yeah, that's still my babe. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. Getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role.
I'm cutting dice. Look at these eyes. They're not here to please you. There was a time you could be mine. Before all that you put me through, I knew that you were trouble, but I didn't think you were bad. I'm living in this bubble and it makes you so mad. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go.
Hello, everybody. We are back for game 2 in week 5 of the NECC. Grapes and DJ going to take you through the action after Randolph-Macon had a very nice, successful comeback win over Hood College. We'll see if they have enough gas in the tank to finish off what they started. Take this second game.
I mean, they definitely had a plate of macaroons waiting for them, so I would hope they have the requisite amount
Yeah.
of fuel at this point, Grapes. Otherwise, what are we even doing here, right? Like
They're
it's like serving tacos on taco when you're playing taco gaming on Taco Tuesday. Like what are
I
we
was gonna
doing?
say like, oh, like they're gonna get cold, but like that doesn't really work for macarons. They kind of just
No.
exist like at a stable temperature throughout. Like it doesn't really matter at that point. But you know, the faster you can get to them, the better, I would say. And so for Randolph Macaroon, Macon something could be good for them to end this series early, and just for the overall boost of morale, as they as well have only won in those sweeps, as we said before. Their first win coming in week 1 against JWU Blue in that 2-0 fashion. So we'll see if they are able to do that one again as we, are getting ready for the draft to get started. I mean, what are some adjustments that you might want to see out of Hood, from that game? Was it the team composition that was an issue, or do you think it was just, some of the macro plays that they ended up making later on?
I think a little bit of the macro play was the problem, but we did mention they were pick composition, right? They could chase people down, they could win in extended fights, but I also mentioned that Rammus was a pretty good pick because they had a lot of kind of lower damage auto attackers, and you kind of saw as the game went on, they didn't really have the damage to cut through members. The fights got too extended, the healing was too strong, and of course, Deathless got to level 18 and had a very strong kit, was ahead of Slink. So I think a little bit more execution maybe than anything else. They did have some pretty solid plays in the mid game. Had the Baron, were close to breaking open the base Grapes. You could go with a similar draft. You would just need to execute a little better. But I personally would like to see a little more hyper carry, a little bit of a better scaling option from really either side, I would say.
Yeah, I think for the most part, that could definitely be an opportunity for both of them to go through. Yeah, just even looking at Randolph Macon's team competition from last game, in terms of late game like carry, you really had Ari as your main damage, which is not, like the biggest hyper carry in terms of just pure DPS. And on the other side, of course, as well, you have like maybe a Jin or a Camille for Hood College. So not much of that hyper carry threat in a 35-minute game. Having somebody that can dish out a ton of DPS can, definitely be a very important thing. So we'll see if either of these teams decide to make an adjustment here in game 2.
We'll see what the adjustments are. And of course, as you were mentioning, RMC, this should be their comfort zone, right? They know how to sweep. They know a little bit of how to get swept. So
Yeah.
the second game should be their comfort. But if they lose this game, I mean, they're practically doomed, right? Do they even know what a game 3 is at this point, Graves? Like they think they're playing on academy schedule.
Randolph Macon has never won a game in a series and then lost the series. So that's a potential opportunity for them. For the side of Hood, though, they have lost games and won series before, so it is possible for them to make that comeback if we're just using this sort of very strange heuristic of just looking at the past 3 weeks when it literally means nothing. But this is what you do as your caster. You analyze things, and sometimes it makes sense, and sometimes it doesn't.
Or a professional sports talk show host. Either or.
Wow, was that a shot?
I mean, in general, yes. There's quite a lot of sports talk shows that talk about scheduling for quite a bit and reminisce on the past games that don't really mean that much for the games coming up. Depends on which one you're looking at for better or worse critical commentary, Graves. But
Hey,
it's more of a blanket statement.
I'm a Brooklyn Nets fan, so I'm with you on that in terms of just like looking at previous like hindsight and things like that. We don't need any of that here.
Yes. Fingers crossed for you that the hindsight doesn't extend past the season, Grapes.
It's been a rough couple of weeks for me, I have to say, but things are looking up. Crushed the Sixers yesterday, looking more and more confident. I think might have to go through the play-in, which could be a bit of a concern. That's besides the point, though. We're here for a League of Legends broadcast here, not for anything else. A reminder that we do have a bunch of other series going on as well. Remember to check out NECC 2 on Twitch as well. Orbital RMC will be taking another series on the secondary stream, as well as more stuff after here. After this series between Hood and Randolph Macon end up concluding. So we'll see. Remember to just stay tuned. Again, thank you for tuning in to the NECC. About to get underway with the draft 4 game number 2. Both sides have remained on the same side. Both teams have remained on the same side, for the second matchup. Hood again on blue, Randolph Macon again on red. So we'll see where they decide to utilize their early advantages in the draft on either side. Of course, Randolph Macon on the red side with that last pick ended up taking the Ari. So that was a pick that really ended up being super impactful later on down the line. So we'll see if they try to utilize that to a similar effect as we get into the draft.
Yeah, they definitely could. Snow Tiger looked good on it, right? I think maybe something you guys out there in chat might be noticing is something that we hold here on desk a little bit is when you're playing in a very high elo series, typically there are champions that are kind of in the pool and not in the pool. And so you see pretty similar drafts with slight adjustments between games. So when we're asking for adjustments between games, we are factoring in that we can see wildly different drafts, even if a pick looked good in game number 1, which is why we are a little more hesitant potentially to commit to things, and also why I think general changes are what we're looking for. I think the big things again for me, a little more hyper scaling on a couple of members are things I would want to see. Better options in the late game. Deathless was kind of the only one we saw last game, Grapes. And that's one. I guess Graves can just scale out infinitum, kind of. Shen, not so much, but Hecarim definitely can.
Yeah, it's an interesting differentiation so far, very early on for both of these teams, as there's a lot of damage that has opened up for this topside duo to start things off for both squads. I'm excited to see the Shen delivery system on Vernie Sanders, as he will be on another fast boy throughout this game, as lock in for the mid laners as well as two different champions for both of them. Rainbow Madness going to be getting his hands on the Cassiopeia up against Snow Tiger's Vex.
Yeah, quite a different matchup for the both of them. Rainbow Madness going from a facilitator to a hard carry in the Cassiopeia, definitely filling the hyper carry role I would have been looking for. And I kind of like these first three picks. I'm not that enthused about the double AP in the mid lane. This feels like a pretty easy Banshee's angle at some point for Snow Tiger, itemization wise, but damage wise, I very much like it. And this actually does kind of jive with this comp as well. As we see the Jhin, I know I was asking for hyper carry, but what it's looking like right now is that hyper carry is Hecarim, right? You've got the engage, you have Shen to come in on top of you, you have follow up from Snow Tiger, you have long range from James Blade. It all kind of fits here for the side of RMC so far. And I do already like that on Hood's side, they do have two members that can play side lanes in the very, very late game.
Yeah, and again, this I would say this is a much better 5v5 team fighting composition for Randolph Macon, and that's just icing on top of the cake. I think as Twig's gonna lock into Tarek as well. Very, very strong 5v5 has opened up for, I believe, the Hornets here on the red side, looking for a whole lot of team fighting, and maybe on the other side now, the tables have turned a little bit for Hood. They have the Caitlyn lane this time. They have Graves for Slink, which might prefer to be in the side lane for most of the game. Maybe a bit of a differentiation in terms of the play styles. We'll see if it yields a different result.
Yeah, I'm Tarek Jhin. This is like half a lane, Grapes. I'll be honest. This will be nice for the team fights, of course. Having Tarek ulti in your back pocket's always something that'll be good for 5v5. He is going to have to use his spells pretty well, though, because half his team is going to go in. And then he and Jhin are going to be like, oh, wait for us. Like, we're over here. So he's going to have to use that connection really well to get the ulti down into the right members when they do engage. But if they do get it right, it is a powerful engage combination for RMC. And that's how I think they're winning this game, is these 5v5s kind of piling on top of Vernie Sanders. On the other side, I agree with you, Graves. I think it is these side laners, right? I think it is these solo laners. We see this Graves with the fleet. We see the Cassiopeia brought in. I think that needs to be the focus for the composition on the side of Hood if they want to keep this series alive. And I do think they have ways to win fights in the very, very late game and certainly win the side lane. So multiple options for them.
What could be a slight concern, I would say, for the side of Hood College is, I would say the composition that they set up has a higher level of execution for just in terms of like side lane presence and playing the early game correctly with this Caitlyn Nautilus lane that you set up for yourself down in the bottom side. So after faltering a little bit with what was, I would say, a pretty standard 5v5 team composition, it could be a bit of a struggle to see how Hood sort of try to adapt going into this next game, as it didn't work out for them past around the 25-minute mark or so. So maybe Randolph Macon now with that team fighting composition, they now have the agency to have a little bit more ease of execution. Just basically run forward at them, have the Shen ultimate on top, and basically that's all you need to do. So we'll see, how that ends up working out. Obviously, still potential for Hood to get those early game advantages like we saw in game number 1. Just a little bit concerned of what's going to happen down the line.
Yeah, I agree with you, Graves. I think it's going to be a little bit harder to operate for Hood College, right? This team fight is a little bit strange. Your main member in the team fight is definitely Cassia, right? It's definitely this mid laner in Rainbow Madness. You have to protect this member, use everything you've got. And a couple other members can try to set up the wombo of some kind. You go in with Diana, you follow with Petrifying Gaze, could be a combo, but the real DPS should come out of this Cassio, because the interesting concern I have for the kind of early game with this composition is we saw last game, RMC kind of struggled to get their Caitlyn very far ahead when it was in James Blade's hand. And this Caitlyn lane will push very hard because, again, I joked about it. Jin Tarek, not really a lane. I mean, they could get like a stun into kill like we saw last game, Graves, on the other side, but like they're not a great fighting lane combination at all. And so I would imagine there's lane push for Hood. But how do you defend that lane push? You have a farm to 6 jungler. Your mid laner should lose prio early on against the range of Vex. So there are options if RMC wants to get scrappy in this bottom lane and try to punish what should be a lot of pushing from Hood early on.
Yeah, when you think of the Tarek, you think of like hyper carries that go alongside it, or things like maybe a Callista to kind of hop around and land that dazzle on top of somebody. But Jin, not necessarily, but we'll see what ends up happening. I think Tarek does synergize well with the rest of the team that was set up here. When I saw this Shen Hecarim, I was thinking, oh, we should get like a Yumi to get on top of Bernie Sanders, just really add on top of that. I'd say Tarek does like a similar thing in terms of just popping that Cosmic Radiance, allowing for this horse to be just very, very strong, very, very tanky and unkillable. So we'll see if that ends up working out. Of course, Twig on the Tarek, another champion that can provide a lot of really solid utility and healing and support for the rest of his team. Just not maybe in the side of the bot lane alongside James Blade.
Yeah, it's just hard to do anything, right? Like you can kind of trade back if Nautilus gets a hook in, but you're like you said, Graves, what you're rightly identifying is when you pick Tarek, you're mostly trying to survive lanes. Sona Tarek in the past, right? Any kind of lane with Tarek. Yes, he has the 3 auto passive. If you don't know what you're doing, you can kind of get bonked and almost like a Dark Souls kind of thing. You're like, oh, where'd that damage come from? Like, oh my God, I'm dead. But it's really hard to make that happen. And it's particularly hard with someone like Jin, who doesn't provide consistent DPS, is on those kind of reload timers. So it's not for lane. It is definitely for the team fights. And so we should see RMC heading for team fights, looking for team fights, and trying to maybe punish if Slammin and Bubbles are over pushing or over aggressing in this lane. But we're finally out onto Summoner's Rift for this second game, Grapes, to see if we are going to have yet another RMC special and sweep, or whether it's time to head into Hood College's comfort zone.
That's right. Hood, again, they like playing these 3-game series. They like getting as much experience as possible. Maybe that's another way you can look at it here. As we'll see what ends up happening here in this game. I do really like the Randolph making competition. I think it's very creative. We'll see how it ends up working down the line. And for Hood, they have a lot of opportunities to get some leads in the early game and snowball that moving forward. Definitely, especially taking a look towards these side lanes. Slink and Slammin going to have the early push, going to get that early advantage in this early game. So we'll see. Again, bot side starts for both of the junglers. Going to be pathing towards that top side. Don't know if we're going to see too much interaction between It's Your Uncle and Bernie Sanders to start off, as the Diana and Hecarim, both champions that like to get the full clear, get as much XP into their pockets as possible early on.
I was going to say, I'm glad you bring that up, Graves, because we had a fairly exciting early game, right? A first blood pretty early on, a couple ganks to try to answer it. I might have bad news for everyone out there in chat, as
Right.
Graves has identified these are 2 scale to 6 junglers. Hecarim, more so than Diana, can do things if he wants to make a gank 3-6, but they both really want level 6 to do anything. And the bot lane of RMC wants level 6. They don't want this happening.
Oh yeah, and again, level 2 hit by the Hood College bottom lane to start things off. Slammin doesn't have enough range to land in the final shot onto Twig, but again, another very early advantage set up for the Hood College bottom lane. See if they can push that momentum further. It was actually the bot laner swapped on the opposite side. It was James Blade, Caitlyn lane getting a bit punished early on in game number 1. So now Slammin on the champion. Try to have a bit more success here getting the early push.
Slammin will have this again freely. Like you can see Twig, like he's just hanging out, right? There's not a lot you can do. Snow Tiger though.
I mean, okay. Again, Cassiopeia really relies on having a tier and a decent mana pool to stay active in these 1v1s. So
it cost a lot of mana. I was gonna say that cost a lot of mana. It's a good trade, but oh boy, that is a low mana bar, Grapes.
You can, if you play it right, you can still get farm if you have a very low amount of mana because of the refunds that come through on the Twin Fangs. But in terms of trading, probably not too much more to be done in the mid lane until a reset ends up coming through for Rainbow Madness. And so Snow Tiger will be comfortable just chugging the rest of those corrupting pots, staying alive in the lane now with that mana advantage. Your uncle gonna have the quicker early clear, gonna pick up both Rift Scuttlers presumably, but we'll see if Bernie Sanders can try to punish that sort of aggressive play up top side. Looks like Slink will be fine.
Observer didn't even head that way, Grapes. That is just that, huh?
That's the confidence.
Yeah, well, that literally Observer just like it's judging Bernie Sanders right now. Didn't even give him time of day for that gank.
Right in the bottom side here is Bubbles gonna try to push the aggression. It's your uncle forcing a flash out. Nice dredge line coming on to Twig as the dash will come forward again by the Diana. Not enough space or damage to take down this Taric just yet. But another decent fight again in favor of the Hood College bottom side. They're using the Caitlyn lane a little bit better than Randolph Macon did in that game 1, despite them getting that win. Getting the early push and the farm advantage as well.
Yeah, nice play, gets both the flashes, and a nice visual example for all you visual learners out there about why Diana and Hecarim want level 6s to gank. Bernie Sanders runs up to the top lane and doesn't do anything, and It's Your Uncle runs into the bot lane and doesn't do anything. Fortunately for It's Your Uncle, level 6s are not too far off, and both of the flashes are now down on the bottom laners, meaning there is a nice little juicy angle for potential dive and or gank in that bottom side, probably before the flash timers do come back up, Grapes.
Yeah, we'll see if they end up doing it. Of course, Deathless will always have that stand united, but honestly, forcing that ultimate out of the Shen is a win-win if you are Hood College. You either, get the fight won down to the bottom side, or you have the Shen TP down bottom and you allow Slink to just get countless amounts of plates off the punish. So sort of trade-off that happens here when you're playing against this Shen. But so far it has been Deathless getting the better end of the 1v1, up about 2 waves just in terms of CS. Slink, of course, off of that gank, was forced to take that reset. Did get punished for it by a little bit. Not going to matter too much just yet, as it is Deathless hitting that level 6 first, but surely to follow soon by Slink as well.
Deathless is level 6. This is, of course, a huge timer now because every play that Hood wants to make must now have the caveat of, oh, but Shen can be here. So you always have to consider that that shield is available when you do want to go in. See Bernie Sanders actually trying to kind of preempt anything. A big strategy often is to just go to the global and take it out. And Bernie Sanders is here to shadow. Does have It's Your Uncle pinged on the right side of the map.
Yeah, again, no ultimates had for either of these junglers, but Bernie Sanders maybe thought about a dive. Decides not to go for it, instead just using that blast cone, taking away resources here for the Hood College members in their own jungle. So looks like not too much action going to be haved up here in the top side. It's Your Uncle down in the bottom lane, finishing off this Scuttle Crab. We'll see how close this gets him to that level 6. Actually going to get it here right now. So with that Moonfall unlocked, opens up a lot of agency for Hood, and right on cue, they're headed to the Dragon.
Yeah, and of course, with the level 6 in, the bot lane pushing, there's just no reason. You just can't be here for RMC Vernie. Gonna clear this camp away so it doesn't get stolen away from him if he can do this fast enough. They are not gonna poke their heads in. We'll walk away. Should be able to clear his bottom side, get to his level 6, and then he should be able to make plays as well. But a little bit of a timer right now for It's Your Uncle. And again, the flash is still down in the bottom lane. And this wave is pushing out, Grapes.
Yeah, it looks like It's Your Uncle going to be prioritizing the taking of the bot side jungle for now. Still the potential to, again, go for these plays if the opportunity does arise. So, as we say that, it does look like It's Your Uncle is posturing around this bottom side. The river is warded, so it does seem like RFC will know that a play is happening, but will it even matter? Exhaust landing in onto James Blade, still does not have that flash. In goes It's Your Uncle. There's the Moonfall, beautifully executed. The exhaust onto the Diana does prevent some of the damage from going down, but we finally get a first blood as it will go into the hands of Slam, and Bernie Sanders coming around to try and reinforce if they decided to go too far, but doesn't want to take his chances there in the 3v2. First blood for Hood.
Yep, just beautifully done. We've been harping on it for a couple of minutes now, Grapes. The flash is not back up, and so they just force. They just commit all of their summoner spells, both flashes from support jungle, the exhaust as well to slow down the escape, and they just impose themselves upon the flash's bottom laners. A nice kill picked up, and Bernie can do to turn it around. Finally, Twig is 6. And now maybe a little more options if they wanted to make a play.
Oh, Vernie's looking. Yeah. Looks like not going to find too much off of that as the backs will just come through for slamming and bubbles. Decent job from them so far here in this early game. Not sure if they got the plate gold off of that, but either way, an advantageous situation that they've set themselves up with. Noon Quiver now acquired alongside the Berserker's Graves for Slam. So going to have a little bit of extra attack speed and economic advantage over James Blade. Just for the time being. And for Hood, again, it's them excelling in the early game so far. They have the first blood. They're working towards the Rift Herald. It seems like RMC might try to contest this. They have rotated Twig up the top side as well. It looks like Hood know better than to maybe forcing that fight. They're going to back away for now.
I'm a little surprised that Hood backs off. I think they can still win the fight. It would have been an overextension to try to take that Chickens camp where you're just right in range of Snow Tiger. But felt like Rift Herald would have been theirs because, again, Vernie killed a lot of time on this bottom lane, trying to stop a recall, seeing if he could clean up a kill. There was a full top side of camps available for him. Got him late to the Rift Herald, but it's your uncle deciding. They've got the slight lead right now, about 800 gold. They don't want to risk it. He'll just head back to the Rift Herald when he feels like they have a more certain chance to take it down.
Always, yeah, you still have time. Of course, generally preferred to take that Rift Herald before the 14-minute mark so you can cash in on some of the plate gold that you can get off of getting onto a turret before that certain time threshold. So we'll see if Hood decides to opt back for that at any point. It does seem like the top side still has that priority in favor of Randolph-Macon. It's a really unfortunate wave state for Slink with Vernie in the area, so just going to be forced to back, lose out on a decent chunk of CS, and probably use that teleport to get back and try and save the state of the lane.
Teleport will be expended, Grapes. Top laners both have them. Rainbow has one. We actually have Ignite on Snow Tiger, who finally did walk back, matching that lost chapter. So every tool really on the table for this fight. It's Vernie starting up the Rift Herald. With his push from bottom lane, they actually do have first rotation, so they can threaten that their bottom lane would arrive first.
And I think that Hood knows this, and they're not looking to go too aggressive just yet. Here comes Rainbow Madness, though. Scrap. Maybe the signal to go. Gotta watch for the bot lane rotations here for RMC. Absolutely crucial in them securing this objective. Alrighty, we see Randolph-Macon off to a better early game start than game 1, and of course we know how that game 1 ended up working out. See where this Rift Herald ends up going. Maybe Vernie just decides to proc this immediately into the mid lane just to get some gold into the hands of their players. Not the most efficient spot to put this down, but still going to get that gold nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, even Twig going to share some of this gold, and oh boy, they're going.
Here they go, Shadow Surge in, go Snow Tiger, it's your uncle getting locked down here. Will be a trade of the 1-for-1 as the junglers both will fall. Curtain called to zone away. Rainbow Madness still landing in some shots here with Twin Fangs. Fear going to land, forcing the flash away from the Dazzle, as Rainbow Madness still doing a decent amount of damage here. Crucial to note, plates are being taken on the bot side as we speak. Force slamming and bubbles, and now the Nautilus has roamed up to the top side as well. Fighting the top lane, Deathless in a bit of trouble, almost slowing down as Slink barely escapes with his life. So, decent trades overall, but I say at the end of the day, not really too upset if you're either of these teams. Both of them got basically what they wanted here. For Randolph-Macon, they get the Herald proc in the mid lane. If you are Hood, get those plates down bottom.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much just a dead even trade. I actually think it comes out a little bit in favor of Hood. They get 4 plates on the bottom side instead of the 3 in mid lane. They trade kills. The only thing they lose is, of course, Slink has to flash away from Deathless, who continues to extend what looks like a pretty hefty gold lead in that top side on this Shen. But we talked about Caitlyn's last game and the fact that I was concerned about James behind on that champion. Well, Slammin does not have that problem. Slammin is now up quite a bit of CS and a kill. He's going to go back and finish his mythic item, and he's going to be ahead of the curve and able to dish out the damage at the current moment. While Vernie on this Drake, they're going to get contested for this.
Yeah. Looks like just wanted to clear some vision out of the pit, and looks like the bot lane for Hood will be sticking around for now. It's your uncle just doing a little bit of preliminary scouting. Doesn't seem like either of these junglers really want to go for this objective just yet. We'll see, what the decision is for both of these teams. Pressure still in favor of Hood on this bottom side, again with the Caitlyn pushing forward. So Always a good spot for them to be in. It's your uncle gonna secure a little bit of extra vision here with the risk of their take. As I think we have hit a bit of a slow spot in this game at a very even spot right now, DJ.
Just a slight lead, still about 700 gold. As Dragon is the apple in both of the team's eyes at the moment. Hood has the first one. MC is hovering. Let's see if they can spring a trap. Rainbow is level 10 to just beat level 8 of Verney. Still just looking around this vision. Haven't started the Drake yet. We'll check from It's Your Uncle. What do we call A ramming if it's in river?
All river, all RR. ARR. ARR?
That works for me.
Something like that.
Just call it
Dragon
Tom
picked up-
Kench's tea party.
Sure. TKTP? That's a nice ring to it, actually.
There we
I
go.
actually do like
TKTP,
that,
right? It's a
yeah.
River King. Tom Kench's tea
Right.
party. I don't think they get Devils here. He does not
Well,
have Flash,
yeah.
actually. They can get him.
Interesting TPE coming out from Rainbow Madness. It's just very straightforward. Doesn't look like they have enough damage to take him down.
Oh,
and so the trade will be
they're
this
gonna
tower
lose
in the mid
for
lane.
that. Oh,
Yeah, so
that feels
maybe-
bad.
A bit overzealous on Rainbow Madness' side. Maybe thought that they had a little bit more damage, a little more crowd control to lock down Deathless, but looks like instead will just be that trade teleport for mid tower first brick, which is not a good thing.
Oh, are
for
we
Hood.
diving? Are we
I see a
diving
little bit
without a
more.
wave?
Yeah, slam
They
it
have Shen
in a
TP.
bad spot. We'll see if they end up really
Oh my
committing
gosh.
for this. It's your uncle and Bubbles are going to spot them out here. Moonfall going to land in on the Snow Tiger, who does flash away from the damage. Curtain Call does open up. The wave finally has arrived, and here comes the fight. Cosmic Radiance doing a huge amount of work to buy the time. A two-man dazzle as well, and here comes the Shadow Surge on the Snow Tiger, picking up the first onto Bubbles, and they're going for more under the turret here. Rainbow Madness not long for this world. Snow Tiger doesn't have a lot of mana though. Will pick up the double kill as they will try to get some more here with the Shadow Surge forward, picking up a triple for the Vex with almost zero mana in tow. Just the autos and the Shadow Surge enough to pick the kill onto Slammin'. 3-0 in favor of 3-1, sorry, in favor of RMC. Slink not gonna be able to find anything off of that.
Oh my god, Grapes, that was one of the riskiest dives I have ever seen. They're literally hovering under the turret without the wave anywhere in the vicinity. They get spotted out early on. A flash comes out from Snow Tiger to reposition, and they still somehow just managed to make it work. A triple kill for Snow Tiger, the third of which is with his dying breath under the turret with an auto attack. And I mean, bouncing turret shots, blinking health bars, but somehow, some way, RMC, they are getting it done. They are punishing Slammin' and company, and it is a finally gold lead now for the Hornets as they do come away clean from that play.
Yeah, and I would say much better start even for Randolph-Macon College at this point of the game. In game number 1, it was Hood that was at about a 3,000-4,000 goal lead at this point, and it was RMC that really had to force their way back in after the first Baron actually ended up getting taken by Hood. But for Randolph-Macon, a much better spot to be in. They have the fight won, gold practically even at this point, and the team composition scales very, very nicely in terms of the 5v5. So all is looking up for them at the moment. Hood's going to have to try to make some adjustments to get their way back into this game.
Yep, and they're going to get a little time here as we can see the second game in a row. A play's gone wrong, and the Hood jungler has just DC'd just instantaneously. Graves, I'm just messing around here, of course, but yes, they are going to have to make some adjustments, and I think it's hard for me to say this after what we just saw at the bottom lane, but I do believe that we see a little bit of the team fighting ability difference coming out from these champions, Graves, because I'll be honest, that dive, that looked like it was going to be a disaster for RMC. Like, that looked like the kind of play that could just completely, like, toss a game by the wayside, right? 4 dead under the turret. And they somehow managed to scrape that one out. The ulti from Tarek did its work. The Shed ult did work coming out of the backside to stun up the Cassiopeia. Like, it does feel like it's a little bit easier for them to team fight, because if they can win that team fight, I feel like a straightforward 5v5 front to back is just going to go so much better for them.
Yeah, it's definitely a good spot for them to be in, I say, at this point. As we said before, the team comp in terms of 5v5 definitely works better here if you are the side of RMC. For Hood, they probably just have to rely a little bit more on the side lane presence that they had. Of course, the Graves in that fight barely did anything and really got to the fight late and wasn't really able to impact the map. Maybe if you are the side of Hood, you have to focus more of your attention on going towards these side lanes, playing around the 1-3-1 a little bit more at this stage in the game, and just maybe allow for the Caitlyn to scale a little bit harder than they already did. So in terms of ways back into the game, it's a little hard potentially for Hood, but if you are Randolph Macon, you are looking good. Again, a similar team composition that was set up for game number 1, and I remember that Randolph Macon did end up closing that game out despite the team comp 5v5 working more in favor of the opposition. So still obviously potential for the comeback for Hood if they play their cards right.
Yeah, and if I am Hood, what I'm looking to do to kind of adjust this is similar to what we saw Rainbow Madness try to do, but just set up some timers and try to go kill Deathless, right? You don't want Deathless arriving at the fight. It's a tried and true strategy. Go to the global, kill the global, and then it can't arrive at the next fight. And again, there's side laning power available for this Hood composition. Slink has a mythic item, right? Already feeling pretty okay on this Graves. I think trying to kill him for Shen at this point is pretty inconceivable as they're going down. It's your uncle seems interested.
Yeah, but all members of RMC are kind of grouped up here. The Moonfall,
no ult on
very,
Deathless.
very dangerous. The numbers advantage does actually lie in favor of Hood at the moment. Deadly Flourish not able to take that one back. And so it's Hood forcing their way into the Rift Herald pick and securing that second objective.
Oh, they did it without the Stand United Grapes. They had no Stand United available. And they went for the Rift Herald. Auto base timer for Deathless. Ouch. You can't use your global spell if it's not available, man. This man did not have his tickets printed yet. He is not Mr. Worldwide if the spell's on cooldown.
It's just 304. Not quite there yet, unfortunately. Deathless gonna have that Stand United up sooner rather than later, as it looks like Hood's still gonna try to push the pace here as they know the cooldown is still up. Here comes the dredge line in onto James Blade, and he gets instantly deleted. 5 men strong in the mid lane for Hood College. They're going to use the Rift Herald to crack open this middle lane.
Yeah, thanks for the leash, and thanks to the mid lane turret as well, says Hood College. They force once again, commit the flashes to lock up James Blade. They kill him off without really any way for him to get out. He actually flashed as well, so a big win for them. They'll get the second charge and reclaim the gold lead all again off of that play. Take the Rift Herald initially off tempo from RMC. Go Snow Tiger.
Will be some trades. He's gonna back. He'll be fine. Trades on the side lanes here. It was decent for Randolph Macon. Of course, Snow Tiger was down to the bottom side, picking up that bottom outer turret. So technically a 1-for-1 in terms of tower takes. I would say that breaking up the mid lane base, mid lane is important in terms of getting the way around to the map. And if you are Hood, you do have both of those side lane turrets at very low HP as well. So effectively standing gold at this point in the game, but not going to be in their pockets just yet, as Randolph Macon going to be starting off this Hex Tech Dragon. See if Hood decides to go for the play. Teleport is available on Slink as well as that Stand United onto Deathless. Engage is going to have to be made by Bubble soon, and here comes the onslaught of shadows from Birdie to start things off. Stand United onto his head as well. Dragon does get secured by It's Your Uncle, but it will cost Bubbles her life. 2 members now getting traded on the backside by Randolph Macon, as Slink is now forced to run under the pit as well. Pops the shield bow, forced to flash, but it is all RMC in this fight. Taunted up is the Caitlyn, and she is not long for this world. A double kill onto Bernie Sanders, and Randolph Macon win the fight.
And the prophecy comes true, Grapes. We were wondering how the full 5v5 was going to go. This time there's no bot lane turret to worry about. This time it's a full front to back, and yeah, it's convincing. Bernie Sanders just ults on in, gets the ulti from Twig, as we imagined he would. That ulti only went on to Twig and Bernie Sanders. Those are literally the only 2 members that got the invincibility buff, Grapes. And it was not even close how hard they won that fight.
They're going to be able to pick up this Baron as well. Perfect timing for them, actually. Winning the fight right at the 20-minute mark. Maybe all according to plan if you ask the RMC members after this game. It will be the Hornets wearing purple, unless something really goes disastrously wrong. Deathless maybe in a bit of trouble here. The Miasma doing a decent amount of damage as well. Rainbow Madness will get onto the board here with her 3rd kill of the game. Nice job on the Cassiopeia to maybe be that scaling option down the line, but gonna have to do a whole lot more to get back into this one. Gold lead now at about 3K. Baron in tow. Randolph Macon seem like they're in control of this game.
Would have been a lot more confident about that if their split pushing side laner had not just thrown himself into the gray screen, Grapes. We actually saw Deathless do this once last game. Of course, he was a lot more fed at that point. The game was a lot more in control. This is really going to hamper the push, right? They had just taken Baron, no vision on the map, and he goes in onto the enemy support. This will seriously hamper the gold that they get from this push and their ability to push out the lanes. They've already taken 2 turrets. They should probably be focused as he now respawns and TPs in here on this top lane turret, the last free gold in the outer ring. Because again, I think with the time that's already been eaten on this push, going for the inner ring is going to be tricky.
Yeah, we'll see what they decide to do here. Their attention has been split as Slink is going to get chunked very, very low by Bernie Sanders. Deathless going to try to flash taunt, not going to be able to hit that one. It will just be the Graves running for the hills as the wave continues to crash forward, but priority still lies in favor of RMC as they're looking to make the push into the base of Hood at the moment. But it's going to be a little bit of a slower, Baron buff at this point. You're not really going to see the inhibitors crack, I would assume. Just trying to snowball as much gold as possible into their hands. In terms of the Baron power play, it was really not a whole lot just yet, as none of the structures really have been broken open. So, for Hood, not the worst spot to be in at this point.
I mean, they should still get this top tier 1. I don't think you defend this if you're Rainbow. Rainbow still wants to defend this. I mean,
hey, no Baron buff on Deathless.
Yeah, it does mean chunk damage onto this mid turret. They really should probably have Snow Tiger in the side lane.
Yeah, it seems like a pretty unmovable force right now for Hood College trying to defend this inner turret. Let's get chunked out rather low. Deadly Flourish does land in onto It's Your Uncle, forced to use that protobot to get away, but Bernie Sanders pops the ghost and they want to dance. In they go, locking down It's Your Uncle and immediately taking him down. 2 kills onto the board under the turret as well. That is the turn that we needed for Randolph Macon, and in comes Snow Tiger again, picking up the resets, flashing away to stay alive. All 5 members still stand for RMC, and only Rainbow is alive for the side of Hood, and it might not be that way for long. Pops a Petrifying Gaze to disengage. The base will be broken open here for Hood.
That's a lot more like it. Again, they just press those R buttons, right? And Bernie Sanders leading the way, has all the support and damage he needs on 2 items, just popping members, acting like the turret's not even there. Love the decisiveness on that play from RMC. It looked like the Baron buff was going to be very, very muted initially. I think the setup was not great from RMC, but they say, you know what? Setup's been bad. We haven't quite gotten this right, so screw it. Let's go kill him once again underneath the turret. They all commit together, and it pays massive dividends for them.
Yeah, looking very good for them at the moment. It seems like every fight just really seems to go their way. Hood did not want to push the trigger there. They have the engage potential here with Bubbles, with It's Your Uncle. Had multiple chances to maybe try to force a fight, but it seems like they just know that they don't win at this stage in the game. And with this Hextech Dragon going over as well, would be big for Randolph Macon to just stall out the soul, prevent any sort of strange win condition from opening up like it did in the first game against them. It does seem like they will focus their eyes onto this objective and likely take it.
If you are Hood College, you've got to be looking at this point now at Rainbow Madness to carry this game. It's Your Uncle is probably going to be the engage alongside Bubbles, but the damage has to come from Rainbow Madness on 1 or 2.5 items, really. The not quite transformed on the second item just yet into that Archangel's staff, but still at a pretty powerful position with this Cassiopeia. 3 kills in the back pocket. You can see 8,400 gold, the most fed member on his team, which is, well, unfortunately, when you look at the top side of RMC, and they are all quite fed as well. And oh boy, RMC is very alone here, and he's dead.
Gage started right away. There goes Rainbow Madness. There goes your carry.
I'm sorry, Rainbow. That's definitely my fault.
The caster curse right there.
That is 100% my fault.
Oh, 4v5 now opened up here for Randolph Macon. Is they're going to look to try and maybe close the door here onto Hood College? The wave clear is there for Hood, so unless another Baron ends up going over, it might be hard for them to really try to crack open the space at this point. Objective bounty is only now finally opening up only just goes to show how the gold has been in a decent spot for Hood. It's just how they've been playing these fights that haven't worked out as well for them. Inhibitor tower not going to get cracked open. Baron spawning in about 40 seconds. I wouldn't be surprised to see RMC go for a reset in the next wave or so. Just really focus their attention over to the top side of the map. But instead, it looks like they're sticking around here, DJ.
Yeah, the waves, unfortunately, this time not synced up like they were last game for Hood College in that push. So easy to just rotate around, clear this out. No Baron buff to support it. Do have the one member out in the sideline to finally get that top tier 1 and a little bit of extra push, but we will need another Baron Grapes. That will be the big next objective in 40 seconds. Oh boy, Hood's going to need to muster something in this fight because, again, the 5v5s have looked so hard to play for them. I think as we kind of talked about in draft, it is just so much easier for RMC to press their R buttons and roll over Hood's composition. We're going to need a miracle Petrifying Gaze, engage into Petrifying Gaze likely for them to win this fight, because as soon as the Onslaught of Shadows has come out every fight, they've just gotten split and easily picked apart.
Baron has spawned, and Randolph Macon have the priority around the pit. It's your uncle looking to try and scout out, but might get punished for it with his life. The root's going to come in. Onslaught of Shadows will get stopwatched away from, but not going to matter all too much. Snow Tiger now on a rampage. 0-4-3 on the Diana. A bit of an unfortunate scoreline for them, but looks like this will be the Baron take with the jungler down. Might be that final nail in the coffin for Hood College.
Yeah, it's definitely bleeding out a little bit here at this point, Grapes. That is just brilliant work off of vision from RMC. They use their long-range tool. Snow Tiger finds the initial pick. Follow-up is so very easy. And again, members just kind of poking their heads in alone or with limited support. Hood really hasn't had an answer to the pressure of Deathless in either game. They keep kind of sending members not quite knowing where to commit their resources, and they get punished very cleanly by RMC, who are now on the precipice of yet another 2-0 victory.
Well, technically they only have one. They have two.
It's
two
still
2-0
yet
losses.
still yet another. It's still yet another.
It's fair. The phrasing, I guess,
Might be exaggerating the record, yes, but the the amount of 2-0 of 2-game series, I suppose, is what we're going for here.
It will likely increase unless Hood College can do something really drastic at this stage in the game. Inhibitor tower has been broken open in the top side. Inhibitor not taken just yet, as one in the mid lane also just respawning. So we're gonna have to wait to see the base cracked open. Again, we just see Deathless continue to push here on the side lane. Actually working for a demonic embrace, which is something that you sometimes see on Shen's solo queue, which is an interesting build path, to say the least, on the side of Deathless. We'll see if it ends up becoming any sort of impact later here in this game. Inhibitor finally taken on the top side. Vernie Sanders looking for that sort of engage. Not going to go for it just yet. Instead, going for the safer option, going one lane at a time. And now Twig looks to go aggressive here. Cosmic Radiance on top means nobody on the side of RMC will go down. Bubbles just flash away here from the Shadow Surge, and they will pick a kill onto Snow Tiger. Only a 1-for-1 as the mid laners have both fallen. The fight is just going in favor all for Randolph, making another kill in onto Sling. And now it's a 4v3 with the Inhibitor going down to the bottom side as well. Only the Nexus towers stand in between a 2-0 victory and RMC. We'll see if they go for the fight here. In goes Bubbles, and down she goes as well. It's your uncle trying her best to do as much damage as possible. Slam and landing in the autos as well. Ace in the hole will take down the side of Vernie Sanders, but minions might just be a bit too much. But instead, it will be RMC backing away. They have triple inhib taken down. The Nexus towers only left alive, but they want to just go for as safe of a route as possible to the end of this game, pathing over to the Dragon.
Yes, it's a good hold from Hood, right? They stay grouped up. They don't let anyone get kind of picked out this time around, and they do get a couple kills on the back end, but it's triple inhib still. The damage has been done. Grape 6 supers in each, or 6 supers total. Each wave that does come from the lanes are just going to pile in the base. The Nexus turrets are hanging on by a thread, and this is it's the darkest hole to be in League of Legends outside of your Nexus being taken without, again, really great options to try to impress now upon the map. Right, we don't have any like side laners like Deathless was last game. You do have a couple team fighters that are getting up to level 15, but the team fights have been super hard for you, Graves. So Hood College running out of time at this point around, and one more clean play should be all it takes for RMC to wrap up the series.
Yep, gold lead now at about 7,000, so still not insurmountable to say the least, but it feels like a lot more than that, just given how well Randolph Macon have been playing these fights and how good their composition functions in the 5v5. Might be one final desperation attempt here for Slink and the rest of Hood. If they're able to, maybe find a miracle sort of engage alongside Rainbow Madness just absolutely going bonkers. Could be, their lone chance at staying alive here in this game, in this series. But with all the supers pushing in, the end seems inevitable for them. It's your uncle already chunked out the half HP, forced to get back into base as the minions continue to crash down. Randolph Macon looking to try to make this a 2-0 sweep. They're going to do it slowly and steadily here, 32 minutes into this game too. Slink trying to do his best in on the Twig. There goes the Onslaught of Shadows, and the engage has begun. Immunity onto the Hecarim for now. Nice chunk of damage in onto James Blade, but it just does not matter at all. It's your uncle, the second casualty in the fight already. Slammin is still untouched, but nobody else on his team is. Nexus exposed, 32 minutes in, and Randolph Macon going to get the 2-0 sweep over Hood.
Certainly are, Grapes. Right back in their comfort zone with 2-0s. What are game threes even to this college? RMC apparently been doing a nice job at the professorship, at the coaching staff. Even let those minions take the third inhib on the last push, right? Giving his people their time in the sun. But no, jokes aside, this was a very nice performance from RMC with the comeback in game one. And then game two, I mean, you can see it from the gold graph there. Just a pretty clean performance, right? They were slightly behind in the early game, but as soon as the fights broke out, the level 6s were online. It was just so easy for them. Just straightforward team fighting, using the Terra Ultimate, followed up by the Onslaught of Shadows, and they just ran over the composition drafted by the side of Hood College, who really didn't have any resistance, even when there was a turret involved helping them out.
Again, second game in a row that Snow Tiger ended the game with the most damage done across both teams. Mid laner here for RMC. Definitely being a very crucial factor in their wins, and hopefully for the rest of their squad, they'll continue to go towards this upward trajectory as they now have gotten through week 5 with a 2-2 record, split straight down the middle. And as as we continue to go forward in the season, only up to go from here. But that's going to be the end of our first series today here on the NECC. Reminder to check out the other stream on the second channel if you're looking, and don't be tapping away from here though, because we got another series coming up in just a little bit. We're gonna take a short break. We'll be right back with that.
When I'm with you, I am able to keep pushing my limits, and all the drive that I have, well, I'm going the distance with you. I didn't know what I had till I knew what was missing, and everything that I dread, well, I built a resistance with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you on the ground. You were gone, I wish you'd stay. I could look at you for days. Time was well spent, that's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you. Take your time, not in the fast lane. I understand that you've been broken too many times, but I'll be waiting to mend your wounds from all you've taken. But if we listen to each other and admit our mistakes, then I can show you who I am, because I'm not the same. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. You catch me when I fall. You know I'll keep you off the ground. That's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you.
The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea, into the blue. They change, but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. The seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching, it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall you came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Each time of year carries memories, like a never fading whisper in the breeze. Oh, we will keep on changing all over again. Yeah, we will keep on changing, just like another season. Don't want another day without you by my side. Oh, this season. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Just like another season.
Is it okay if I'm to say I'm catching feelings from all the dealings? Am I astray? What do you say? How are you feeling? Is it the same? I hope you're not planning to waste my time. To my surprise, that was her reply. Now we vibe. It's been a while and such a ride, the stars align. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She my do or die, my bona fide. My up when I'm down, she's always beside me. She makes me feel alive, I won't deny. Her love for me is real and kinda suicide-y. She's not the same, she's such a rare type. She's far from plain, at least in my eyes. She said if I cross her, I'll be in the grave or under attack, but yeah, that's still my babe. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. Getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role.
I'm cutting dice. Look at these eyes. They're not here to please you. There was a time you could be mine before all that you put me through. I knew that you were trouble, but I don't think you were bad. I'm living in this bubble and it makes you so mad. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like.
When you dream, do you see beautiful rays of light shimmering, guiding you through the night? I know it feels like the night's getting longer and light is harder to find. I promise I'll always be there. I'll remind you when you close your eyes. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn turn out. Even now, laying down hundreds of miles away, I can see you and me like it was yesterday. I know it's not the same, but I'm still behind you every step of the way. Look in yourself and I'll be there, I can guide you. All the love is the same. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out.
I need a second to take a breath, to keep me guessing with what you say.
Welcome everybody to our second series of the evening. My name is Rudude. I'm joined today by Django Ultimus on the colour role here today. Super excited to bring you this game. We've got UBC Amber up against the NECC Evangels, so this should be a really an exciting matchup to get us through the rest of the evening. Django, how are you doing this evening, dude?
I'm having a pretty good evening, and I'm looking forward to the League of Legends we've got in front of us. I feel like MACU really have something to prove in here, coming in with the 0-1 record. They don't got a lot to show, and they're going up against a pretty heavy hitter with Amber coming in with 3 wins already on the board.
Yeah, exactly. 3-0, not yet taken a defeat here. UBC Amber, of course, University of British Columbia Amber, that is to say. And so far, they've only dropped one single game across all 3 games that they've played as well, all 3 series. That is as well. So 6-1 to take game score into account. And going forward, going into the remainder of the series and through the rest of the season, expecting big things from a team that can come out of the gate quite so strong. That's the high level of expectations that we have coming into this, and up against a team yet to have taken a win in any game either. Certainly have some predetermined expectations that it is going to be UBC Amber, the ones who are favoured at the very least. So as you say, MACU Evangels, they do have a lot on their plate, and this is going to be a good time for them to show what they've got.
Definitely going to be a good time, and peeking over at the sneak peek of the draft that I got, they've definitely drafted something a little bit more off the walls, a little bit more creative, and that's always really exciting to see when it's going up against something very standard on the other side, like Ambers have brought in. I'm really curious. I'm not sure if we're supposed to be talking about draft yet or not. But I just wanted to harken that MACU definitely picking for comfort. Really looking forward to this mid lane matchup personally. And there's a lot of fun things to talk about and look at once we get into game.
Of course, and I can also I'll give you the vouch, and I'll give the people at home as well. They're to vouch that this is a good draft. I've seen it as well, and when we get on into the game, when we get on into showcasing what we've got on the way, you guys are certainly not going to be disappointed here. And first of all, I want to showcase, or say rather, that it's a pleasure to be working with yourself, Django. This is our first time being together on a show. Hopefully not the last either, but good times ahead for everybody at home as well. So, give us a little bit of time, but I'm sure that we will be able to provide you with what is, at the end of the day, a very good show between these teams. And there we go. Boom. We have a draft underway. And now you get to look like a mega mind right now if you want to predict the draft perchance.
Well, as it usually goes, we got a lot of comfort bans getting banned out by the blue side, a lot of big power picks that end up getting banned on the red side. That is not something that you have to be a prophet to figure out in League of Legends. So UBC Amber here in the first game having a lot more leeway with their bans, and you can see a Remus ban already towards Mateus. Shows that this jungler is really going to come in with a very special pull. Went over and checked the OP.gg. It does not disappoint whatsoever, and really looking forward to seeing what they get to bring to the table here.
And then Zeri taken away as well, one of your typical red side bans that we do tend to expect and are probably going to see a lot more of throughout the duration of the evening. Maybe those new nerfs, maybe they're going to drop her down a level or two. Nautilus, Rammus, and Katarina taken away by UBC Amber. MACU going to decide what their final ban is going to be with Tom Kench off the board. Zeri and Jinx going to be those two, so targeting the AD carry pool a little bit.
Yeah, and I don't know about you, but I am completely and absolutely ready for this meta to change up.
Yeah.
Zeri ban, the Jinx ban, and then you have to imagine the Aphelios is going to come in somewhere at some point. These champions have just been so prevalent for so long. I'm really hoping that the nerfs they're putting and the buffs they're putting to other champions really start bringing new picks into the fold. I think the problem with the picks that are strong right now is they're not very popular in high elo competitive play. So I think we're going to be stuck with this meta for a little bit longer, unfortunately.
Yeah, just waiting for those teams to adjust and seeing, if they can make some changes happen to what they're playing at the very top level. And we've already got ourselves a load of the picks actually coming on through the first round of picks already over. They are doing it in playing order, so these weren't the order in which the champions were picked. But from top to bottom, Dr. Mundo, Hecarim, and a Vigar up against a Garen, a Warwick, and a Kassadin. Some of those spicy picks that you alluded to here. Certainly not disappointing.
Yeah, and as we're going to get the AD carry pick on the red side, this is something that I wanted to highlight when I talked about the Aphelios. Did go over to the blue team, but it actually wasn't the first pick. UBC Amber valuing the Vigar above all else here as their initial pick, and it was MACU that brought the Jhin Alistar onto the table that was then answered by the Aphelios. So really curious to see those two AD carry bans, and then feels like MACU don't feel like Aphelios is strong, or maybe just that specific player's Aphelios is that strong. So, odd priority, but as you can see, priority isn't the only thing odd about MACU's draft now that it has completed.
Yeah, they've got themselves, obviously, this Jhin Alistar bot lane, arguably the most sensible, most meta area of the map for these guys. The Garen was their 5th pick on the red side, so they saw everything that UBC Amber had, and they decided that Garen was their top laner of choice. They've got a Warwick in there as well, not a champion that we see all that frequently. Casting into Veigar, I know personally, is a pretty good matchup, but that mid lane and the top lane as well, they do appear to have good sides to go from.
Yeah, I was really, really surprised when I saw the Warwick come in on the draft, because the first 3 picks were the Jhin, Alistar, and the Caston, and I thought to myself, okay, a ton of CC in the bot lane. You've got this casted into Vigar matchup that you obviously like. Now you need this jungle that can come mid, push out the mid wave with the mid laner, and then roam down the bot lane and really play around the bot side. Warwick wasn't the first thing that came to mind, but the more I look at it, the more I just see heavy, heavy skirmish potential, especially after that casting gets the Rift Walk. And I expect the top side of the map to just be, rather the bot side of the map, just to be where MACU flourishes. And then they have a counter pick in the top. So draft seemingly MACU got what they want, but you can't doubt that UBC Amber's draft is not just a stock standard team fight, really meta composition. So I can't say they're unhappy either.
No, exactly. We like you said pretty much at the off the rip here. We've got UBC Amber who have come in with this. Wow, okay, this is hit you in the face meta, strong picks. But then we've got MACU coming into this who, honestly, they've got good matchups in the majority of lanes, those solo lanes we talked about. They're feeling pretty confident, and anytime there's a Warwick in a game, you have to be very, very aware of where they are on the map. Obviously, that passive, getting anyone below 50% HP, and all of a sudden, where it just charges out of any single brush, can be fairly scary. He's also got the lethal tempo, as we can see down on the bottom there, so extra attack speed to champions, regardless of their health pool, that'll be very exciting as well.
Yeah, and I think the Conqueror on the Hecarim here is interesting to note as well, because I think you can go two sides to this coin, right? You can say, well, Conquer into 4 melee champions, fairly good. You're going to be able to stack it really quickly on the Hecarim. But I also think there's not a rune you can take to outduel the Warwick on an even playing field. And so in a lot of situations like that, I know junglers like to take the phase rush, be able to proc it, and just walk away from any situation. It's obviously got offensive capabilities as well. So I'm going to keep an eye on that rune. There are some people who are very, very finicky about Hecarim runes and are very, they have strong opinions. I'm not one of those people. I think as long as your playstyle matches your rune choice, I'm a happy camper.
Exactly. I couldn't agree more. If you're playing to what you've picked, that's pretty much all we can ask for, really. And something else that I did quickly notice, that we've got actually a Kassadin with first strike, so that's not the typical keystone of choice, but I'm very excited to see what Walmart Evolved can make happen with that one. And then having a quick look at both of our supports here, we've got a Guardian for the Seraphine, which stands to make a lot of sense when there's a fair portion of dive over on MACU. And then Aftershock as well for Alistair. Fairly stock, fairly standard all told.
Yep, there's Aftershock users, there are the Glacial users. I'm a Glacial user myself, and especially when you've got the 4 melees here, it doesn't feel like you need to be as tanky. Skirmish power too, favor the Glacial in my own opinion, but Aftershock is just such a stock standard Alistar playstyle. I know when Phase Rush came into popularity, there were just Alistar players that didn't enjoy the playstyle. They didn't like being squishier. And hey, if you're going to play your champion worse because you swapped up your rune, stick with Aftershock. It's still powerful. So not too much of a problem there. Something to note as well, we got Ignite on the Alistar side while we have Heal and Exhaust paired up on the Seraphine Ophidios. We're obviously seeing that these bot lanes have different ideas of how they want to play the game.
No surprises, exactly, that the Seraphine wants to take heal, potentially wants to sit back, and also worth noting that it's actually Ming SB who's gone for the exhaust, so making sure that if Garen, Warwick, Kassadin get anywhere near him, that he has at least one exhaust ready to go around, and at least in the laning phase as well, there's going to be a little bit of safety in that regard. We load up onto the Rift then for this first game of the best of 3. Between UBC Amber and MACU Evangels. Let's see who's going to come out on top.
I'm sorry, my eyes just keep getting drawn to this mid lane. Walmart Evolved, really, just his items, his runes, the Kassadin pick itself is just saying, this Vigar can't touch me in lane. This, whether it's the Vigar pick or the player he's playing against, it is a lot of greed he's going in here with the Dark Seal, with the first strike. With the Kassadin pick in general is a very scary champion to pull out in these more competitive environments where you can just stack dives over and over and over again. Hecarim and Vigar are a very potent combination, and we'll see if Walmart Evolved gets to feast or famine this game, because I am so looking forward to this mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, you've hit the nail on the head. Both of these mid laners really are opting into this fairly greedy route. It's matched by Devin, who's gone for the Tear of the Goddess as an opener as well. So we've got, on the one side, a lot of stacking of the magic damage and the ability power. On the other side, a lot of stacking of the mana for more spell casts. So we'll have to wait and see which playstyle and which statistic itself ends up going to yield more fruit. Both of your junglers starting on the blue side, potentially pathing to opposite ends of Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, we could see the opposite side come out from both of these junglers, and really that makes a lot of sense in my mind, especially from the Hecarim side. I feel like the Hecarim wants to protect his bot lane. Maybe guessed that the Warwick was going to start topside, obviously has the knowledge with the Raptors that that is not the case, and now Ophidios Seraphine are going to be pretty free to just push in this bot lane with their priority, deny the Alistar any level 2 potential, and this Jhin Alley is going to be on the back foot for first 5 waves at least.
My favourite thing about bot lanes up against an Alistar is when you punish it level 1. Obviously a champion that at that stage can do very little, maybe take the headbutt and knock somebody away. Other than that, doesn't have a whole lot of trading power, so credits to UBC Amber for their early aggression. We do plan up to the top lane where Ignite has already been expended by a Specials, who currently has a large HP advantage, and up against a Dr. Mundo, he's going to have that HP regen coming from the Garen passive. Himself nice and safe. Worth noting, TP does still hold some merit and is still there on the flip side.
Yeah, I feel like Garen's got to be in a really nice spot right now because the Ignite was put down. The teleport is available, like you said, but enemy jungler is bot side, his jungler is top side. He can just keep Mundo locked in this lane. It's actually pushing towards him. He's going to have to expend teleport just to break this freeze. And we're getting a nice advantage with this R5 pick already in the first couple minutes. You'll love to see it.
Full clear for Twang on the Hecarim. Quick 5 camp into Crab for Mateus. So a little bit of a different look. And potentially now an opportunity in the mid lane. That Veigar with no health coming through the flash. And a quick clean gank in the mid lane for the NECC squad. Now in the bot lane as well. Ponyboy finds the stun. Heal comes through on both sides. Teddy wants to run away. Fourth shot is going to be the disengage key for Johan as takes an extra graviton. Librum comes through, almost takes him down there. And Gatsby certainly not messing around on this Aphelios.
Lot of return damage there from Johan, or by onto Johan as he backs away from that engage. That is the big scary thing when you're playing this Alistar is once you've gone in, once you've expended all your spells, that's it, you're done. You and your AD carry have to turn tail, and that's when these double range lanes can put a lot of damage in your back. Even with the boot start, could not run away quick enough. We're seeing bot lane leads here for UBC. It's MACU with the top lane lead. A little bit of a split map. Actually, the Garen went back to base after the teleport came through, wanting to match the items coming up. Didn't miss any amount of... I think he missed about 1-2 CS maybe, honestly, with that base. So really efficient base. Going to pick up the XP and CS underneath this tower and return to having this lead. Something to note, at least in the mid lane, is that Walmart has not been punished here in the first 5 levels, has still flash available. They did not put any restraint down on this Cassidy in the early levels. Looks like he's going to get that Rift Walk for free. And we'll see if that comes to bite UBC in the butt later on.
That is the dream, really, for a Cassidy hitting level 6 with very little contest. Particularly when you're up against a Veigar Hecarim. Could argue there's some very good gank sets up there, and this combo in particular actually has a fairly niche interaction. We'll have to hold that one because Twang, he's looking on this bot lane. Johan is nearby. Ghost already popped. Can Ponyboy do anything to help? A really good timed headbutt actually keeps his AD carry alive. Flash was expended, but nevertheless, Ponyboy there to save the day.
That's really hard on Johan just walking up, and that's just the few seconds that you don't think about if you're not 100% paying attention all the time. If Alistar's standing right next to him when he's walking back to lane, it's a completely different story. And that is just, you don't have to blow your flash in that situation. Small mistake punished on the side of UBC. And Twang has been certainly more active on the map, it feels like, to me. But this so...
Oh, there's a dive. Ignite comes down, Heart of Africa. You're dead, buddy. First blood for specials.
That was the last or the second to last tick of Ignite, but it's not over.
There's more
You'll have
in
no
the
flash.
bot lane. Twang comes back. He's looking to get the Jin. They fall. Ponyboy now next to follow. Ming with the Graviton Q seals the deal.
2 kills answered back on the bot side. It's the 2 different sides of the map, and I'm a little disappointed that mid hasn't been the one getting involved in getting on it, but it has just been the solo bolo up in the top side. Heart of Africa just really having a hard time up here against the counter pick. Bot lane, really unfortunate to see this Jhin Alistar struggling in the lane phase. They feels like they weren't set up with success. Warwick pathing away from them in the early levels really put them behind. They tried to flip it and put them in a very vulnerable position afterwards. So now we'll see if Walmart evolved with his mid lane pretty much wide open now. He's able to get on the map and maybe help out the bot.
Twang's level 6. He wastes
Oh,
no
it's a
time
2-level
onslaught.
difference.
Shadows goes in. He gets the blue buff as well. Mateus gets the fear, and he's actually going to be able to walk away. So the ultimate expended, but gains the blue buff. And as you mentioned, there's still a 2-level gap between these junglers. The farm discrepancy really now echoing itself.
Unreal that Twang feels like the Hecarim has been so much more impactful on the map and with the big CS lead. Not a good look for the Warwick here early, although obviously that champion does come online once you get access to that infinite duress. Should be, normally at the 8.5 minute, I'd say coming up soon, but just ticked over to level 5. Got a couple camps on the bot side of the map to take. Don't think that's going to be quite enough to push him over to level 6, so Mateus is really going to be on the back foot for quite a while. I think that's just going to continue to have the lane struggling.
Aged up in the mid lane, Walmart Evolved is able to get his way out to safety there. Twang showing his presence once again, spotted on a ward on the bot side of the river though. And as we go a little bit further into this game, I think that looking at that jungle disparity, certainly is going to prove a bit of a factor. Even as far as the first clear went, Twang went for the full clear as opposed to the 5 camps, and the Hecarim just clears faster than a Warwick. That is unfortunately just the nature of these champions. Twang putting very good use to that effect, making sure that he's getting those gold leads in not just the lanes but also his own jungle. Now as we look up onto this top side, there is that Berserker Boots completion already for our specials, and currently working toward what will be a number of mythics with that Kindle Gem in the inventory. And now Ponyboy maybe getting a little bit baited. We see that Twang is down here. There's a couple of captive audiences knocking about. If they get dodged, it's going to be an instant ghost, instant onslaught of shadows. Johan doesn't get tagged by the charm and may be able to walk this one out, but never we mind. The rampage continues. Twang in the bot lane picks himself up 1. Teddy takes down 2, and Mateus comes here just to see the cow fall.
That was just such an unfortunate situation for Johan and Ponyboy. They knew that they had to do something about that wave, and you could see Twang got spotted out when his sweeper hit those captive audiences, but it just was too little. No flash on the Jhin. This time you had the Unstoppable Onslaught to immune the knockback from the Alistar. Even with the Seraphine ult not tagging onto the AD carry, it's still 2 kills in the bot lane. And now this Aphelios Seraphine plus the Hecarim just feels like they can start running over every single team fight. And at 10 minutes into the game, not a single dragon has been taken, not a single herald has been taken. So it's not looking good right now for the boys over at MACU. Walmart Evolved, kind of the one I'm looking to get them out of this rut. The special's also doing well up in the top side, but these lanes, they're not nearly as activated as bot lane, let's put it that way.
You're quite right. That one solo kill up in the top lane is about all that has been said from this R5 Garen, and we get a quick look over at those gold leads. It's a 600-700 gold lead in the top lane for MACU, but we look at the bot lane, 1400. We look at the jungle, 1000 there as well. Ponyboy goes in potentially as a bait. Here's Mateus, level 7 now, but the infinite duress goes the wrong way. A very well timed flash from JAG Teddy in the mid lane as well. We didn't see it, but Devin found himself his own solo kill. Flash expended on the Castadin as well. Specials here now to try and reclaim some of that gold, and with Mateus on the bot side as well. It's going to be a quick pickup. Vengeance has been found for Walmart Evolved.
Devin with a solo kill, not expending the flash, however, is really impressive. Getting himself a couple hundred gold lead, even with the kill going back. Got the push under tower, so lane positive still up for the Veigar. And it looks like all this bot lane advantage is finally going to spill over into the first objective as Twang starts that one up. All 3 ultimates available on the bot side. This should be absolutely uncontestable.
Yeah, Specials doesn't fancy translating that top lead over into what is a very scary bot side of the map for UBC. As currently, both of the kills for MACU, and if we're looking at anywhere that has the resources to potentially carry the Evangels in this game, it has to be Specials on that top side. Crown now completed in the mid lane for Walmart Evolved. It means that that initial burst from the Veigar is going to deal significantly less, or he's going to need a little bit more for Forts to take down. Call now down in the bot lane. Twine maybe a little overextended, but the third shot goes wide, and a lovely encore is going to stop the engage. Ponyboy goes a bit too far now in a 1 versus 4 scenario, but Walmart Evolved not going to leave him out to dry just yet. The Inferno multi on top of the Onslaught of Shadows isn't even enough. One more Rift Walk plus a 4th shot from Johan makes it a 1 for 2 here, but still a favourable trade for UBC.
Ming standing a bit too close to that wall. Just allows Johan to pepper them down right on the edge. Gets 1 kill back, but honestly, UBC is still very happy about the trade. They did give over the Herald on the top side of the map, which makes Ponyboy going forward there all the more interesting, getting punished for the 3rd time this game. You can see Heart of Africa is going to stick his nose, find Mateus in the top side. I'm not sure who wins this 2v2, to be very honest with you. No mythics yet.
If it was a 2v2, I'd be there with you, but it's a 4 versus potentially 3 if we look at the minimap. It's going to be a little startup by Heart of Africa. Cleaver connects, especially Alice doesn't have far to run before he reaches his turret, but the flash is expended all the same. A little bit of topside presence. UBC Amber, they show their faces and they get the flash as a reward.
Get that. Had to flash before the cage came down and pinned his specials. Didn't want to even wait for the cast time. Knew he was in range. Gets out. No problem whatsoever. Really worried for his specials as this game goes forward. I'm going to keep an eye on the inventory, see what the build goes towards, because you're already playing into a, in my opinion, oh, he's just one shot.
Oh, it's so close. Kassadin
I
passive.
thought he got it.
Kassadin passive, everybody. A little bit of extra magic resistance right there, and taking reduced damage could well have been the difference. Seraphine Veigar combo on other champions. Maybe that's just a kill.
I really thought, because they waited their main burst, the primordial burst, until after the crown had actually worn off the full 3 seconds because they had so much CC. Really thought it would be enough. Just enough to get Walmart out. Top lane tower going to fall for Heart of Africa first is not what you expected, but the pressure from 4 people walking top was just too much.
And this was the lane that actually got heralded by MACU, so getting the first Rick there certainly feels good. Especials once again just goes for the 1v1, this time takes it successfully, Conqueror Ignite, and a lovely Garen True Damage ultimate is enough to take down the Mundo.
I feel like Heart of Africa really needs to start popping that ultimate sooner in these fights. The special just knows when that True Damage plus Ignite combination can cut through enough healing to get the kill. It's twice now that Specials has found that really easily. Just knowing the damage there, killing him on the ticks of Ignite multiple times is really impressive to see. I always like to see people who just know the numbers to such a small margin, and that is exactly what its Specials has been doing. Meanwhile, UBC, this is what they've been doing. Bot lane here for Twang. Trying to get Ponyboy in. It's a 3v3.
That timing on the engage really awkward as Johan now the one in trouble. Flash and heal, not enough to save him. Here comes Walmart Evolved though. He goes in, dashes right back out. Ming is still free hitting. It's a double fear coming through from Mateus, and this could save the fight. But a huge Inferno multi gives Theos a lot more HP. They're just winning between 2 turrets. 3 people go down. Despite your Kassadin being level 10, it's just not enough.
A 4v3 in between 2 towers. They don't lose a member. UBC kiting for their 80 carries so well. Ming not losing their cool in that teamfight whatsoever. And it's just a massive, massive win for UBC.
Absolutely bullying MACU between their 2 turrets in the bot lane. One of them no longer stands, and have to call out that the Moonstone from JAG Teddy actually was doing a lot of good work. The heals consistently coming through. No anti-heal on the bot side of MACU, and unfortunately, they do pay the price right there. 3 people going down. Johan for the 3rd time this game. Ponyboy for the fourth. You talked about it, that this bot lane had been getting punished quite significantly. A Rift walk forward, but ultimately nothing else to come from that situation. A deadly flourish as well on top. Currently MACU, they're spending a lot of resources into the mid lane. They've lost their 2 side lane tier 1 turrets, but this mid tier 1 still stands strong.
To me, this just feels like the part where the Evangels really need to just cause chaos. Their team fight kind of has this chaos born into it with the Cassian, the Warwick, the Garen, the Alistar. The Jhin helps set it all up from a very long range. I think, if nothing else, the last team fight proved that UBC just thrive when it is a grouped up, full-on engage. You need to get scrappy, you need to get creative, you need to find different angles. I think if you ever try and fight UBC head-on for the rest of the game, you will.
So the name of the game for MACU, try and find some spicy pick potential. You've drafted this composition, which is built around what could very well be a nice side lane split push. A 1-3-1 perchance could come to be. Got this casting, got this very fed Garen as well. 2 items completed, matching the, very well endowed Aphelios right now, who's 2 items in on his own end. And as you mentioned, Django, if they go for that 5 versus 5, it is going to be very difficult for them to come out on top. Getting access to the Aphelios is rule number 1, and trying to get through his health bar when he has Seraphine with a Moonstone Renewer is going to be even more difficult. Currently a mid lane duel going down between the 2 teams. It's NACU trying to defend that mid lane tier 1. You can see that with quite a lot of pressure, UBC, they're going to try and take it down for themselves. Instant onslaught of shadows. And it just doesn't matter. ADCs in 2022, but Twang's likely to go down under the turret. The charm comes through, and it means that Especiales takes a little bit longer to kill the Aphelios, who gets taken down. The Garen is here to party. He's taken 1. Walmart Evolved goes forward, doesn't quite find the second, and now Heart of Africa could be in his own little bit of trouble. CC prevented, JG Teddy goes down, the headbutt pulverized, finishes 1, good flash from Ponyboy, stops the fighting from his end. Now here comes that ultimate from Heart of Africa, going to be enough to keep himself alive, but a 1 fight in the mid lane for MACU.
They pick up an additional oh no.
Blocking those cleavers, but there's one that goes through. Walmart Evolved doesn't look like he's going to be long left for the world. Those Riftwalk stacks just now ran out. And he gets himself out to safety. Another one picked up on the close of play. Plus, that mid-tier 1 for UBC.
At the end of it, makes it a 3v3 with UBC getting the tower as well. Technically, they come out on top, but I don't think, considering the game state, that the Evangels need to be that worried about how that went. Unfortunate, Cassidy didn't get more kills. Specials did find their way onto the Aphelios, and I think that's the big key that they need to look at for the rest of this game, because you saw while Devin puts out a lot of DPS, it's not very consistent. You've got to land the skill shots. I feel like he's much more useful in these team fights when he's ever frosting the Garen, putting the cage up to stop the Cassidy, and rift walking onto his AD carry. Seraphine wasn't enough peel just by themselves. And we're going to need to see Ming be set up more for success, because this Aphelios damage is absolutely crazy if they're allowed to free fire.
Yeah, I mean, peeling this Aphelios certainly proves to be a fairly standard strategy across multiple other regions, so no reason it can't work once again here. You can see them pushing their way through the mid lane, have that Infernum weapon ready to go. Sociala's on that top side, does have the ulti, doesn't get the kill. And Twang, he's there to save the day, to pick up another one. And it looks like now, UBC are going to head toward the Baron.
Gonna start this one off right away. There's no vision in the area, but you have to imagine when they're not showing on either wave, that's gotta be where they have gone. Now the pings come out, nobody's on the wave, they have to be on the Baron, but it's 3k already. I don't think they can do anything.
Curtain call comes through, Mateus doesn't get into the pit in time, and now the Onslaught Shadow is going to pull back the cow. Back to the slaughterhouse you go, 6 times in one game.
Pony Boy stepping forward, they didn't know the HP, and the support was willing to take the risk. Goes down for it. Now you're going to have a 4v5 on the map. You're going to seed Soul Point and likely seed at least one of these inner towers you have.
And now the question becomes, what can UBC get with this Baron? They've got 2.5 minutes still to make things happen. Of course, having just taken it, teams tend to want to do a reset and then a full push with about 90 seconds left on it. We'll have to see whether that becomes their choice or not. There's a lot of item breakpoints that you can look to be made up for. Most notably that Rabadon's death cap in Devin's inventory that is teasing us a little bit with those 2 NL rods. Those resets now finally coming through, and UBC with a little bit of time delayed. 1 minute gone on the Baron. They've still got plenty of time to make things happen in these side lanes as well.
Plenty of time, but if I am a UBC coach, which I am most certainly not, I really don't want to see them go too overconfident with this Baron. I think this is the position where you are most likely to throw. You got Dragon coming up in 4 minutes. It's Ocean Soul. It's absolutely busted, guys. Just grab a couple of these inner towers. You don't even need to go to the Nexus, or rather the inhibitor towers even. Just get yourself on the precipice of their base. But it is going to be Evangels looking for that odd fight, looking for that flank, but they're spotted out on all angles.
They're still going to go, though. Especialis has made his way onto Devin. The ulti from Warwick doesn't quite hit, but the Veigar's already down. Walmart Evolved manages to get out to safety, as does Mateus. The TP in from Heart of Africa means he's going to start chasing them down. It's a 5v4 in favour of MACU, but they're the ones on the back foot. The cow goes down once again, as Specialis soon to follow. Heart of Africa walking forward with impunity. The turret falls, and the Mundo does not. A 2-for-1 in favour of UBC Amber.
Massive, massive encore from Teddy, keeping everyone locked in that corridor for a long period of time. And while Devin was caught out, it didn't matter because they expended their flank to kill the Veigar, not the Aphelios, and then they ended up in a front to back. Even in a 4v5, they blew too many cooldowns. They weren't able to hold down the Aphelios. Free hit onto their members. Oh, that's
Caught
not
up
good.
by the Force Pulse. Warwick to follow means that your Aphelios does go down. Heart of Africa, next one up on the chopping block, but can they get through this Dr. Mundo's health pool? Fourth shot would do a lot of execute damage, but there's no way to get there. Another flash forward, the Rift Walk finally takes down the Dr. Mundo. A shutdown in the favour of Ponyboy's back pocket. Twang now. The next one under siege tries to take down Johan. Doesn't quite find it. The flash safety is enough. An encore comes on through. And UBC all of a sudden turning the fight.
A lot of scrapping happening here. And I think Ponyboy might go down. No, Specials goes up to save him.
Yep, I mean, once again, just guaranteed damage would appear here that that's more than enough. A second kill for him in the pretty much same sort of fight. All Evolved has backed and is now TP'd in to see if there are any scraps for him to pick on off. Devin, the one who it would appear is under fire. A flash forward and a taking down of the Veigar. Now Specialis take down the Aphelios as well. No ulti would suggest the negative. And the flash forward, beautiful from Ming. Finds another kill.
Free item of Aphelios. Ming, very, very strong there, but I'm going to be a little bit critical of UBC. I kind of teased it right before the fight went well for them, but they overstayed. They didn't need to. It's a minute and a half until their soul, and Evangels are a lot closer in gold than they probably expected to find themselves in, and the Aphelios doesn't have flash. Things don't look great, but they could look a lot worse.
Yeah, ultimately, they still have that gold lead. It's still fairly sizable.
Oh, it's massive.
It is indeed massive. But not having the flash on the Aphelios, we have seen, Specialis, if he gets access to that Aphelios, it doesn't matter whether you have BT or not, the Garen is going to kill you. And that is just a product of playing an AD carry up against a bruiser in these, early, mid, late game stages of the game. You talked about the soul being the spawn up in a few seconds time. We've got now 40 seconds left on that one. And Heart of Africa with JAG Teddy immediately into the river. They don't want any form of vision being put down without them knowing about it. Twang and Ming are going to take out the top side of the river vision themselves. We've got this duel, this dance to occur with mid lane inhibitor down. This is one that is ultimately going to favour UBC if it goes on too long.
absolutely favoring them. As you can see, a massive wave just crashed into the top side turret. There was no teleport up for the Angels, and they just had to let that entire wave eat into the turret. Lost a ton of gold and EXP, but they feel like they can't lose any position on this dragon. You can see Johan went towards the mid lane, called it a little bit, but needs to come back through the dragon. The Specialist is starting it off already.
Yeah, Mateus was not in position for this. The Specials goes down. The Primordial Burst finishes that one. Two-man encore stops the fight. Walmart still not involved. The double kill now. Over to Devin. He goes for more. Not going to quite find the triple as Ponyboy limps away. That Unbreakable will going to do just enough. Take him out to safety. It's a triple kill for UBC. It's a soul for UBC, and with the mid lane inhibitor down and 3 members dead, it could well be the game for UBC. Ponyboy, the next one, up on the chopping block. Steak for breakfast, lunch, and dinner this game, as that cow falls for the 8th time in the game. Devin leads the charge with Heart of Africa right next to him. Game number 1 on the block for UBC. A commanding lead from start to finish, from bot lane all the way up into the top lane. They're able to take this game number 1 in their favour.
Huge game for UBC to start off the series with. It felt like MCU showed a lot of cards. They had the Garen counter pick. They casted it into the Vigar. It felt like they got a lot of what they want, and they just couldn't get it going. They had this bot lane with all this setup, but UBC were the ones who ended up going bot more often than not, actually starting on the top side just to get the Aphelios Seraphine ahead of the curve, so that Jhin Alistar just couldn't set up for the team when it came down to it.
Exactly. And I think that overall, UBC certainly what's good, what's strong, where they can be playing these champions, and quite how to be playing them as well. The Aphelios, as you highlighted, incredibly strong. Certainly got a pretty good lead into that game. Twang on the Hecarim did a very good job at facilitating that, and we sort of noticed that for the Evangels, if there was an area they were going to play around, it would have been up on that top lane. Unfortunately, though, Dr. Mundo, with very little economy, still happens to be very scary.
Thanks, am I right? That's kind of the name of the game. Mateus really is the person that I want to look at here going into game 2. Felt like never got running in this situation, and whether it was diving top or go ahead and come back into the bot lane and work through that, felt like Mateus was always 1 or 2 steps behind their counterpart. And that's really where I want to see the team flip on the next game.
Well, we do have another game, of course. It was a best of 3 for a reason. Only one so far gone to UBC Amber. So, everybody, we're going to take ourselves our short break, but return to this series in a few minutes' time. So don't go anywhere, because we will be right back.
I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made yours. Didn't know what my heart be needing, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Ooh, you take me higher. Ooh, you take me higher, baby. You take me higher. Ooh, you take me higher, baby. You take me higher. Ooh, you take me higher, baby.
around with you, I am able to keep pushing my limits, and all the drive that I have, well, I'm going the distance with you. I didn't know what I had till I knew what was missing, and everything that I dread, well, I built a resistance with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you on the ground. You were gone, I wish you'd stay. I could look at you for days. Time was well spent, that's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you. Take your time, not in the fast lane. I understand that you've been broken too many times, but I'll be waiting to mend your wounds from all you've taken. But if we listen to each other and admit our mistakes, then I can show you who I am, because I'm not the same. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you off the ground. That's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you.
And welcome back, everybody. Rudude and Django joining you once again for game number 2 of this matchup. We've got UBC Amber versus MACU Evangels, and it was the game number 1 that UBC did end up taking, and taking in fairly convincing fashion as well.
Pretty convincing from start to finish. Did have a bit of a pushback in the top lane there from, I'm blanking on the name, a special, sorry about that. Couple solo bolos making that top side of the map a little bit more scary, but UBC, it didn't back off at all. It was the team fight comp, it was the bot lane getting rolling from the beginning, and it just never quite came together for MACU. Another pick and ban gone by. Happy to say they haven't backpedaled off the off-meta draft, so I'm glad that they understand which side of the bread is buttered for them. And they're willing to stick with it even through a hard game.
Yeah, and I think that going into any series, keeping your own identity and keeping it true to yourself is certainly what I would value over most things. Now, we are going to get to see that draft take place ahead of you once again, that this has taken place off screen, and they're probably just going to run through this one fairly quickly as a result. But those bans, they seem to be fairly similar.
Similar in a sense. Now we do have the teams swapping sides. So it's going to be UBC on the red this side this time, and MACU on the blue. So priorities have to be a little bit different, but you can see actually UBC still feeling like they have to ban these target champions, and MACU still taking power picks off on the blue side. Shows their real commitment to playing this different style of drafting. Oh, excuse me right there. Feeling that one coming on, but it did not come. And if you notice, there is one 80 carry that made it through that didn't last time. It was the Jinx, and that did get picked up on the blue side for first pick for MACU. So it started off standard, but I promise it did not finish, as you can already see the Malphite locked at top side.
Yep, and Malphite picked up Yasuo to go with it. There's a lot of setup already for Walmart Evolved in this composition, and I, for one, think that this is a good route to success. You go back to a tried and true combo, you know, 2 people press R and you win a team fight. We've got very good foundation here, particularly when there's also a good matchup in the jungle. Trundle has been picked in recent patches, recent seasons. It's an answer to the Xin Zhao, and is going to hopefully be able to keep his early game down. Now, of course, we've got the second set of bans. The first set, largely similar. Katarina, Rammus, and Nautilus from UBC Amber. The only real adaptation was that Hecarim made it into the ban table from a MACU.
And Twang showing kind of the opposite style to Mateus, where he really wants to stick with those meta junglers regardless of the fact, because if you're actually able to pull up the pro draft, it was the Xin Zhao that got picked into the Trundle, even though it's seen as a counter in multiple regions in multiple ways. Banning the solo laners out from MACU, making sure they show something different did UBC, and UBC definitely showed something different. It still feels like Walmart Evolved is kind of this latchkey to their success. I felt similarly last game. He didn't get unlocked. Similar story. Will it happen this time? And now that the bot lanes have gotten locked in, I want to talk about 2 things. Firstly, Ponyboy, I feel you. I'm a support main. Those games happen. Your champion goes in when you are behind, you're gonna go 10 deaths in a game. I've done it, you've done it, we've all done it. Massive respect to go back to a pick that you feel comfortable on after a rough game. On the opposite side, oh man, do I think Soraka is some freelo if you get auto-filled support, ladies and gentlemen. This champion is ridiculous. I'm like 16-6 on it in solo queue. It's absolutely nutty.
There you go. Play Soraka, everybody. The unicorn, she certainly do be doing well, honestly. And I think that this now creates a really difficult choice for Especiales on the top side. From him being the standout carry from a losing squad in the first game, he's now got a very large onus on his own end to try and get, we'll say, 3 people in that unstoppable force. If you can knock up Def Devin, Ming SB, and JAG Teddy, we're all with the same unstoppable force. That's going to be a pretty good route to success, and allows Walmart Evolved a pretty good way in. But of course, you talked about that Soraka. If she can keep her distance, that's something that is going to be very, very useful. You never really want to be in combat with anybody on Soraka, more so just... That can definitely ruin a few holidays as well.
Soraka positioning is going to be absolutely pivotal once we get into the later game. Having to stay away from both the Alistar and the Malphite should be a tough task, but that's also when you got to look at the positioning of those 2 engagers. Can't see them come from the same angle. If they come from the same angle, Soraka can walk the same path to get away from them. Really need to see one of these guys on a flank position. But before we get to the team fights, I want mid-jungle from MACU to be a unit. They've got the Trundle Yasuo. The pillar knockup counts as long as you are spamming the R button and you can get it in time for that knockup for the last breath. Mateus, if Walmart is the latchkey that holds the team together, holds the team's success, Mateus is the lock that kind of... This is a bad analogy. Mateus needs to get unlocked, get onto the map, make things
He's the
happen.
locksmith. He's got the keys. That's what we're saying. We've got Mateus is the lock in the mid lane, or Mateus has got the keys.
I had to back out of that one so quick.
No
Dude, it just wasn't going anywhere.
Hey, you know what? Sometimes you throw, and unfortunately you can't quite catch it. But fortunately, I'm here to help you out. We're here to support one another on this. And I echo your sentiments here. I think that this is certainly going to be a match where, if you can utilize this Trundle Yasuo, and honestly, if you can use X Yasuo fairly well, you've got a lot of setup in this squad for a reason. Trundle, Alistar, Malphite, and your own Yasuo knockups. There are plenty of sources of those airborns that you can certainly look to use to get yourself away into a team fight. Now, of course, if those things don't happen to come through, if there is that well-timed silence field, I'm looking at the silence on a Yasuo in a team fight to be an absolute game changer. But that could very well put the Soraka in a dangerous position. I will confess that the likelihood is fairly low. Nevertheless, I still want to see it. And we have been running through those runes, so I hope you've been keeping track on the bottom of everything going on right there. A different mid lane matchup as well with that Yasuo instead of the Kassadin. So there's an opportunity for some distinctive trade patterns to go in your favour if you are the Veigar. Obviously, the Yasuo can't dodge out of the cage with his dashes instead unless you have to flash away.
Yeah, it feels like similar yet very different, the Veigar Yasuo matchup. E obviously can be spammed a lot more than the Rift Walk, but it is a dash, not a jump, so will get stopped by the cage. That being said, it's a lot easier to punish the cage being down. You don't have to expend mana. The E's on a much shorter cooldown for the Yasuo, easier to go in and out. Maybe something where Walmart Evolved can look for more solo-esque plays, and that's kind of what we saw last game, and we didn't really get to see it because there was so much action. Camera kept panning us bot lane, but Mateus really just let Walmart get to level 6 at a good point, was always around that mid lane when he needed to push out, had really good synergy there. But post level 6, it felt like they just left Walmart alone to try and make solo plays. I'm going to assume the solo bolo that happened for Devin was one of those plays that just didn't work out.
And on to the Rift then for game number 2 to see if any of those plays do or don't work out. And already it's going to be a little bit of a different look for the level 1 here, at least for UBC. Amber Twang leading the charge into this bot side jungle, but nothing just yet happening to come from it. We'll even go into this mid lane as well, but with a game that UBC are expected to take, the series definitely so. Coming into this one 3-0, it's Mateus who's already the one under fire. The flash immediately from Heart of Africa. Potentially a little overzealous, but he gets a flash in response. I'll take it.
Get the flash in response, but Mateus still not going to be able to get a base off. That was extraordinarily aggressive out of Heart of Africa. Now this Mordekaiser not going to be in much pressure here in the top side from the Malphite. So maybe feeling like he doesn't need that spell, would rather get it off the jungler, get that playmaking tool out. Good thing that he did, and I liked what Devin and Heart of Africa did. Last game we saw both junglers go for that Raptors ward. Happened again this time, but UBC put themselves in a situation where they could punish that happening. Twang got the ward down in a slightly less optimal position, but still getting it down is the important part, and getting it out without having a big chunk of HP taken away.
The question becomes, is that ward going to spot out any plays? And the question actually is, why are we battling level 1?
Alistar level 1
once again. Ming puts the exhaust down. Johan still has flash, but doesn't expend it. He didn't actually have the flash available. It's a trade of the AD carries, and both supports come out top trumps.
Both supports actually got the kill as well, so honestly, not too big of a difference. Soraka getting the first blood will have some merit there. Ming surprised me a bit when he swapped to the Severum there. Don't.
Yeah, right.
Guns. The healing one, because it had the shorter range while Johan was walking out. That was a bit questionable, but the first blood still in for them. Still have flash on the 80 carry. Overall, UBC much prefer to be in the spot that they are.
And the question then becomes, where was the wave state looking like? Who's going to get the most XP from that? And it looks like with the wave sort of crashing under the turret in the bot lane, it's going to be MACU. At least they've got the better position on the wave, and also a little bit more CS now coming through for Johan. Let's see whether or not this actually translates into an overall advantage with both junglers on opposite sides of the map right now. There's a chance for MACU to make a bit of a play down in that bot lane, but it's not going to come to fruition. Hop back into the mid lane. See Devin mastering the Veigar CSing under the turret. Not quite there just yet, but 57 stacks on us here already. Now Mateus ready to punish. Soraka knocked up, not knocked down just yet. A really well-placed flash to the other side of the pillar. Keeps JG Teddy alive.
Really nice silence positioning allowed Mateus to get snared up there, and Teddy's flash able to get them away. Now the wave is pushing back into them.
X flash forward, no flash on the Unicorn. JAG Teddy trying to get out to safety. Not yet walked onto those flame chompers, and Ponyboy, the one that took the lion's share of the damage from this situation. Lethal tempo now stacked up for Johan. He's the one now pedaling back on the stick, trying to get himself out to safety. ETA comes through, and Ponyboy may well be here to try and bait, but shows himself on the minions. That's going to spoil the illusion. Ming, SB plus JG Teddy know exactly what they're in for.
I absolutely love the Soraka getting pretty nice effects here in the early lane. Double silences on both of the gangs, able to really slow down the opposing team. The rejuvenation from the Q keeping the Soraka topped off, and then because you have the rejuvenation going, you can heal your AD carry without losing barely any HP for it, and Ming is able to free fire, taking two members extraordinarily low. This combination is very deadly in this 2v3, even when they are the two. I think Mateus has learned that and might look towards other lanes, as Walmart did expend Ignite at some point in the mid lane, and once again, 3-6 in a melee versus ranged lane, we see Walmart with a CS lead, or at least even. And that's huge.
That is very good for Walmart here. It can also be said for in the top lane, though, in fairness, Especiales actually with a very good CS total relative to himself versus Heart of Africa. Remember that the Mordekaiser. Oh, spend flash. We do see there's a kill down in the bot lane. And now Ponyboy trying to run for the hills. Flash forward from Twang. Can he get out to safety? Headbutt to try and keep Johan safe. Pulverized once again. And that's not gonna quite be enough. And Infernum Q plus Root. That Ming SB is going to get himself a second one back. 2 kills in favor of 1, and 1 goes either way of the jungler and AD carry.
It looks like Teddy just didn't respect an engage angle and got caught out too far up in the lane. Taken out, but flash from Twang will answer back 2 kills. That's not fair.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this game. It's good to see the Evangels have recognised how their composition is going to be played out nice and early. Could argue that Devin could have flashed that, but flashing a Malphite flash ult, very, very different.
Out of Fog, the flash came from out of Fog of War. It's a really small window of reaction time. Possible for these players of this caliber. They just need to have a little bit of awareness of it coming. It's a full-on fight.
JG Teddy, the one knocked on up, but he's the one that gets to limp away. Johan still free hitting onto Twang, who wants to put a little bit of damage back. A double kill over to Devin, and Johan the one next up for dinner. Triple kill over to the Vigor. Twang waiting for that wind becomes lightning. Manages to find it. Audacious charge. He's not going to quite seal the deal just yet. Ming charging forward. One more chakram will do it. Ponyboy goes down once again. Ming puts himself on the board for the second time this game.
Picking up so many kills, and the Dragon UBC feel like they're just picking up where they left off. A kill from Especial's Roam and a little bit of fighting in the bot lane is all MACU have to their name. Teamfight after teamfight. It's just UBC every single time, and I gotta key into this Soraka because I feel like people don't know this about this champion. Pre-6, Soraka much better at keeping herself alive than her allies. The healing just hasn't ramped up to uncontrollable amounts yet. Post-6 is when you need to start targeting Soraka and blowing her up to 0. So I really dislike all of these fights where they keep on going on the Soraka first. The silence and the rejuvenation come out from the Q, and just Soraka walks away at 1 HP, and suddenly you've got an 80 carry in your face, full HP, got the press the attack already stacked on you.
And there are certainly going to be a few issues regarding this strat the later we get into this game so far. And there's not a single bout of previous wounds, no executioners, falling, Bramble Vest, Oblivion Orbs, or anything of the like. Currently, it is going to be free real estate here. If you are JAG Teddy, he's got everything that he would need and not got anything stopping him from being that
specials.
obnoxious
Don't do it again.
killbot. Flash not quite ready. Devin does have his managers to flash it this time out. The pillar comes through and not going to fire the ulti off just yet. Walmart Evolved doesn't pull the trigger, and the Veigar with no mana is not much of a Veigar at all. Rooted up in place onto the Flame Chompers means that Ming doesn't quite find a route in response. Let's see. These ADCs and supports, they may well be the expected quiet members of the map, but they're not going to let that keep them down.
Tony Boy not stopping down here on the bot side of the map. Does have the Hex Flash if you choose to expend the flash, and playing really nice job showing up in the mid lane at the right time. Devin, like we said, had vision of the Malphite that time. It could flash the ultimate. Now we got a bot lane 2v4.
Oh, it's just beautiful. Double knock up, double ulti. Walmart Evolved finds the 2 and Johan gets 1.
A solo kill for Heart of Africa on the top side, however. Not been looking top lane very often, but the Mordekaiser has put a nice CS lead up there. Ton of plates, and finally just got the solo kill. As Specials roams really starting to have a negative impact on the individual lane.
Walmart Evolved now in a 1v2. Knocks up Twang, and this may well have got him out to safety. Wind becomes lightning, not enough to deal the damage necessary for an execute, but now Especiales may well look to reap the rewards of a slight overstay. Heart of Africa doesn't have the shield, does go down, and in the mid lane it's traded back. Devin presses the R button. It would appear that's more than enough for Walmart Evolved.
Yeah, it looks really tragic. Walmart had the flash expended and is very far underneath their tower. And only imagine the Primordial Burst did follow the Yasuo the whole way through the flash. And a bit unlucky, but 2 kills on the map. Traded it back between these teams. It's much closer here in game 2. It feels like the individual lanes doing very well when they're by themselves. What I'm worried about is this Hextate Drake spawning, because I don't think UBC has lost a team fight this entire series. Now, we're only in a game and a half, but that's still impressive.
It really is. And
oh, mid lane's dead.
It sets a precedent for Devin to be the one to go down. The ease of execution, I mean, we can never really understate it. Now, the issue with this is we're going into a Drake fight in around 20 seconds, potentially. They don't have those big ultis, but on the bot side, looks like Twang's trying to make them pay elsewhere. We'll have to see whether or not there's a contest for this Drake. The top tier 1 turret has fallen. Heart of Africa earns himself a big boon of gold in that department. The Drake still very much up for contention, as Twang looks like he's going to find a base angle. Mateus may well look to try and punish the bot lane, but with everyone resetting, that could just be the go signal on its own.
Very scary for everyone to reset at the same time. Now, I don't mind the resets. You've got actually a lot of gold to spend, and I'd like to see Heart of Africa roam down to secure this dragon, keep the dragon stacking happen. If they caught all those recalls, you're completely correct. An instant go button onto the dragon, but the recalls happened in fog. They couldn't take the risk of just walking into the river blind. Twang gets a free recall, as well as Ming picking up their big items. It's a jungle difference when it comes to the mythic. Gale Forces are even on the 80 carries.
Yeah, those recalls are enough to allow UBC first access, first move, and ultimately priority over this dragon. The even pull down Heart of Africa, who's spent a lot of this game just split pushing in the top lane, pull him down and make sure that Drake is secured for their own. The Infernal Blazes here, and that means we're going to get a soul with an absolute boatload of damage. Collected or not, both these teams are going to be stacking up those percentages anyway.
And we just had a quick look over at the gold. Heart of Africa, while the lead doesn't look insane, it is a 1.6. Oh wait, yeah, 1.6k, 1.600. There's a little bit of a difference between those two numbers, I suppose. 1600 gold up for the Mordekaiser, just out of the plates and the raw lane lead for the Mordekaiser. Really like to see that coming through, as Specials kind of had his number last game. You could see these top laners battling back and forth, but Twang in the bot lane, name a more iconic duo this game.
How about Especiales and ganking lanes that aren't his own? That one certainly fairly high up on the chopping block, but doesn't look like anybody's going to be under fire just yet. Flash forward! Oh, only to say hello. You hate to see it, Pony Boy. Just a slither away.
Very, very close to engage range, but not going to be. And Specials showing on the bottom side. Means that Heart of Africa is alone and knows it. Gonna take that Rift Herald solo. Nice little adaptation I like by the Mordekaiser going for the Rylai's. Don't see that item very often, but you imagine the Jinx isn't going to be sent to deal with you, and so the other 3 options are all melee. Keep those melee characters right close to you where you want with that Rylai's. Oh no. The flash!
Oh, Devin, a lovely little flash right there. Gets himself out to safety. Fog of War be darned as a really good little play right there. Gets himself out.
I think the Malphite came around the corner just before the ultimate came through, but that's still incredible reaction time out of Devin.
They've got a pillar as well. Devin, you can flash away from one and you do take down in response. Both junglers now looking to battle away against one another. Lethal tempo on a Trundle is a little too scary. Twang! But under the turret, Twang with the flash super mega death rocket, not going to find its mark in the mid lane either. And all of a sudden, UBC, they get 2 in the mid lane. They're looking for a third on this top side. Heart of Africa, he's tanking the turret. He may go down, Especiales. He has the fancy feet. He makes it out to safety, and why not go for the ace? We'll fight on all 3 lanes. Ming fires out that ulti, the Moonlight Vigil, gonna find a good chunk of damage. And with the Striker there to top them off, it's a war of attrition won by UBC.
Oh, big wins by UBC.
That was a lot. That was a lot of fighting.
Quite a bit. Devin standing his ground in the mid lane, actually taking down Walmart first, and then a really nice flash out of Twang to get the kill onto Mateus. Was really beautiful out of the mid lane. Heart of Africa very close to 1-for-1ing in that tower dive. Sadly goes down all the same. Devin's really fancying this trade, but Immortal Shield Bow healing is just a bit much, even when it's not fully procced.
And you can walk past that wind wall all you like. That's just going to put you closer to the Yasuo. And Walmart evolved quite wisely. Steps up and says, "Wait a second, that's not legal. I will be taking your health pool now. Thank you very much."
I do believe Yasuo wins the auto attack battle between him and Vigar. You know, it's close, but I'm pretty sure has it.
Yeah, it's the numbers are so minute that on any given day it could go either direction. But I think it's honestly just down to builds. If Devin had built that Kraken Slayer, maybe, but there's just more crit on the Yasuo side.
You know, if Ahri and LeBlanc can build 80s, why can't Vigar? That's
true.
Honestly,
they're both just as mobile.
All the same champion.
They're all the same champs. There's nothing.
Just as mobile, absolutely.
Yeah.
I could. Well, if you go for the Gale Force, then maybe pretty much just
also,
as are mobile.
Also, right, like how many times has the Speciales actually hit the ulti onto Dev in this game? You know, there have been some pretty fancy feet from him to get away from those flash, those ultis a few times that he's roamed down.
Hey, that is a wonderful point to bring us back into this game, because that Malphite does have flash, that Malphite does have unstoppable force, and we do have a team fight in 10 seconds. We might just start off in the mid lane.
I mean, we've sent one to the death realm. Especially is now in a bit of a 1v1, and he's not getting the better end of it thus far. He's going to get out. He's going to get an ulti back in response. Can Soraka save the day? The ambulance is here, and JAG Teddy has done all the hard work, while Ming on the backside is just layering damage down left, right, and center. UBC, they get the fight, they get the kills, they're going to get the Drake, and they're going to get the turret.
That was just nice. That was just nice out of Heart of Africa. Ulting the top laner just because you know, hey, that's their engage, that's their big trigger. I take that out of the conversation. They have nothing. The ultimate did come out right at the end of the Death Realm, knocking up Heart of Africa. It was the last breath to try and get a 1-for-1 kill trade, but Like you said, the ambulance arrived in Heart of Africa, was A-OK, topped off to full before the end of the fight, and it was too little too late for excuse me, MACU, as they look to fall against Soul Point again here in game 2, a lot quicker this time even, and I said it before, 2 games in a row now, not a single team fight have UBC dropped. That is their bread and butter, that is what they are good at, and like we highlighted in draft, it's what they keep drafting for each one of these games. Is such a heavy team fight composition. We're seeing why they're just so darn good at it.
And I think that the issue for the Evangels is their lack of pulling the trigger, let's say. Every time that they've looked for a pick with this Malphite with the Trundle, they've got it. Unfortunately, it tends to be on just a single target as opposed to way more where they can collect on multiple bounties. Now, if we end up seeing a skirmish in the river, in the lanes, wherever it may be, where Especiales finds that initial knock-up to start off the fight, I still think there's a chance. I still value the opportunities of the Evangels very highly. But if they don't get that, if they can't find that angle to get the team fight going, that's when they're going to start to struggle. Not to mention the fact that Especiales, he feels confident to walk up to the Soraka, but Ming, right there, he's going to get the root on down, and if this ulti has to be burned defensively, he goes forward, does take Teddy to within about 10% of his life, but he's going to go down very shortly after. In the Death Realm, it's the Trundle that falls, and outside of the Death Realm, it's the rest of the Evangels that are going to go down. Flash forward from Ming, and an ace for UBC.
All 5 members for none of UBC. You got both the Aphelios summoners, got Devon summoners even, but they are topped off. It was flashing forwards. It was aggressive fights. Now, their death timers are too low here. UBC are just going to take this inhibitor, and early inhibitors be darned. This inhibitor is just absolutely going to lead to a Soul and to a Baron. I don't mind it whatsoever. No knock on UBC's game plan, map reading, whatever you want to call it. They're just going to get everything on the map. Walking to Baron here is a really spicy call. They know there's no vision up here because Especiales just tried to face check into the river. Devon's pulling everyone down to him. This is going to be a free...
Oh, okay, Devon. He may not even need his team to bail him out. I think that may just have signed his own death warrant. A chance he takes down Mateus. He's going to get that rotation back up in time. Not quite. So 1-for-1 overall, and in what is effectively a 4 versus 1. He's more than happy to take those. Especiales does limp away on the top side of Summoner's Rift. So just about able to get out to safety. A 1-for-1 plus the Baron. Honestly, not the worst case for the Evangels.
Not the worst case scenario, having Baron on the opposing team leading up into this Soul is always rough, and we're going to see how much they struggle to get vision in their jungle. You can see Teddy walking in now by himself, which is a little bit dangerous as the Soraka really want to pair up with your jungler, but you see Teddy's waiting at the entrance, not going into the enemy jungle alone. Really want to see them choke the Evangels out here of their vision in their own jungle. Make it absolutely impossible to walk up to this dragon, because I still agree with you. Gold leads, 10k gold leads against Wombo combos just kind of don't really matter. You hit Soraka and Aphelios, if you hit those 2 members with a Malphite ult and you can follow it up with a Yasuo ult, I still think you have a chance at a team fight. Now, Specials has Flash, but can he make the miracle fight work right now? Can't really do what I've asked of him as the Aphelios is top side, but that might be enough to get a good fight.
Yeah, there's a lot of members here of the Evangels. They're going to put the Alistair into the Death Realm. Ultimate pops him right back out. And it looks like the Mordekaiser may well be the sacrificial Demon Lord. But if we look at the other lanes, it may not prove to be quite so lucky, as we've got Devon working his way through these top tier 2s, top tier 3s turrets. It's going to be a Drake taking on the other side, though, and setting up
Vygar has teleport. Soraka's in the area, but they're just going to give over the single dragon in a trade for 2 towers and an inhibitor topside.
Potentially even the Nexus turrets as well. My oh my. They deny the soul, lose their inhibitor. What's your take?
I mean, more time for the Yasuo is good because he hasn't hit the 2 items, right? Walmart Evolved needs to get that Infinity Edge online if he plans on one-shotting Ming and Teddy with that ultimate. So, in a sense, it gives them more opportunities to find the team fight. It delays the game, and anything that delays the game is right now in the Evangel's best interest.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good situation summation right there. With Byron about worn off, right, literally this second, in fact. That means that the ease of pushing certainly lowered in this instance. Ming, though, with that Inferno, doesn't mind taking out minion waves, and certainly can do that to his heart's content. Next Baron not up for another 2.5 minutes, Drake not up for 3.5, so we have to wait and see where the teams end up taking their priority with 2 waves of super minions in the mid and top lane. Natural progression for UBC suggests that they would go into the bot lane, see what they can make right down there.
Yeah, that inner tower was on its last leg. No surprise to see that one fall. This Nexus tower is where a specialist might decide to pull the trigger. Now, very crucially, I do not want to see a flash out of the Malphite. You need to keep it up for the more important fights that will come in minutes' time. But if you get a pick here, if you can stop this siege and gather these minions, it can be beneficial. But UBC's just not giving them the opportunity. They're not walking up to the tower. They're letting the other waves push, and they're just going to let third inhibitor drop.
Oh, losing a third inhib is never good, and with the Specialis not in position, this could well be that third inhibitor going down. He's roaming in from the top side. No silence available. Flash double knockup hits 2. There's no last breath to change it up, though. He's been taken into the Death Realm. Ming able to kite it out, able to get away. There's an Event Horizon protecting the Aphelios, and the rest of the fight is simply one off that. A beautiful Death Realm from Heart of Africa, a wonderful team fight from UBC, a triple kill to the Mordekaiser, and a nice series wipe for UBC.
Heart of Africa has just been so stand out this game. Solo kills on the top side, punishing the roams from Especials, having back-to-back just insane team fights, perfect ultis, ulting the correct person every single time, and the icing, the absolute cherry on top of the cake, is in that final fight, flashing forward and pressing Zonias to allow the passive to kill the enemy AD carry was just chef's kiss.
The pièce de résistance in that case. I love when you get to see... It's a little bit BM, we have to say, but equally, utilizing the full kit of Mordekaiser more so than anything else. There's little counterplay to when you've got a big swirling damaged ball of death around you that you can't really be taking damage up against either. And you can see it there reflected in the damage charts that it was a fairly Mordekaiser-centric show. Granted, he was wailing on a tank for the laning phase, but still, overall, a pretty good look.
A very good look out of the top laner, and a top laner that kind of took the beating when he got counterpicked in the first game. Really love to see the bounce back into the own solo kill here, got the revenge in game 2, and nailed it the whole way home. So really, really impressive game 2 out of Heart of Africa. Really nice to see that bounce back there, and honestly, everyone was just firing on all cylinders tonight. I really liked how the bot lane played their wave management, knowing how far up the lanes they could be. I don't think they ever got completely caught out of position, which was really impressive. And then Devin was spicy on the Vygar, stepped too forward a couple times, but really good reaction time. Cage is just so insane. He made sure that the enemy team understands the damage of the Vygar.
Yeah, there's certainly a few instances of Vagar balancing in that instance. A very good game though overall on the UBC side, and some positives as well to take away for the Evangels. So not all bad there either. But for us here, Django, that's everything for us for this game at the very least, for this series. So I want to thank you and for this series as well. We're going to be heading into a quick break before we come on back with the Greenville University Panthers and the Waldorf University Esports go head-to-head. So don't go anywhere because we'll be back soon with another series.
Bye.
here, but I am safe and I am warm. Although it's hard, I know I gotta keep up. No time to late to drift away. I find my space, I spend my time down the rabbit hole again. And as I fall, I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo.
Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat. It's a long way down. So can you. So can you. For too long about the mistakes. While I resent, I learned to hate. Forgot your names. Fear the struggle to follow on. Need to focus to prove you're wrong. I'm not wrong. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on.
Cigarette ash, it looks like snow. When it falls in the wind, you know. And you, oh, you say you wanna dance. You're wary, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. And you're having fun. Why don't you show your friends? And you're having fun. What if it never ends? I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. And this booze, this cigarette's trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off, put the feeling on ice sail. She's as cold as December. I swear I've seen you before, holding your shoes in your hands, running out that door. And you got nothing, but you say you wanna dance. And you're wary, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands.
let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, yeah, you take me higher, baby.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NECC. And Got a lovely new face here. Not quite the one that you were just seeing, but hopefully one that you may enjoy more. Don't tell him I said that. Who cares?
He's gonna
Either
phone
way,
you
we've
into his
got.
chat for that.
He's gonna. Oh, finally! All right. Well, before we get onto that, I'm Zephyrcast. I'll be your host and play-by-play caster, Rude Dude. This time around, being the actual color menace that we've all come to know and love here in the League of Legends scene. And we're bringing you Greenville versus Waldorf here in our Navigators sign bracket. There you go. Rude Dude, take it away.
Now, both of these teams coming into this series, they've both taken one defeat in a series, but currently with more wins than losses overall. 3-1 for Greenville University Panthers, 2-1 for Waldorf University. So both these teams with those positive win rates, they're going to be looking to keep that. Of course, if Waldorf take a defeat here, it's 2-2. So it could very well go to a 50-50. But either way, we're expecting good things. And Zephyr, we've seen the draft. We know that there are going to be some great things on the cards.
We've seen the draft. You've seen the draft.
I've seen the draft.
I don't know about. I like to keep myself on my toes personally before the drafts actually come out because, like, I like to get less work on my plate. But
knowing the draft is definitely having more work on your plate. I'm for sure down for that one. Anyway, they did get these bans. These are all the normal bans. They're most likely just going to do the same thing as last time, where they just repeat out, play from top to bottom. And everything is as was. And I'll leave this as a surprise then for you, because your first two picks are going to seem fairly normal. And from mid lane downwards, we kind of descend into chaos.
Okay, well, I will keep that on my mind as we watch this one play out here, because so far it's looking fairly standard for both sides. By the way, I just want to point this out to anyone who's watching. This is all really new for me. No one let me know. Oh, okay, now it's getting weird. Anyways, no one let me know that we were having completely new, lovely, updated graphics here on NECC. And I gotta say, this kicks butt. This looks absolutely phenomenal. So whoever's behind the scenes who put this together is an absolute Chad. This is dope.
I think this may be the best the NECC stream has ever looked. It's got your background, which is like LED'd and soundproofed up. And then we've got Cake Mixer and Teapot Set on my background, so I don't think it get much better, honestly.
I actually like your setup. It's cozy.
I do.
It's rustic. It brings me back to when I was a child. But either way, drafts are happening here. You told me I was going to be confused. I'm fairly in a odd place. Some picks that stand out to me. Especially the one in the mid here being the Fizz for the side of Waldorf. Everything else looks fairly standard for that composition. On the other hand, Greenville, rocking with the Zed jungle. It's not something that I haven't seen before, but definitely a little bit more of a unique pick to come out here, as well as the Rise in the mid lane. God darn damn, we are rocking this one back.
But the good news is that he can do this, and that's the main aim. He picks these off the meta champions. That's honestly not that bad a jungler. His passive clearing through camps is pretty good. But then you just look at his name, instantly confident. That's all you got to think.
See, that's the level that you need to approach these games with. The chutzpah that's going to put yourself out there, even when the pick that you have drafted is a pick. So, looking forward for Greenville, I think the best that I can do in terms of analysis for the team as well. Yes, they have some later game scaling potential with major picks like that Rise, or especially the Jinx, which is so hot in the meta right now. The big question that comes to mind is if you can find a strong foot forward with that Zed in the jungle, or the fact that it can be easily punished, especially just due to the fact that it's clear speed and the fact that it's super single target, are very, very abusable. And also, while it's a very strong front, you do have such a heavy separation between the two. Oh my god, it's getting better. Look at this. This is crazy.
This is juiced. We're juiced on the NECC stream now. So we can go lane by lane with this one. The Ornn versus Set matchup. Decidedly Set favored. Set versus any tank, certainly going to have a pretty good run of things. So Greenville, they get one check mark right there. I mean, Conqueror, you can tell that he doesn't really care for the laning phase. Can just go late point. Can go fairly late game with the Conqueror. Okay, I like that. The grasp of the Undying here is to withstand a little bit, make sure that you are getting too bullied out in the laning phase. But honestly, set versus on, it doesn't get much harder than that. Now, this is a point to Waldorf. We can give them a point for this one. Viego into the Z. I think this is still a skill matchup. I think that just meta dictates I'm going to give this to Waldorf just in general. I like that Viego can always have that X factor of in a late game team fight. If you pick up a body and you're able to reset, you can skew a team fight in an instant, and you can be the X factor that means that you win or lose the game essentially in that late game stage. Now mid lane, this is a really fun one. Fizz versus Ryze. Fizz versus anybody. He tends to have a really good laning phase, and then his assassination potential later on obviously fairly good. They both do different things, and this is a point to each. I'll say for execution based. We'll come back. We'll check back later, where we have to see. Okay, did
We'll
Waldorf,
see how it went.
well, did Waldorf use the Fizz well? Because this is their B1 as well. You didn't get to see this, but this is what they first picked. They have the most confidence in this Fizz over anything else. This is just a Greenville win. Greenville get an absolute 10 out of 10 for the Jinx. Broken ADC.
Super
champ.
broken right now. Don't know why Aphelios isn't being played.
So they did get little nerfs, but they are.
Those two are just absolutely cracked right now. But yeah, Jinx for sure. I'm more inclined to put this towards Rakan here.
I think that so it's always weird, right? When we look at supports individually, okay, Leona technically counts as the Rakan, but Rakan does so much to engage a team fight and doesn't particularly care for Leona. It's also paired with Misfortune, which is why when you look at it in general, or when you look at it as a duo rather, it's actually pretty darn good. Rakan, Misfortune as a bot lane duo. You just fire both ultis and you get a quickness in, grand entrance into bullet time. That's a pretty juicy one.
Before we make our way into game here, we'll very quickly introduce who will be on the riff for y'all here tonight. Starting with Greenville, we've got Aquaman, Ket Ben. Yes. Wow. Okay.
It's gone really well for you.
I feel like I have dyslexia, so we're moving on.
Ket Van Hoytau.
What up, University Mary? Tracy Ojokul, Waza, Walton, Destroyer. These are actually, crazy enough, some of the same players that we got to see last split, so not many changes. And I think that's like a smaller narrative that we can discuss later on regarding the fact that you have a little bit of experience behind their belt in comparison.
And, we're looking at those, those familiar names. Currently 2-1, right? They've had a bye so far, and then I think that also looking further forward, the only reason that Greenville University Panthers are actually 3-1 is because one of the games that they'd played, or one of the teams that they got played against, is also FF'd. Nobody look. We're grown-ups here. We're adults. In terms of games played, both teams have won 2, lost 1. In terms of overall score, there is a 3-1 record in favor of Greenville, but that's by the by. I'm excited to see what happens in this game because honestly, whenever there's a Z and a Fizz, I'm sad they're not matching up against one another in the mid lane, but that's just something I'm going to have to deal with. It should be some good action.
All right. Well, I'm going to take the floor and do that weird thing where I don't sound like a person for a second and go, and we're making our way into game 1 here of Greenville versus Waldorf and our Navigator sign. Just to remind you, I'm still that play-by-play Zephyr, and alongside me is Rude Dude as my color, as both of these teams take what looks to be a standard 5-point spread here. Nothing too crazy, but back to your regular, I guess, Zephyr? I don't know if I use that name in games. Do I use Ben or Zephyr at this point?
What about Beffer?
Beffer?
Or Zen?
Zan?
Well, sure.
Zen?
Make it wrong. Yeah, Zen.
Zen. I'll think about it. Well, I like Zen. It's growing on me. I will say that's not the right word to ever describe me, though. As a
no, I've realized, and everybody else will soon to see that is. It's maybe not the right word. Now I have to ask because this is befuddling me a little bit.
Yes, Father.
Trandan Matt H2O's name also a little bit over to the right? The Jinx portrait for you.
is the very weirdest bug I have ever seen in League of Legends.
It's
not
the
even
rest
our
of
fault.
I think it may be the rest of Greenville is just to the left. I can see far too much of the right-hand side past their icons right now.
I feel like whatever. I feel like if you
Okay.
go one way, you're gaslighting the rest of the Greenville roster, and if you go the other way, we're just gaslighting one person. So pick and choose what you want here, rude dude. Someone's gonna suffer at the end.
That's fair enough. I have to talk about what's going on in top lane. Because in my opinion, at least to my knowledge, I don't think Ornn ever gets 10 CS in the first 3 waves if Aminarch is not absolutely styling on the matchup right now. But the wave is pushed in, and unfortunately, the wave did not crash. Now, this is pretty bad because it means that there's just a gank opportunity forever. So long as that freeze gets held. The Rise is also very low in mid lane. Didn't quite get to see that one, but the Ornn having a frozen wave against him when your laning matchup not necessarily the greatest. Certainly no bueno.
Now, Fizz is
Well,
gonna have
that's
to
not
back
bad either.
here. He, by the way, will lose the priority of that wave, given that he doesn't have the TP. Granted, you blow it out of Ket, but still, he gets to have a little bit more of a kind of respite regarding where he came from a second moment ago, so that balances out for the time being. I mean, ticking time bomb for both of these squads here. Zed needs to ante up, Fizz needs to ante up, and in either way, I think that will be the deciding factor as this game tricks on here.
What is Annie up?
Are you serious? Is this like some EU shit? No, sorry.
What is Annie up? I don't know. I'm genuinely serious.
Really? Okay, so typically it is used to wow, this is I've never had to explain it before.
To me, it sounds like you're getting a Tibbers, but
No. So to ante up is you have to basically put forth the same amount of whatever here as your opponent, right? And it's usually typically used in, say, like poker, where you have to put chips on the table. So you ante up.
It's something new.
It's an interesting word. I didn't know the British or whatever you are. I didn't speak English, but it's cool.
Clearly unversed, unfortunately, in my other anethesaurical synonyms. Either way, I'm happy though. Whenever you learn something, it's a good experience. So thank you very much.
I feel like you're crying inside, and that's
I'm
just your
not.
caster way of saying, like, I'm being friendly right now. For people at home, this is the first time me and Rude Dude have ever spoken for more than maybe, like, 10 minutes straight.
And it will be the last.
It will be the last.
There's a gank mid lane, Zephyr, do your thing.
All right, Tracio coming in here, soon to be also walking out, as no one does a damn thing here.
Oh,
Maybe
stun.
a stun. Remember,
No flash.
Ket does not have that flash, but he's already made his way back to the tier 1. Doesn't matter all. With the Realm Warp coming through there, was there ever a chance for Tracio? We'll have to tune in later and find out.
We'll be right back with more scheduled mid lane broadcasting. Now, okay, this is where we get to see Zed's passive actually go huge. As soon as this Drake goes below 50%, as soon as his Drake goes below 50% HP, every auto is his passive. Do it. I hope
He's
I'm right.
struggling, by the way.
No, hit it. Go back. Do it. You got it to 50%. Go. Oh, passive proc. Passive proc. Passive proc. He's melting it. See?
Come on, Mountain Drake! No, smite! Damn it!
I knew he could
sorry.
do it. I knew he
I'm
could
losing
do
it with the dams tonight.
And you know what? He said, I can do this. He could do it. You
Question.
just had to believe. Proceed.
Okay. I mean, that was very interesting for me there. But this is a question journal as actually kept. No, he hits the minion wave, but the proc. Oh! If he hadn't hit the minion wave with the initial Q, that would be it for Walton there.
Hero minions.
Oh.
I mean, they're blue minions for a reason. They have to protect the homie.
That's frustrating for me. Frustrating for him, of course, but for me, the spectator, more important.
Yeah, for you more so, honestly.
Jeez.
What was your question? I'm curious.
Do you think damn is an appropriate curse word to utilize on a broadcast? I'm of the belief yes,
Well-
but I know some would say otherwise.
My opinion on linguistics in general is
All right.
different to what it would be suitable for broadcast. Basically, I don't
I'm
think
talking
that-
about broadcast right now. That's where the question comes from. Don't
yeah.
be twisting words around. Answer
not-
what I asked.
I think that it's fine, but
All right.
I know that that's not a sentiment that's shared. I think that just words in general, if I'm gonna insult somebody, I should be able to use whatever word I want and the sentiment be the same. I could use a curse word or not, and they should feel the same level of insulted.
Interesting. Okay.
Similarly-
Pepperoni.
Yeah, I mean exactly. Like, I'm not gonna get into it, no, but it's the same sort of sentiment, you know. I can appreciate that you want it to be rude to me, so I can use whatever
Rude.
word I want.
I get it.
It's because of my name.
Anyways, this is the point of the game where you didn't punish the Rise quick enough, and now he gets to beat you in lane constantly.
Oh?
Walton tried
Everybody
his best, but a lot of flashes coming out there fairly late, I would say, for the assessment of damage that was provided. So not exactly completely necessary, but given the danger of that fizz, I guess I can shake that one away for now. And looks like we missed that one. Tracio came back in there from the river, now is continuing to chase this one out. I can't do this, remember. Staying true to the name is going to be making his way out appropriately, but still not fun to see the Rise, who was, doing so hot, brought back down, chilled out.
And everybody flashed. Everybody flashed. It didn't matter for cause or for not. It was beautiful to just see everybody united in their ability to hit that D key on cooldown, essentially. One person went and then everybody went straight after. But a one kill in the mid lane that goes the way of Rise could spell disaster, honestly, for Waldorf. Waldorf? Yeah. Because honestly, that Rise scaling is absolutely terrifying. It's akin to a Jinx getting a lead. You never want it to happen, and if it does, it tends to spell curtains. Now, on the bot side, there's a lead for the Jinx. Scarily enough, this is not going too great currently for Waldorf University. They need to start trying to make plays. Using this Rakan, using this Misfortune, they've dinged level 6. Now's the opportune time to go for it. Alas, there is a Zed in their lane. Now, they don't know this just yet, but if they were to go in now, I fear they would be baited.
Problem is you've got Kent pressuring on the side. You need to respond to that, or else Walton will be out here. As a result, that passive ticking, a few more shots will do it. Rakan can't even make his presence known, and quickly will punish. Greenville steps up, Realm Warp from behind. Under turret, Kurt will go, and he will still find the kill before the turret takes him down. That are 3 members of Waldorf gone here.
Turret be damned. Kertban says, I don't care. You're going to die. You are the AD carry. I do not want you in my game. Takes down Jokul 3 million underneath the turret. Very nicely done. He does pay for his sins, going so deep by getting his own life accosted from him. But still a very good play overall. Now trying down that. Could be the sacrificial Jinx.
Sin from the other side here, a tale of 2 cities in the turret to boot and exhaust. Maybe far too late. The flash as well. Tracio picks that one up with plenty of wasted summoners to boot. In the meanwhile, I will say, though, there was a success for the side of Grimville amongst all that, and did find the kill onto Amnenarch.
And that's to be expected for this set. It must be said that if you're playing set into 1, you're at a certain point expecting to run over that matchup, whether it be now or a little bit later on in the side lane as well. Yeah, that is indeed a scary prospect. Now this is completely, I'll say completely AP oriented Rise thus far. This is still a defensive mythic in general when you go for the Everfrost. But you can see, Walton is getting the business right now.
Well, Walton now. I should be fine to make an escape here. He always has that ability available. The problem is you're giving up that tier 1, and a lot of that gold now continuing to spread around with also the Rift Herald. Gonna make that a secured first turret there. No chance for Waldorf to find that defense, so nice gold pickup for everybody. I can do this. Remember, he's got that shadow clone to escape here, so not really any punishment. And I really do feel like this game's slowly shifting away from Waldorf. Thankfully, though, something we never really discussed that is very prevalent for this squad is they do have a really great front-to-back composition with the double engage from both Tracio and Straight Shifty on this recon that can come back to at least put them on the forefront, you know, if they do get into a good 5-on-5.
There is always that miracle team fight where all 5 of them press their ultis together and the enemy team dies. That's a very real possibility with the composition that they have drafted for themselves. This Recon Misfortune combo we've not seen fully executed on just yet, but if it happens to have an Ornn by its side as well, then that could very well spell disaster for Greenville University. So there are ways back into this game for Waldorf. They need to start trying to utilize them, though. Start trying to work their way into the enemy's fighting positions. And you can see that Tracio, the first one, on top of doing that. Oh no, it's disastrous. Where did he go?
Ooh. Gone. Gone for the time being. That's my impression of you.
Okay.
Looking across the board here, though, we've got a rotation up from Tracio. He's put the pain down to Ket, but remember that Realm Warp makes anyone a fickle mattle there. And now, rushing up that stun, Tracio will look for the escape. They don't have quite the speed buff, so it should be more than fine as...
A rocket flew by.
Shooting through the sky like islands of gravity. And now Tracio getting out alive. He's not even on the rift. He's gonna go back to the fountain. Yeah. Now our Walton looking to punish Ket a ways away here. Can't find the rotation of skills, and as a result will fall as well. We've got a slaughter on both sides, keeping it going. A kill in the bot lane there. Straight Shifty, like I said earlier, taking a drink, some sips, as he's dead or alive here. Now with the first turret, also going to be crashing towards the bot lane. More kills to ensue. I can do this with the death mark to pick up one more on the board.
Lovely stuff. Lovely stuff indeed. Very
Absolutely.
well played.
Fantastic.
How many British stereotypes can I fit in a cast?
That's a bit rude, isn't it?
I need to say. I'm thinking of them in my head right now, and I need an instance for it to be appropriate in the game. So I've got one that I'm waiting on. All right.
Well, for now, Call of the Forge God will find the knockup return on defend here, but will he be able to defend against Underturn? Facebreaker, not quite on the land there, so Fen, sadly, we'll just have to watch this big ram find his way back to a semblance of health.
Oh!
Hey! The rocket lands this time! Haymaker doesn't, though! Woo!
Disaster.
Ram, though. I was about to say, making up for lost time there. You know, kind of getting what was some redemption, right? On the last time he threw that ultimate. I like that. I like that.
Trans Rockets, she honestly has been popping out these rockets fairly off cooldown. That one, I think, may have been the first one that had been close to killing. There was an absolute... There was at least one I recall, which was a little bit American football-esque. However, getting those homing missiles in and hopefully trying at some point can really
what does that mean?
Wait, you go through the uprights.
Tracio gets the kill here. Great job, I will say, but I need clarification.
Wait, which one?
American football.
You kick the ball through the uprights.
Field goal. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I thought you were doing that weird British thing where you're like, oh, superior, soccer, you know?
No. Just, you kick a ball through a set of posts and...
Remember, I may not be in the position to interview anymore, but I still make judgments.
That's fair. That's fair. I can appreciate that. Rice died, by the way.
To who?
Yes.
Where?
Bot lane.
All right.
This is where they get Drake.
Well, nice return. I can't help.
Why did they take the first dragon? What has happened?
Okay. It seems to be that in all of this chaos here, Waldorf are slowly starting to kind of inch up the rug that had been pulled out from under them earlier. And while you still have some presence on Ket, I can do this, the like of Trans scaling on this Jinx, you are giving away a lot of kills, you know, and the spread of gold that you continue to get back is much akin to that of butter. Yummy here for Waldorf, as they will take as much as they can get.
Okay. Okay. I'm not sure I entirely follow the yummy butter trend, but nevertheless.
I don't care.
I didn't think you did. Not for a second.
That's good.
There's a turret.
You're learning.
There's a turret.
I love that. They do not care about Amninarch. And now he will pay the price. Realm Warp as well. Just add insult to injury there. My God.
That is the definition of killing with indifference. If you could kill somebody IRL, that would be how it happened.
Amninarch, a little bit of an ego there. Not respecting that one whatsoever. I understand trying to clear the wave, trying to prevent the drop. It's a tier 1. It's 18 minutes. Your top lane. Sometimes you just gotta give him up, big boy.
But now he's lost top lane.
That was evident. That was going to happen at some point here. It's a top laner. It's a tier 1. Ooh. Very nice, Everfrost. I can do this. Follow through with the death mark. Maybe a shuriken, but a stun will stunt him for now, but still, the damage. Now Walton rooted in place here. Will be able to dodge, but not quite the rocket. A tick will do it. A flash will be unnecessary, but a kill will be found.
There is a trade in the bot lane, though. Here's Zephyr. Joe Cole does manage to find a little bit extra.
What are you doing, Sit? Why? Rift Herald down the mid lane, another route, straight shifty in with the Grand Entrance. He will get a double charm with the quickness, but it will not be enough to punish out Greenville's aggressive onslaught. That's 2, as well as the Rift crashing into the defending inhibitor. Tracio, Walton up, seconds to go. They can find this inhib and back off, as this is a major win for Greenville. Back off. No,
they're gonna do it. They're gonna do it. They're TPing.
Teleport's coming in. Oh, risk it for the biscuit. This is all I would love, but they don't have the wave. They don't have the pressure. They don't quite have the clear. Still, it's such a big win for this squad. I love it. I love it. I love it, really, dude. I don't love a lot of things.
And I'm sorry to hear that, but
shut up.
At least they get the inhibitor. I think that we're just about to tick over to 20 minutes, so we're on about the threshold of when it's a pretty good time to take your inhib, so long as you can now make use of that, and be that by getting some side lane turrets, which are going to give you a lot of gold, or by collecting that Baron buff. Oh no, Tracio absolutely BM'd. But nevertheless, if you can get those side lane turrets, honestly, I would say that getting the 1200 gold from both side lane turrets combined is going to be pretty worthwhile for you. I think that if you can get the Baron as well, you're a shoo-in for winning this game. Now, Waldorf, they haven't been fully extradited from this map just yet. They still have a foothold to get their way into this one, and they still have that team fight that we talked about, which can give them the winning position through the duration of the game. And I think that around Baron as well might actually be the best position for Waldorf to look for it. So that's maybe why we're going to see Greenville say, maybe we don't head toward the Baron straight away. Maybe we just use our side lanes for now, as it's actually Finip who's in a lot of trouble.
Ooh, no stopper in there, but will it be able to find his way to safety? Ben, wow, barely tanking, and that's going to be a whiff on the chum in the waters. There's still tier 1 will fall, but much
Baron.
different from what we saw of Amninarch in the top lane. He was able to walk fairly clear, and like you said, that's Baron. They give this one away with really no contest. They're rushing, though.
Yeah, I don't know that they give this one away with no
Forge God.
contest.
Come on. Come on. There it is.
The crab.
All the Forge God will find Ket. This will slow down the pace of this Baron. As a result, Tracio as well in play here means that Greenville have to walk out here. So technically, big win for them. They do pick up the tier 1 as well, stunt the Baron. That's actually forcing the reset here.
And they have
Curious
inside
what else
track
they
on
may
Drake
do with
as
it.
well. They have the first route to Drake if they want it. Their bot lane hasn't actually based, so they have a little bit of a window. It's a very small one where they can make something happen. This is tense. Just gonna spot who.
Oh, they may have spotted him, but they weren't able to find the CC chain. Rocket will whiff. A charm will be found on Fen. Haymaker to keep him alive here, as now the damage has arrived. Root onto straight shifty, runs straight into the Rocket. One shuriken before the grand entrance. There's the bullet time, but Ket's still putting in work here, fronting for the whole squad. A huge solar flare is back in goes our Ornn for the knockup, and the rest of Waldorf will fall.
There's no inhibitor up Zephyr. The Nexus turrets are already under fire. Game number 1 is going to go the way of Greenville University. What a great start. Realm Warp into the base as well. They'll just take it all.
You know what? And they deserve it at this point. We had some questions about these compositions, but hey, Zed Rise, apparently it works if you just get to it here. Straight Shifty still stepping up to play, but no batter, no swing here. As Greenville, of course, take that game 1. Props to him, man. That's a tough one to win, in my opinion.
That was definitely a draft that required some skill to go into it, and you've got to give them credit for their ability to really put this fizz down. The Fizz was the first pick of choice for Waldorf, and unfortunately didn't quite have the gusto behind it to make it work. 18k damage, 3 times the amount of his opposing mid laner. All kudos there for the Rise.
Well, some great stats there up on the board. We saw that gold lead slowly balloon over time, and as of course you point out, the Rise being the main swinger here of damage, and no one ever really pulled or took the time to prevent that Rise from becoming a problem, right? And it's so easy in a meta that revolves around early gank, early pressure, you know, capitalizing on getting these lanes ahead, that you would assume that would occur here, but it just never was on the field for Waldorf, which in my opinion is fairly surprising for a team that is, at least in my eyes, been really good about keeping that team consistency up, the cohesion, and capitalizing on moments like that.
And I think that going forward, that's something that should fairly easily be able to address as well. I think that if you can recognize that the Rise was very problematic, you know, that's something that going into a second game, you can go, okay, we either need to focus it in the early game, or we can go, we've got a ban for you. Its name is Rise. So let's see. You know, they've got a couple options up on their sleeve. I think that this best of 3 could still very easily deliver. So I'm still quietly optimistic for Waldorf.
Well, quietly optimistic. We'll see if that stays true here. But for us behind the desk, we're going to be going towards a short break as we make our way towards that second game. So stick around and stay tuned, as me and Rude Dude will be back to bring you that action.
Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you?
Where you look, where you go, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you go, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where you look, where you go, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you go, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh. They say love
wanna know you inside and out. Wanna know what's behind the light. Wanna feel that real love from within. I want real love, real heights. You're just enough to get me through. 'Cause you're officially perfect for me. So I'll wait for you, wait for you.
Up all night thinking, passing the time, anxiously waiting. You're on my mind, losing and winning. You can't get it right. Hoping you see me for more than just nights.
Up all night thinking, am I on your mind? Will you come meet me and change my life?
This love could be deeper. Just
Thinking, will you love me?
can't scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you.
Addicted to you.
Can't scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. I need a scarecrow after what you did. 'Cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing. I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces. There's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. I need an angel after what you did. 'Cause you were the devil, you messed with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, but this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NECC. I'm still Zephyr. That guy's still Rude Dude, and we're still bringing you the hot action that is Greenville versus a Waldorf here. So, it's been an absolute banger of a series thus far. If you just missed it, we saw Greenville pull off what was a very complicated, but not really, win here against Waldorf as they mopped that floor with them.
Yeah, I mean, there was a rise in the mid lane. It may have done 3 times the damage of the opposing mid laner. We don't need to get into it too much, but ultimately it was a little bit of a carry through the mid lane and a little bit of a hesitancy to try and punish what is ultimately a fairly early game champion. When you had, I think, Fizz Viego was your mid jungle 2v2. I think you could have probably tried a little bit harder to force the issue punish on that regard, but Rune Mage came out. You did pretty good work.
Yeah, absolutely there. And I love the rise in the mid lane. It's not a pick that we get the opportunity to see fairly often, nor did I really expect it to work. I was kind of trolling on the broadcast prior to what happened there. So, you know what? Good for them.
Good for them. Did you know, I'm going to give you some stats now. Until last week,
Hit me up with them, baby.
Rise in pro play across the globe had a 95% presence rate on 12-4 and a 59% win rate in pro.
Wow. I mean, I can see it, though.
The champ's broken.
Hold on. I can understand where that comes from, though. Because the fact of the matter is, once it gets past that 10-15, you get that Everfrost combo, as well as the burst damage to secure against most of the current mid laners that can be caught out in a in a very aggressive fashion, and the single target pick burst damage past 10 to 15 minutes that comes from a high scaler, like Rise. That's enough. That's enough. As long as he survives the early game. The 40% of those wins come from the fact that you run him down with like a Xin or an Olaf or something and just beat him. Just hard.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, the fact that he's got a 59% win rate in pro is absolutely insane. Like
nutty.
That is
Crazy.
Imagine you go on to I don't know if this website still exists, but there was a website that used to have all like the win ratios per role. I think it was champion.gg. It had like just straight up and down win rates for roles and the champions in them. You ever looked on that and something was above like 54? It was getting nerfed the next patch. 59 in pro is absolutely incredible. Like, I can't overstate to you enough. Rise bonkers.
You don't see that. I don't think people understand. You do not see that level of just general, just a differential in terms of the win rate. That doesn't happen. Anyways, draft underway here. Sides have a flip-a switched here for Waldorf versus Greenville. Whether that'll make or break this one. Granted, pro draft has taken place prior to the picks that are being seen here, so we won't, or at least Rude Dude. I know he likes to dig deep there.
I took a leaf out of your book for this one.
You're going blind, baby. All right. Well, that means I'm not as blind as Rude Dude. So to fix that, all right, Rude Dude, you'll have to interpret for me.
I'll have to actually tell you the picks. Okay, we've got a B1 Trundle. I was going to troll you, but I figured you'd be able to give it a little bit of context. There's Trundle top lane,
okay,
to match what is Mordekaiser Lee Sin thus far.
Not bad. Trundle top, that's interesting, but not something that we haven't seen here in these last few weeks. Going into that Mordekaiser doesn't offer as much of a team presence, but can be a good counter to some of those beefier targets come the late end, as a single target is definitely nasty, but I like Mordekaiser better. I think he offers more in terms of a team fight, especially if you have a high priority pick that needs to just go away.
I'm pausing because I've just seen who was previously the mid laner for Waldorf locking Tom Kench. And that's
Make
not
this
a meme.
interesting enough. I've got to put my glasses back on. I hope you know that.
Yeah, well, I'm trying because there's a Shyvana in the jungle, and I feel like that would have been the interesting part had Walton
All right,
not
hold
locked
on.
in Tom Kench in the mid lane.
Okay. All right.
Put him on.
We'll have to get a confirmation from production if that is correct here, but
It's
I can see clearly now.
there's a Tom
And-
Kench in the mid lane.
Really, the Walton special. That's what chat's saying. The Walton special.
Let's go. Let's have it.
Unbench the Kench. You know what? I'm all for it. If anything this has taught me in this last series has been is expect the unexpected. I just had to watch a Zed jungle, Fizz being back in play. I mean, Tom can work here. I mean, he can be just as
He's
nasty.
playing Tom Kench mid. I love this guy. This is insane. My new favorite player. I mean, no bias on stream, but you're my new favorite player. so,
Ballsy. That's what I'll say.
yeah.
Ballsy. I like that.
R. Walton. Incredible.
Sometimes you just gotta unzip and just kind of, you know. Anyways,
I'm not sure I do now.
looking at the rest of the composition here for Greenville, another pick that has popped up and is currently in play that I do find still just as interesting, going to be that Poppy coming through to be the support there. I think that is just as not concerning, but interesting to see Finance in the bot lane.
It's good versus Lee Sin. Outside of that, we're struggling a little bit. Potentially Nautilus if he's trying to dredge line somebody.
Dredge line, yeah.
Yeah, and it could be good to stop him dredge lining away as well. So there are a few usages here.
Okay.
So I can see it. It's also very good with the Jhin, because if you slam somebody into a wall, it gives you a free stun. It gives also the slow up, which means if you're Jhin from long range, you can very frequently hit the root into your open up with the curtain call, and you have two instances of slows, which make that your ulties are very easy to hit. And then if you're slowing with your ult, slowing with the Q, it can be just impossible for somebody to move, despite the fact that it may appear it's not so bad. That combo of champions certainly pretty good. Oh, this one's hard. Trundle is a gamer of a champion in the top lane on his own, but Mordekaiser is also a gamer. I don't know. I don't know my top matchups, Zephyr. I don't know them. I'm sorry. I'm letting you down.
I would like to give this one over towards the Mordekaiser, but the problem is in a straight up duel on the one-on-one, it can be concerning at times.
Yeah.
Right? Trundle definitely can outpace, but I think going towards the mid and late, I think there's more utility offered in terms of the Mordekaiser. So that's where I'll put it for now, but we have to reapproach that coming back in the game. Let's look, though, at this matchup. I think personally, I also look towards Lee Sin here, as I think Shyvana is still a very one.
6.
Yeah, Shyvana is very one-dimensional still at this point, and does not really offer a lot past having that ultimate available.
My concern as well, I want to quickly mention, is that she went PTA, which is
on hit Shyvana, no!
Yeah, suggests AD, suggests the AD, the attack speed, that style of Shyvana, which seems inferior to just pressing E in dragon form and nuking somebody for 30% of their HP.
Can we give this to Waldorf just because it was
Tom Kench mid lane?
Because he just picked Tom Kench?
Yeah. So for reference,
You
LeBlanc
reckon?
is without doubt a better mid laner, but he gets the bonus points because we're biased.
All right, there you go. There you go. Bonus points for bias here for Waldorf. I think they deserve a little bias. They're currently down in the standings. We always got to root for the underdog, but I think it's more than sure to say Jinx on this one. Still just as nasty.
Yep. There's no. I mean, if anybody gets Jinx, we give them the point. That's the rule. Jinx is number one.
Jinx is the current winner here. Support matchup. Well, we got Nautilus versus Poppy.
Let's give Greenville one. Let's give Greenville
come on. Full landslide.
But Poppy. By the same token that we gave Tom Kench the point,
that's fair.
We have to give Poppy the point, right? That makes sense. And she did go Aftershock as well.
It's only right. It's only right.
It is. It's a little bit. It's standard. It's standard. I would have liked to have seen Predator or Dark
It's
Harvest.
rustic. It's nutty. It's undertones of a little bit of oak.
Okay.
You know, you waft that.
I'm getting.
You just
I'm
let
getting
that.
mint.
You let that. Oh, you're getting mint. I like that. I like that. A little bit of flavor, subtle. That aftertaste. That's what that poppy brings to the table.
Anyway, I don't know my wines, so I'm gonna quickly.
I'm under 21.
You're under 21? What?
I'm under 21. I've never even partaken in the liquor section.
Wow. I'm over 21, and I've also I don't know my wines, so.
It's the special time of the evening here at NECC. We still don't know why the timer doesn't go past 69, but I don't think we're going to be changing it anytime soon. A fairly nice thing here is now it's that time again where I pretend to be an actual official caster as we introduce Game 2 here between Greenville and Waldorf. If you're forgetting it, which you really shouldn't be, I'm still Zephyr, and alongside me is still Rude Dude.
I'm still here, folks. Welcome. And quick statistic from Twitch chat. Kudos to Jellybelly60 for this one. R. Walton has a 100% win rate on Tom Kench.
What a Chad. What a Chad.
And that's it. And that's the start.
Rude Dude, you can't see me on camera right now, but I'm going to send it in the live chat just so you can. Here is Walton right now. There you go, bud.
Nice. I agree. I agree. Now he went Grasp of the Undying versus a LeBlanc, which seems bad. It seems bad.
Whoa. Hold on. Misquoting. What is this? Rude Dude, if you're going to get your facts right, get them right.
Okay, in comp. I thought that was implied.
100%.
We're watching a competitive game. That was implied, okay? I'm going to give it benefit.
This is one of those moments where I want to use my F card that I only get once on NECC per season. I haven't used it yet. I'm saving it for finals, but I wanted to for a second there. Yeah. Okay.
Well, either way, I still want to provide some sort of analysis to these games if I can. And I'm going to go out on a whim and tell you why Grasp of the Undying versus a LeBlanc is pretty bad. Typically, Grasp of the Undying revolves around auto-attacking the enemy champions. Now, I don't think LeBlanc is going to get auto-attacked too frequently by young or Walton. Now, I could prove to be wrong here. I think that the only way that this works is if we predict the distortion back, which is, very feasible. And then, you land that abyssal dive at the same time. Because that's... And maybe he knows. Maybe this is the tech for why. Is that you can W her W and you just land on each other. You get the knock-up. Good juice.
You're thinking too hard. All Walton has to do is go. Right? He moved forward and he go... that's the sound of that tongue just... You know what I'm saying?
I am familiar. Oh, -1. I have to start doing that while I cast. Oh, dear.
Oh, no, it continues.
Now, LeBlanc is supposed to get a CS lead in this lane. It's going to happen. My intrigue comes from what this Tom Kench does to support the team. There's a reason he's a support champion to begin with, right? That goes without saying. And I want to see where that goes. Okay, this could be fun. This could be a lot of fun.
Oh, big smite. We'll put it back up, but...
Oh.
Just kind of... I mean, we got the scuttle trade there, but it went towards... all right, but, hey, Greenville! I really wish we could have seen that.
No, you don't.
I needed to see that. That is exactly what we were questioning in draft. What does the Poppy bring? And hey, observers,
what the Poppy clearly brings is summoner spells. Straight Shifty and Jokul decided that no heal, no flashes needed to be expended, and unfortunately, they were incorrect. I have to give kudos to Trandan Matt H2O.
Yeah, but no ignite either. What happened? They full sent it and it actually worked.
Yeah.
That's what happened.
That sounds accurate.
I like that.
Swifty
Scare-
Boots first. That's a common opener. I'm actually a big fan of Swifty Boots for Gallant, to be honest. That's a pretty gamer move.
Ooh. Speaking of gamer moves here, Ket trying to punish our Walton. Will he survive? More than likely. He's a big boy. He's a thickie. He's got the fat to spare. Some would say blubber, but I'm going to say fat because I care.
He's... As if he made that rhyme as well. He's got thick skin. He's vibing. Oh, but Ket ban.
Now he's slowed. There's the flash. Sonic Wave. It will lose here. Can he chase it? Maybe not. I can do it. It's right behind him. At this point, she's got the cooldown back up. The
Get out of
dash
there.
to follow Sonic Wave. Now Tracio. We're so deep. You're so deep. And soon he'll fail to make a peep. One last all will do it, and none other than the support to pick it up. Another kill for Tran, keeping this one going. Ooh, Fen, you got to be careful. You're not thick enough just yet, boy. You don't have that subjugate.
Both these top laners, without yet a base, so still battling on those Doran shields. TP is available, so I expect that this one fairly quickly resolves itself. A quick base TP up into the top lane once again to collect the lost gold. But kudos currently to Greenville, because they've put all of their gold in the right place right so far. The support Poppy, double Ruby Crystal. I'm a fan.
That's good. I like it.
He has more gold than his ADC.
He has the most gold in the game currently.
Yeah. I mean, 2 kills will do that to you. 2 kills will do that to you.
Fair. That's fair. Still, it goes to show the lack of respect that we're seeing here from Waldorf. I know I brought this up coming out of game 1, but I think it's got to be stated once again here. Whatever was in the bot lane the first time around that allowed for the initial death on straight shifty to be punished, that's one to vote. But now, the bot lane, maybe we'll get to see it more in action here. Dodging what will be the initial stun there. Still the Sonic Wave to follow. Root under turret. Tran still alive. The burn, though. Flash is expended from Joe Cool as now I Can Do This is in. Remember, no Dragon's Descent is available here, so... Woo! Balance gotta be careful. One goes in, one comes out. Tracio, another kill here for Waldorf. A big return for this team. Maybe more. Just waiting on that Sonic Wave to be back up cooldown. But the wave, nowhere good.
Lovely play down on the bot side. We've got a death throw.
All right, Waldorf making it more than 2 here. Subjugate, though, this time around is available in the 1v1, though. Woo! It's enough to keep Fen healthy. It's enough to keep the boy alive. The boy who lived. As he makes his way back to base.
He did not come to die, though, unfortunately. Decided he was just going to go back, and now with no TP, going to be in a little bit of trouble. What has happened?
Plenty, apparently, because
Cat
it's
Bamboy
nonstop.
Tao, where did your health go?
It is a Kench. I think people underestimate the power that resides in that man's mouth.
I thought you were going to say, it's Tom Kench, it's clear where he's went, but you've given some form of justification, so it's okay. It's just Tom Kench, man. This is just Tom Kench things. What do you mean? This is...
If it was Mundo, you might hear that from me, because Mundo goes where he pleases, but no, not quite. Now, though, Kench has got to be careful. But still, he goes back in. That won't hit Ket, and Ket will take advantage of this. Shield available and Ignite to boot. I can do this. Why would you even use the Descent? Either way, it's still a kill for Greenville, taking advantage of the aggression from Walton. Whew. And now Tracio, maybe a return of his own, misses the Sonic Wave there, but still we'll find the chickadees. Rotation coming through straight into Fen here. The chase to continue. Tracio, gotta be careful now. Pillar though. Oh, so good. Flash over Fen. No Sonic Wave again. Another miss on that, but still, he makes his way out. He's fine. He's okay. He's safe. He's happy.
This is such an intense game. Honestly, like
This is tough.
Sometimes you look at a game and you're like, I know who's gonna win this one. I have no idea.
I
have no idea what's gonna happen. I mean, the later we get, the more Jinx becomes a threat, and I think that
True.
Jinx with a Tom Kench by her side, regardless of build, can be a very scary presence.
Look at that. A tongue to be a licking. Some fingers, maybe some chicken, but no. It's the bird, it's the dragon. A fright. And the flight to beware. Now Fennep up here. On the side, Tracio to play. Sonic Wave again, missing. 3 for 3.
Come on, man. Come on. He hit the one under the turret. He killed.
That's fair.
He killed Gallant. He just died though.
Oh my god, Observer, you gotta next time. No way, he dies, and now Ammon and Arc to be punished. He's got the Shyvana as well, and he flashes. No, why? Oh god, no!
He just wants to be close to the dragon. He needs a warm death, okay, Zephyr. He's not going to be warm if he's next to the ice troll. He needs to be next to the red dragon with the fire.
There's a certain distance between the two that would be perfect to cook a pizza. And once again, we missed the action. God! Another kill. Gallant to run. Root to be found. On the side, Ket coming in here. Joe Cool the next to potentially fall the chain. Ket to pick it up now. Straight shifty. Watch out, Tracio looking for redemption after his death on the top side. Another whiff of the Sonic Wave. Make that one 4 for 4 here, as that will be it in that excursion.
I don't know where that chain went through, but it told a couple minions that they didn't exist real quick, and that's all.
That's
like,
true.
That chain was bonkers. All credit to Ketman for finding that. Now if he steals this Drake as well.
Oh, no, Smite comes through, so he's fine.
That was a banger Smite, Tracio. Holy.
It's close.
That was so the thing with Smites is that you're either
It stings a little bit.
You can be either 10 HP from having the best Smite of your life, or just missing the Smite. And that was a banger Smite.
All right. Another kill off screen.
It's the frog. We don't look, okay, for the sake of our Walton, if he doesn't die on screen, he doesn't die at all. Okay?
His body's right there, rude dude.
Nope. Observers pan away. Observers pan away. Nope. What is this new feature to Summoner's Rift they added? I don't get it.
Our Walton 0 and 2. Now a 3-0. Ket on the other side. Might not be the rise, but it'll do just as much damage when you're looking as good as this LeBlanc is here now. Greenville got a lot of play to work with here, with not only a fed Poppy, also a fed LeBlanc.
But Jelly Belly said that he'd win. Oh.
Ooh. That's tough. I can do this stay alive? Actually, I think it doesn't matter. He just wins the Death Realm.
Nice.
Okay. All right.
Good job.
Well,
I
the
didn't expect that.
Mordekaiser can't quite match just about. Mind you, he came into that one with Sork shoes and a Bambi Cinder, and he had a little bit of a level, but still lost.
Who is Bambi Cinder?
Hey, Bambi Cinder.
There's no second B.
Whatever. Our wall and ignite on Ket Bent, but whoa!
I thought for a second,
This time
Zephyr.
it's on screen, baby.
Oh, I really thought. I was like, wait, he's gonna do it. He's got the ignite down. He's walking forward, and then he died. And I didn't think that.
At that point, you're sitting on the full Ludens completed. You're dealing with a whole lot more damage than anyone can expect. But now Tracio making me eat my words on some of those Sonic Waves. 2 for 2 in the last second.
Absolute ping pong.
It's back and forth. It's back and forth. But Fen, he's looking for his own escape. And another. Can our troll make the dashing escape? Finally! But the flash is expended. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, potentially 2 found here, as the turret now will falter as well.
He lives.
He lives. Tracio, my man. We got some micro practice for you behind the scenes later.
Unfortunate. Now, credit to Finnick for some actually good sidestepping as well. Making sure that he's not getting hit by those sonic waves is without a doubt the reason he manages to live. And a really well-timed flash as well. Flashes away from the Gore Drinker proc, actually, which would have killed him. And fairly frequently on Lee Sin, you can E and Gore Drinker before you tend to be too close to landing on your target. So they're a very tight timing and a very well-played escape from Finnick on that top side. He's now just going to go straight back to beefing with the top laners.
Subjugate down here in Amnenarch, now having to deal with the madman, the bite that exists. 87 on the field here. Then with the kill, chopping away at Waldorf. Now, 4 major carries all ahead in the gold XP realm here for Greenville. Is now straight shifty from behind. Can he do it? Yes, he can. Root in with the rocket. It'll be the depth charge to follow. Sonic Wave in. Now the back end with the dredge line. Waldorf on the come up. 2 of their own.
Let's go, Waldorf. Finally, we get to see a little bit of something from them in this game. Putting out a little bit of action in the mid lane. They are going to be losing, potentially a couple lives.
Doesn't hit the mini wave there. That's going to delay the time as Walton's back in, but the cooldown should be available for a next strike.
Shifty, no!
Shifty will fall. Not really warranting what was necessary there in terms of respect. As a result, they don't even get the tier 1. They don't even get the tier 1.
Absolutely Nautilus W'd. Unfortunate. So
rough.
Yeah, it has a little bit of take damage on it. And unfortunately, he walks back under the turret, regains aggro, and then gets slammed by a fire breath at the same time. That's a tight one. That's unfortunate. Nobody ever thinks of the Nautilus take.
No. Meanwhile,
What? Why does it keep moving? This new Summoner's Rift feature, and they've not even updated the game.
interesting.
I don't get what it is either. It's just a nice purple jacket on the floor.
Oh, don't say that.
It's a teaser for a new champ.
Okay. Either way, big wins for Greenville. They pick up Drag and now are right onto the Rift. And big dodge from Gallant here. Straight into punishment. I love the use of the Gale Force on the defense. Watch Ket from behind. Watch Ket from behind. Watch Ket from behind. Woo! Yeah, baby.
No flash needed.
Yeah, no flash needed. A stun under turret. Ooh. Tran showing us why that Poppy is so effective. I mean, blink and you might have missed the second necessary. Tracio. He's got a tier 1 of his own, but hey, you're losing your mid right now. Ooh. Might be more than that. Might be more than that. Walton under turret. Walton to run away there. The burn, the follow through. Ket wants more, but Ket can't have it. Ket can't have none as Amnenarch finding his own return. The Death Realm. Ket will be able to find his way out of there. Unable to pick up the kill. They lose not only the tier 2, but the inhib turret as well here. Oh, and through all of that, Tracio also died.
Things, unfortunately, going from bad to worse for Waldorf. We had a little glimpse of what they could do in the mid lane. Unfortunately, that appears to be where the story has ended for them. Overall, a very good spree of events in favor of Greenville. So
that's crazy. Look at the gold differential across the board. That is so huge.
2.5 top, 1.6 jungle. I don't even want to talk about mid lane. ADC's...
And the level difference is massive just as well. We're talking two level difference for both top and mid here. I mean, this is League of Legends. That's big numbers.
So for every level outside of Enchanter style supports, every level is worth 500 gold in terms of base stats that you get.
Jeez.
Enchanters, it's a little bit less because they function so well off of having low levels regardless.
Right.
But even the likes of Tom Kench and Nautilus will be at roughly the same.
Ooh, down there. Another kill picked up. Straight shifting potentially down as well. Tran will go as a result, but the chain still finds a return.
Sonic Wave.
Tracio, though, I like that. A quick segue to find 2 there. He is safe here. Cat still looking for more. He's got to be very careful. That Sonic Wave will allow Tracio to find his way in. Thing is, wasting a lot of time here. They're losing out on their turrets in the bot, and Tracio, I don't know how long he may last with a route like that. Still Sonic Wave available. Can he get the Resonating Strike return? Doesn't really look for it as it was on the clone there. They're losing Inhib turret, and as a result, double back. Double flash as well. Joe Cool, no zap. Tracio, not quite. A bit of the rocket auto flash on the turret, and oh! Too greedy! Too greedy! Sin on you! Shun on you! Back to redemption, and now Cat. No, baby! Don't you dare!
One crit and he dies. He's got 2 autos in him.
Oh! No rocket gallants here to play just as well.
Oh, it was all a
Tran
bait.
2. Waldorf, you stuck around way too long. Way too long.
It very well played from Ket there to just sit and bait with the low health bar and go, Joe.
Yo, I'm a tasty little treat, Joe. Take a bite out of me.
Yeah, you made it weird.
I don't care. That's your problem to deal with.
Yeah.
Another stun on the wall. Tran making use of this poppy will be knocked up by Walton coming through as it teleports in as well. Devour to capture Tran. Put the poppy to rest, but a keeper's verdict is live for a little bit longer. Still though, Amnarch with a claw of his own will make sure they put that poppy in the grave. That man on the side here. Tracio, he is healing fairly nicely. A mix of that smite, but whoa! All that health is gone just as quick, and the ignite will make sure that kill is secured there. Woo! Another rocket, by the way. Not quite.
Unfortunate. Joe Cool just scouting out.
And now Ket here has got to be careful. He does find the flash on the wall, but ooh, I love the stop! The stop from the Shyvana there to prevent him from going towards the blue buff. Meanwhile, Fen cleaning up on the side here. A split of a fight. Ket may step back in, but the Death Realm will prevent his engagement. As a result, it's a double for a double here. All 5 members down. Do they have the time to push for end?
Trundle smash.
Ooh.
Bennett absolutely destroying that team fight. Start to finish there, he just kept on hitting people with his club. Didn't stop, didn't need to stop. Really well played overall and gets 2 kills for himself. And 2 inhibs now for the team as well. This may not be the game in this push, but this is the straw that is putting the camels back on a mighty amount of stress.
Well done. Well done. The straw that broke the camel's back, yes. A massive gold disparity. 13, almost 14,000 here, close to the side of Greenville, taking advantage of that one. Meanwhile, they've got 1 Drake to go, of course, towards Seoul, but I don't even think the game will last that long as they start clearing in preparation for what I can only assume is either the Baron or the bait towards this pit that will enable the final fight of the game.
Now, they are going to take their resets. They have a lot of gold on certain members. You can obviously tell Ket has just gone back to base, but finally getting to spend on the likes of your Trundle and your Jhin.
Look at the burn on that. That is just disgusting. Oh, he used the subjugate to kill him. Insult to injury. Yeah. That's just gross.
That's a little bit too far, honestly. Like, there are things that are okay in League of Legends.
Any benefit, just straight up the damage proc. I mean, it works. It works.
Hits the wave.
Does find it. Dredge line doesn't quite land. Fen gonna be a big wall here that prevents engagement as Ket will find the kill onto Walton there. That's your jungler. That's your main mid frontliner. And now, with the waves continually crashing in, they can't even step up to contest against that Baron. We're seconds away here.
Do you think this game is ended between minutes 25 and 26? Or 26 and 27?
24 and 25, baby.
Okay. They don't
Curtain
want to
call.
give you that one.
Joe Cole on the runaway. 40 seconds to go to make my prediction come true. They're clearing out the bot wave here as the rest of Waldorf is on the defense. Tran, Keeper's Verdict, throwing Amninarch back out. Then he doesn't have to worry as a double is found for Ket.
No.
The turrets continue to fall as Ket's out of play here.
No.
Continued is the autos that will break the rest of this team. Amninarch down as well with the burn of the rest, and with all 5 members out here. And with 10 seconds to go, baby. I'm right. And Greenville are the winners. Woo!
That was a good series. Good series. We were 10
That
minutes.
is good, baby. I like that.
We were 10 minutes into that game. We couldn't tell who was going to win, but Greenville, you know what? They stepped up when they needed to, and eventually they just came out on top. So many fights back and forth.
Crazy.
There was a couple solo kills in the mid lane. The top lane, Trundle, ran around, bonked people for a fair whack of time. You see, whack. And overall, you can see that the gold largely distributed. Obviously, there's a little bit of a anomaly in that mid lane, just by nature of the Feder LeBlanc syndrome, but very well distributed overall.
I gotta say, some questionable choices.
And
I think
RIP to the 100% Tom Kench competitive win rate mid lane.
Yeah, a rip Jelly Belly there on that statistic. You'll have to take that one back to Waldorf with a bit of shame here tonight. But hey, it's nothing that they can't fix. I gotta say, I honestly don't think Waldorf was particularly bad.
No.
I just think at times they got way too greedy. I mean, they had a semblance of what looked like almost a return into this game, come 5-ish, 6-ish minutes where we saw, Greenville start to falter, give away way too many kills, and then that was slowly pulled out from under them as you had deep dives from people like Tracio, the runaround all game from Walton, and it's these things that continued to add up that then led to their defeat, even though kind of individually when they combined, they had the skill set to go toe-to-toe, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think they did. I think that on a different day, on a maybe different draft as well, they could have quite easily tried to take some games off of them as well. But I think that we got to see a lot of comfort. We got to see a lot of character from both teams so far this evening, and that's ultimately that's a lot more. That's a lot of fun as well.
I had a lot of fun. I enjoyed the character that we both, of course, brought to the stream here, and I think that's something to say. Well, any last thoughts to wrap up our evening here at the NECC, baby?
Walton, you're still my favorite player. You play Tom Kench mid.
Aww.
There you go. You may have lost, but I don't care. I'm a loyal fan.
Oh, well, kind words to behold here from Rude Dude in our final moments of the night. I'm not quite sure if there might be still some action on the secondary stream.
Oh, the
no?
second
Yes,
stream.
maybe not.
Well, you know what?
We'll get a really quick confirmation. If there is, you guys might want to go check that out. NECC 2. I believe we still might be having a game taking place over there. If that's not the case, though, thank you for all coming out, enjoying plenty of games here tonight across the broadcast, across several other divisions, and across several friendly faces and casters. Big thanks, as always, to PETA and Hubert behind the scenes, putting the work together that makes this stream run as smooth as it is. As for us, though, I'm Zephyr. That's Rude Dude. Time for him to go to bed. It's also time for me to go to bed, but it's time for you to stay safe. Have a good night.
Don't need you to like. you to like me, don't need you to like. You can watch me go, cause I don't need you to like me, don't need you to like me, don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to